If you're a maintenance supervisor for a commercial property, you've had to deal with everything from leaky faucets to flickering light bulbs. But nothing's worse than that ancient boiler that's lived in the building since the day it was built, 50 years ago. It's enough to make anyone lose their cool. That's where Grainger comes in. With industrial-grade products and dependable fast delivery, Grainger can help with any challenge, from worn-out components to everyday necessities. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Warning. Kinda Murdery contains adult themes, explicit language, and descriptions of violence. It is not suitable for anyone, and we recommend you stop listening now.
True crime with a dash of the paranormal, the garish, the strange, and the darkly comic. I'm Zevon Odelberg, and you've found your way to Kinda Murdery, a place that means more than just murder. It's my very own pocket dimension, home to a curated collection of bizarre and compelling stories, the unsolved, the unsettling, and the unbelievable. I cover it all, just so long as it's kinda murdery. Welcome, everybody. I'm your host, Zevon Odelberg, and this is Kinda Murdery. I gotta tell you guys, I am excited today because we are kicking off Bonnie and Clyde. This story is bonkers. It's not just kinda murdery, it's very murdery, and it is wild. Kinda Murdery starts right now. A man carried a yellow-haired little boy about 2 years old through Roosevelt Park in San Antonio, Texas, the evening of August 13th, 1928. He was an insignificant-looking fellow, just 5 feet 5 inches tall and weighing only 110 pounds. His cheeks were somewhat sunken, and his hair had not been trimmed in several weeks. He was so commonplace a figure that he escaped the notice of the dozens of men and women enjoying the cool night air on the park benches. But he did not escape the notice of Patrolman W.T. Mitchell. In fact, Patrolman Mitchell was so interested in the fellow that he dodged from tree to tree to observe him better. He had seen the man with the baby tampering with motor cars. Although the man merely might be interested in automobiles, the officer was taking no chances. As Patrolman Mitchell watched, the fellow tried several door handles. They were locked. He attempted unsuccessfully to turn on some ignition switches. Finally, after examining 8 cars, he turned on the switch of a Whippet Roadster, placed the baby on the seat, climbed in, and started the motor. The officer rushed from his cover, shouting, "Stop! Wait!" The surprised man leapt from the car and raced down the street. The baby wailed, "Daddy!" and began to cry. For several blocks, the fleeing man and the pursuing officer darted in and out of crowds on the sidewalks. Then the fugitive dodged into an alley. Breathing hard, Patrolman Mitchell cornered his man in the garage, grasped him by the shirt collar, and dragged him into the dim light cast by a street lamp. The prisoner whimpered. Fear was written in his chestnut eyes. He begged the officer to turn him loose. Patrolman Mitchell had only contempt for the cowardly creature. He did not know that this terrified petty thief would one day be known as one of the Bloody Barrows. When Patrolman Mitchell reached headquarters with Marvin Ivan, later to be Buck Barrow, he learned that his captive already was known to Chief Owen W. Kilday. He had been in minor trouble at Dallas, his hometown, and was under suspended sentence of a year in jail for car theft at Waxahachie, Texas. A misdemeanor warrant charging attempted motor theft was filed against Barrow in County Court No. 1. He was released on bond. On the date for his trial, he failed to appear. Several weeks later, he was found and placed in the county jail. For some reason not revealed by the records, the case against him was dismissed January 23, 1929. But police began to watch him more closely. He had no apparent means of support, and soon rumors began to float through the underworld that Buck Barrow was, quote, in right, unquote, with desperate criminals, that he was leaving petty crime for, quote, the big time. Police obtained evidence on October 13, 1929, that there was something to the new underworld estimate of Barrow. Several men were surprised in an attempt to blow open the safe of a lumberyard at 2521 Florence Street in North Dallas. The cracksmen escaped, but acting later on a tip, Detective Smith and Heron arrested Buck Barrow and 3 other men for questioning. One of these men was Dan Black, a notorious yegg. A yegg, by the way, is old-timey slang for a safecracker. Another was Frank Claus, a former convict, and the third man was Buck's younger brother, Clyde Champion Barrow. the man who was to travel with him on an unbelievable trail of death and crime. Clyde Barrow, like his brother, had a previous police record and was the same sort of undersized, shifty-eyed individual. Evidence to convict the group of the attempt on the lumberyard safe was lacking, but under a promise of no prosecution, Clyde made a confession implicating the gang in scores of safe robberies in Dallas, Houston, and other Texas cities. Because of the bargain made to obtain Clyde's confession, the gang was freed. On October 27, 1929, a Chevrolet Coupe was stolen on the street at Henrietta, Texas. The license number was sent to police officers all over the state. 3 days later, a patrolman in Denton, Texas, saw a car bearing the license and carrying 4 men. He forced the car to the curb. In it were Buck and Clyde Barrow, Sidney Albert Moore of Waco, Texas, and Roger Pug Mitchell of Dallas. Buck accepted responsibility for the theft and on January 14, 1930, began a 4-year sentence in the state prison at Huntsville as prisoner number 63051. Several counties contended for the privilege of prosecuting Clyde Barrow. He was sent to Waco on March 2, 1930, and there confessed to 2 burglaries and 5 motor thefts. He was sentenced to 2 years in prison on one charge, the others being held in abeyance. Buck Barrow seemed such a docile sort of prisoner that prison authorities did not feel it necessary to confine him closely. He belied that estimate of his character by walking away from the penitentiary on March 8th. Prison officials still were distributing posters offering a reward for the arrest of Buck when Clyde escaped from the Waco jail on March 11, 1930. With William Turner and Emory Abernathy also prisoners, he forced his way past the guard. Nothing was learned about the fugitives for a week. Then, 3 bandits robbed the station of the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad at Middletown, Ohio, early in the afternoon of March 18th. While the police were searching for them, the same bandits entered a dry cleaning plant, robbed the manager, and ran into the street. Passing officers caught them as they emerged. The Outlaws admitted the holdups to Roy W. Schofield, chief of police, but refused to divulge their identities. However, their fingerprints were checked and they were found to be Clyde Barrow, William Turner, and Emory Abernathy. When Clyde Barrow was returned to Waco on March 21st, the 6 charges held in abeyance were invoked, and on March 24th he was sentenced to 2 years on each count, making a total sentence of 14 years that he faced when he entered the Huntsville prison on April 21, 1930. Months passed with no news of Buck Barrow. His name appeared in public print only once when his wife divorced him. Inside the prison, meanwhile, Clyde spent several weeks in the hospital. He had been assigned to a task that...
If you're a maintenance supervisor for a commercial property, you've had to deal with everything from leaky faucets to flickering light bulbs. But nothing's worse than that ancient boiler that's lived in the building since the day it was built. 50 years ago. It's enough to make anyone lose their cool. That's where Grainger comes in. With industrial-grade products and dependable fast delivery, Grainger can help with any challenge, from worn-out components to everyday necessities. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Required the use of an axe. He showed up one day with 2 toes of his right foot missing. He said, and the authorities accepted the explanation, that it had been an accident. His fellow prisoners smiled grimly. They knew he had severed the toes deliberately to avoid work. As time dragged on, officials despaired of ever returning Buck Barrow to his cell. Then, after almost 2 years, when hope of finding him was at its lowest, he walked into the penitentiary December 27, 1931, and surrendered. Prison authorities were astounded and asked Buck what had led him to this action. "A woman," he smiled. "Shortly after I escaped, I met a girl down in the country. We fell for each other. Her name was Blanche Caldwell, and she was just a good, honest country girl who had lived most of her life on the farm. The 1st of last July, we went to Idabel, Oklahoma, and got a marriage license. We were married 3 days later at America, Oklahoma. Finally, I told her all about myself. She begged me to come back here and serve my time so we could live like other people. So here I am." Clyde was eligible for parole early in the new year, and since his record as a prisoner was clear, Governor R.S. Sterling acted favorably on his application. On February 2, 1932, Clyde returned to Dallas. Soon afterward, on the street, he met a small woman who attracted him. He stared at her, and she smiled at him. They spoke. After a moment's conversation, they walked down the street together. Thus casually met one of the most heartless criminal pairs of modern times. From the date of this chance meeting, Clyde and the woman were often seen together, usually in speakeasies where the woman paid the bills. They were a couple that attracted attention. Clyde, with his small size, his weak chin, and his soft hazel eyes and wavy brown hair, seemed effeminate. In contrast, the woman liked to wear masculine clothes. Her mouth was hard, her hair a striking yellow, and she habitually smoked big black cigars. The police investigated her quietly. They learned that she worked as a waitress, and while she used her maiden name, Bonnie Parker, she was the wife of a sober, industrious man. The manager of Sims Oil Company looked up from his desk in his office at Dallas on March 25, 1932, and into the muzzle of a semi-automatic pistol. Quickly, the bandit emptied the victim's pockets and ransacked his safe. At police headquarters an hour later, the manager identified a picture of the bandit. He was Clyde Barrow. Less than 2 months had passed since his parole. Detectives rushed to the usual haunts of Clyde Barrow. Others went to shadow Bonnie Parker. But Barrow was not found, and Bonnie Parker had not been at work that day. A pickup order was issued for Barrow, and when Bonnie Parker failed to appear at work the next day, the order was amended to include her. 2 bandits rushed to K.R. Biven, night operator of the Magnolia Service Station at 789 South 1st Street in Lufkin, Texas, at 2 o'clock in the morning of April 24, 1932. "Get your hat," one of them ordered. "You're going out for a little air." Biven was robbed of $26, a .38 caliber revolver, and shoved into a Chrysler 70 coupe that stood at the curb. 4 blocks down the street, the bandits stopped at the Gulf Service Station, where they seized Herman Miller, night manager, after robbing him of $9 and a revolver. The car sped south out of town. As its lights split the dense darkness, there was no hint from the bandits as to what they intended to do with their captives. 2 miles outside of town, the hearts of the captives sank as the car stopped abruptly. They were ordered out. One of the bandits got out too. He faced his quaking victims and leveled his revolver. Then a faint smile played on his lips. "You can go," he said. Biven and Miller ran to town and notified R.C. Chansey, chief of police, who at once organized a pursuit. At 5 o'clock that morning, Dan Richards, a railroad man, found the Chrysler at the east edge of town. It had been stolen earlier in the night from the home of W.B. Keene of Lufkin. On the chance that the bandits might be from one of the larger cities, Chief Chauncey took Biven and Miller to Dallas. There, from the thousands of photographs in the Police Bureau of Identification, Biven picked pictures of Clyde Barrow and Frank Claus as his abductors. Miller, who had seen the Outlaws only in the dark, was unable to make identification. The search for Barrow was intensified, but for 6 days no trace of him was found. John M. Butcher, 61 years old, had been a businessman in Hillsboro, Texas for 35 years. For more than 20 years, his establishment was on the courthouse square of this town of 8,000 persons. At first he had only a jewelry store, but when bicycles became popular, he established a bicycle repair shop in conjunction. Then the motor car replaced the bicycle, and he added automobile accessories and a filling station. Then, 8 or 9 years ago, a new north and south paved highway was constructed through Hillsboro. Mr. Butcher saw an opportunity. He left his location on the square and built a 2-story structure of reinforced concrete on the new road, north of the square and just inside the city limits. No other building was near it. In front were the gasoline pumps. The first floor was devoted to an accessory business and the jewelry shop. A stairway led from the rear of the store to the second floor, where Mr. Butcher lived with his wife. Shortly after noon, on Wednesday, April 27, 1932, a car stopped in front of the store. At the wheel was a young woman whose striking yellow hair would have been noticed anywhere. The 2 young men with her got out and walked into the store. Butcher walked forward to greet them. One carried a small package. He led the jeweler toward the rear of the establishment. "We'd like to sell you some pocket knives." "I've got plenty," Butcher replied, "but I might buy 'em if the price is right." The package was unwrapped. While Butcher examined the knives, he noticed that the second man was walking around the store, carefully examining every corner of it. For the moment, Butcher felt a sense of uneasiness. Why was the fellow so curious? However, the salesman of the pair seemed so anxious to sell the knives that the jeweler decided his own anxiety was baseless. He turned his attention to the driving of the bargain. The man with the knives wanted more for them than Butcher was willing to pay. They contended over the price in such loud tones that Mrs. Butcher went downstairs to see what was taking place. For several minutes she listened with amusement to the good-natured bickering, fixing the faces of the strange men firmly in her memory. Then, after her husband had obtained the knives at his price and the men had gone, she returned to her sewing. 3 days passed. The knife episode was all but forgotten. Saturday was a long day for Mr. and Mrs. Butcher, and they did not retire until nearly midnight. They were still awake when someone outside called Butcher's name. Appeals for aid from motorists stranded on the highway were not unusual at any hour. Butcher walked to the window and called down cheerfully, "What can I do for you?" "Will you sell me some guitar strings?" was the answer. A sense of danger gripped Butcher. Why should a man want guitar strings at that hour? Soberly, He drew on his dressing gown and thrust a .45 caliber Colt pistol under the drawstring of his pajamas. His hand held ready on the butt of the weapon, he descended the stairs and opened the front door. A man stood there, smiling. "Well, I'm sorry to disturb you," he apologized, "but we were having a little party and I need some guitar strings. I hope you don't mind." Butcher breathed easier. His hand came away from the pistol. The fellow was one of the men who had sold the jeweler the knives 3 days earlier. All right, we're back. Thank you so much for donating a little bit of your time to support the brands that support Kinda Murdery. Also, please do leave reviews. They trigger algorithms that make the show more visible. The more visible it gets, the more excited I get, the better these stories can be. Let's do this together, guys. Let's make it a group effort. Now, as you know, I like to do shout-outs right here. I have a very special shout-out today. I've mentioned often how I have cerebral palsy and I want Kinda Murdery to be a support community for people with disabilities. And I got a review a couple days ago that really moved me. It really meant a lot to me. So today's shout out goes to Ryan Downer from Bentleyville, Pennsylvania. And here's what Ryan had to say in his review that he left on the Apple Podcasts app. It says, "Very well produced with extremely interesting content. Love listening while I work and look forward to each episode. My uncle had cerebral palsy. He had zero use of his legs and had crutches his whole life. I used to carry him up and down our steps when he came to visit so he wouldn't have to wear himself out. Thanks for all you're doing and keep up the good work. I'd love some stickers. I'll put them on the window of my truck." I gotta tell you guys, I got a little bit choked up reading that. That's exactly the kind of outreach that I would like for us all to have together. Ryan shared with me that his uncle has passed on now, RIP. And his uncle's CP was much more severe than mine is. But I think it's so valuable for us to be able to share stories like this because I think everyone has their struggles. And sometimes when another person's struggle is not your own, it can be hard to connect to it. If you don't see it, if you don't hear about it, it's like they almost become characters from some kind of fairy story that's not totally real. But the more real what everybody's going through can become for all of us, the more empathy and compassion we can have for each other. And that's what I hope to facilitate with the show and with the wonderful community we're building together. So Ryan Downer from Bentleyville, Pennsylvania, thank you so much for being willing to be open enough to share that personal story with me and with all of us. God bless you and God bless your uncle. And with that, let's get back into some ultra-violent romance, shall we? Wheels, Barrows, and Blood, the Badlands romance of Bonnie and Clyde, returns now. Appeals for aid from motorists stranded on the highway were not unusual at any hour. Butcher walked to the window and called down cheerfully, "What can I do for you?" "Will you sell me some guitar strings?" was the answer. A sense of danger gripped Butcher. Why should a man want guitar strings at that hour? Soberly, he drew on his dressing gown and thrust a .45 caliber Colt pistol under the drawstring of his pajamas. His hand held ready on the butt of the weapon, he descended the stairs and opened the front door. A man stood there, smiling. "Well, I'm sorry to disturb you," he apologized, "but we were having a little party and I need some guitar strings. I hope you don't mind." Butcher breathed easier. His hand came away from the pistol. The fellow was one of the men who had sold the jeweler the knives 3 days earlier. The proprietor led the way to the musical strings case at the rear of the store near the safe. The customer made his selection with a care that marked him as an expert. While Butcher and his customer were busy at the back of the store, a second man walked into the front door and leaned against the counter. The guitar strings were wrapped. Butcher and the purchaser walked toward the front, the man drawing out a billfold as they went. At the door, he handed Butcher a $10 bill. "I'm sorry. It's the smallest I have." "Well, I'll have to get some change," Butcher replied. The merchant went to the foot of the stairs and called to his wife. "Mama, I have to get some change for a 10. Will you come down and open the safe?" Mrs. Butcher hurriedly drew a garment over her nightclothes and went downstairs. She recognized the men and nodded to them as she whirled the dial and swung open the safe. A scream of horror escaped the woman as she turned around. Her husband's face was a mask of terror. The congenial customers had become snarling madmen. Ugly pistols flashed in their hands. Without a single word of warning, one of them sent a bullet through the heart of Butcher, who stiffened, clutched his chest, and fell dead at his wife's feet. The old-fashioned gun, which he was given no opportunity to use, clattered on the floor. A circle of blood spread on his dressing gown as the grayness of death came to his face. Filled with a terrible despair, the woman whisked the weapon from the floor and swung it toward the bandits, but she was too slow. A pistol ground into her ribs and a voice barked, "Put it on the counter or you'll get the same thing." Knowing that these cold-blooded killers would murder her unless she obeyed, Mrs. Butcher laid the weapon on the counter and sobbed hysterically. One of the bandits snatched up Butcher's pistol. Then, coolly stepping over the body of his victim, the desperado went to the safe and removed about $40 in money and $2,500 worth of diamonds. The slayers ran out the front door. Through the thick walls of the store there came faintly to Mrs. Butcher the roar of a speeding motor car. With the nearest help blocks away, Mrs. Butcher knelt by the body of her husband, sobbing and praying. Realizing that she must do something, she fought to control her emotions. After a few minutes, she forced her way upstairs to the telephone and called Sheriff J.W. Freeland of Hill County. With Deputy Sheriffs Robert Wilkinson and Kelly Rush, Sheriff Freeland rushed to the scene of the murder of his old friend. Hastily, he drew from the widow an account of the tragedy. Appalled by the savage outrage, the sheriff, within a few minutes, set in motion one of the greatest manhunts known to Texas. In towns 50, 100, and 200 miles away, officers were roused from their sleep and ordered to take up the search. City Marshal E. Leo Keaton organized a posse in Hillsborough, and scores of men, eager to avenge the death of their respected townsmen, sped along the highways. So thoroughly was the hunt organized that it seemed impossible that the killers could escape. Yet the hours dragged on with no trace of them. So aroused was Sheriff Freeland that he asked the newspapers to publish an appeal for help over his signature. It was headed, "To all police officers, help me catch these brutal murderers and robbers." Governor Sterling ordered the famous Texas Rangers into the search and issued a proclamation offering a reward of $250 for the arrest of the slayers. Angry citizens gathered on corners and demanded action as the hours wore on, and officers labored without sleep. Then, Sunday morning, it seemed the case had taken a favorable turn. 2 men, known criminals who answered to the descriptions of the Butcher killers, were arrested in Fort Worth, Texas. Sheriff Freeland hurriedly brought them to Hillsborough, and Mrs. Butcher agreed to view them. For only an instant did the sorrowing woman hesitate. "They're not the men," she said. The disappointment made the officers more determined than ever. When a 3 o'clock bus rolled into Hillsborough Monday morning, Night Marshals C.J. Smith and Ward Russell were waiting for it. A small man stepped off and was immediately arrested. The officers hurried him to the office of Sheriff Freeland. Daylight came. The questioning of the man went on and on. Word spread that one of the killers was in custody. A crowd gathered outside the sheriff's office. Finally, the sheriff emerged. The crowd swarmed around him. Excited questions were hurled from all sides. "I am satisfied that the fellow has no connection," the sheriff said. No hint of the killer's identity had been received at 3 o'clock Monday afternoon when funeral services for Butcher were held at the First Baptist Church. After the burial, Sheriff Freeland questioned Mrs. Butcher more closely. He found every detail of the slaying etched deeply in her memory. She told of the knife episode and described the killers minutely. Both seemed to be about 22 years old, but while one was extremely small, only about 5'7" tall, the other was about 5'11". She was positive she would be able to identify them anywhere, under any circumstances. From other sources, Sheriff Freeland heard of a woman with brilliant yellow hair who had been seen in a town with 2 men. Her description sounded familiar. Where had he seen it? The sheriff went to the office and was thumbing through posters advertising wanted criminals. Within a few minutes, he found what he wanted. The woman fit the description of Bonnie Parker. The small man might be Clyde Barrow. But who could the second man be? Frank Claus had been with Barrow in the Lufkin robberies. Could he have been in the Butcher killing too? The sheriff took pictures of Clyde Barrow and Claus to Mrs. Butcher. She studied them intently a moment. Then she said, "That man was certainly one of them." The picture she held forward to the sheriff was of Clyde Barrow. For the first time, one of the bloody Barrows was wanted for a killing. "He was not the other one," Mrs. Butcher said as she returned the picture of Claus. Quickly, Sheriff Freeland spread the news that Clyde Barrow had been identified as the murderer of Butcher. He asked police departments at San Antonio, Houston, Dallas, and Fort Worth to give him complete information concerning all past associates of the merciless desperado. Pictures and descriptions began to arrive by the dozens. One by one, Mrs. Butcher examined them, but always her decision was the same. "He is not the man." Then, when it seemed that the mystery of the identity of the second man could not be solved, a new lot of pictures was shown Mrs. Butcher. She picked one up from the group and exclaimed, "Here he is! Here he is!" She had selected a picture of Raymond Hamilton, a Dallas criminal who for several years had been associated with Clyde Barrow. The fevered search for Clyde Barrow, Hamilton, and Bonnie Parker went on, but months passed with only vague traces of them. A series of filling station robberies occurred in the state. In many of them, the bandit car was driven by a woman. Officers believed the robberies were committed by Barrow and his companions, but there was no definite proof. Then there came an underworld rumor that the Barrow gang had taken refuge in the hills about Nacogdoches, Texas, the birthplace of Clyde. Gangland informants warned the police that Barrow would not be taken alive. They said he realized he was a marked man and that he had collected a large supply of arms and ammunition, and the gang had established a target range at its hideout where shooting was practiced regularly in preparation for the meeting with officers that was certain to come sooner or later. A squad of Texas Rangers under Sergeant C.H. Plott swooped into the territory. They did not capture the gang, but they did find the target range. Marks had been improvised from wrapping paper. Dozens of empty shotgun, rifle, and pistol cartridges indicated how seriously the practice had been taken. A few cigar butts that bore unmistakable traces of lipstick showed that Bonnie Parker was still with the gang. It seemed that the career of the Barrow gang would end in a bloody episode. If so, the officers were ready. A more determined effort than ever was made to run the gang to the earth. It was not until August 1st, 1932 that definite trace of the Outlaws was found again. That day, a bandit entered the office of the Newhoff Packing Company at Dallas and robbed the Newhoff brothers of several $100s and some diamond rings. The Newhoffs identified Clyde Barrow as the bandit, but the trail was lost almost as soon as it was found. While Dallas police alertly awaited a new outrage in that city, the locale of the manhunt shifted hundreds of miles. A country dance was in progress at Stringtown near Atoka, Oklahoma, the night of Friday, August 5th, 1932. Desiring no rowdyism, the management had requested Sheriff C.G. Maxwell of Atoka County to attend. He was present with Undersheriff Eugene C. Moore. Until 11 o'clock, everything went smoothly. Shortly before that time, 4 men drove up in a car bearing a Texas license plate. They remained in the car several minutes, talking in low tones. Then they got out, walked to another car, and climbed in. "Let's see who they are," Undersheriff Moore said to his superior. The officers approached the group. Sheriff Maxwell saw one of the men tilt a whiskey bottle. "Consider yourselves under arrest," he said. Flashes of flame spurted from the car. 4 guns belched lead. Without a chance to draw their weapons, the officers crumpled before the deadly hail. Undersheriff Moore, shot through the heart and head, died where he fell. Sheriff Maxwell, struck in the chest, side, arms, and wrist, and the legs, writhed on the ground. Inside the dance hall, the sharp gunfire sounded above the music. The rhythm broke. Panic-stricken, the dancers rushed out of the doors. Young women screamed and fainted at the sight of the bleeding officers. Their escorts, pale with anger and horror, were forced to stand by helplessly as the butchery went on. Firing a last burst at the prone officers, the gangsters leapt into the car with the Texas license and sped away. Using his last strength, Sheriff Maxwell raised himself on an elbow, drew his revolver, and emptied it into the rear of the madly racing car. The outlaw car swung crazily from side to side as it roared on. Quickly, the men at the dance snatched up the weapons of the fallen officers and organized a pursuit. Car lights shone like meteors as they swung in behind the fleeing desperados and dashed through the night at a speed so terrific that death lurked in every turn of the wheels. Suddenly, the murderer's car swung too near the edge of the road. For a moment, it poised on 2 wheels. Then it crashed into a ditch and rolled over. Cleve Brady of Stringtown saw the crash. He saw limping men crawl from the wreckage and stopped to see if he could be of help. He found himself looking into the muzzles of revolvers. The outlaws forced him from his car, and entering it themselves, they went on east at breakneck speed. 15 miles east of Stringtown, the left rear wheel flew from the car. The machine spun around in the road, sending up a cloud of dust. One gangster was thrown clear, but when the others piled out, he was able to continue the flight. Running until they were out of breath, walking, then running again, the outlaws reached the farm home of John Redden. One of them rapped sharply on the door. "We've had a wreck, a bad one," Redden was told. "Can you help us get this injured man to a doctor?" Redden's son offered to help. Out of sight of the farmhouse, a revolver jammed into his side, and he was ordered to drive east. Near Clayton, Oklahoma, young Redden was set free, and the bandits stole a car belonging to Frank Smith of Seminole. With Sheriff Maxwell near death after an emergency operation in a McAllister hospital, District Judge P.L. Gassaway appointed O.C. Elkins, a former undersheriff, to take charge of the sheriff's office temporarily. Large posses scoured the countryside all night, and the next day Elkins called other peace officers in to aid him. C.A. Burns, chief of the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation, O.P. Ray, assistant chief of operatives, C.M. Reber and D. Arthur Wilson, and sheriffs from McAllister, Colgate, Antlers, and Durant all hurried to Atoka. They agreed that Maxwell and Moore probably had surprised some badly wanted men. The first step toward the solution of the crime would be identification of those men. As quickly as possible, they checked up on the motor car in which the killers had driven to the dance. It had been stolen Friday morning at Corsicana, Texas. While frantic search was being conducted for the car stolen at Clayton, word was received that a badly wounded man had been found in a tourist camp near the Red River Bridge south of Durant, Oklahoma. Officers sped to question him. The man was James Acker of Dinsboro, Texas, a former convict. He denied, however, that he had been wounded by Sheriff Maxwell. He insisted that he had never been near Atoka or Stringtown and claimed he had been robbed of $7 by a bandit who shot him when he protested. While not satisfied with the story, officers were unable to discredit it, and Acker was surrendered to Sherman, Texas authorities who held a warrant for him. Sunday afternoon, the car stolen by the killers at Clayton was found at Grandview, a little town near Dallas, Texas. Officers were amazed at the spectacular distance covered in the flight. The murderers had come from Texas and fled to Texas. That fact was considered significant. Gathering all available descriptions of the slayers, Elkins telegraphed them to numerous Texas cities asking for pictures of men who the descriptions might fit. 2 of the many photographs received were at once recognized by those who had seen the killers. Sheriff Maxwell, from his hospital bed, removed all doubt of the identifications. The men were Clyde Barrow and Raymond Hamilton. The true meaning had been read in the sinister target practice on the range near Nacogdoches. Now, wanted for 2 murders, Barrow and Hamilton dashed across hundreds of miles in a frantic effort to escape the gigantic net spread for them throughout the Southwest. Their evil luck held. 6 days later, and 1,500 miles away, they struck again. Shortly before noon, Saturday, August 14, 1932, Deputy Sheriff Joe Johns was patrolling the streets of Carlsbad, New Mexico, a town in the southeast corner of the state 80 miles west of the Texas line. A Ford V8 sedan passed him. He glimpsed the license number. He had received a report earlier that a car bearing that number had been stolen. Speeding up, he drove alongside the car and forced it to the curb. 2 men were in the front seat. The rear seat was occupied by a woman with bright yellow hair. The deputy explained that he wanted to check the motor number. Drawing his revolver and watching the men from the corner of his eye, he raised the hood. He was astonished to hear the woman's voice say, "Pile in here or I'll blow you up." The shotgun pointed at him was held with a steady hand. The officer did not have a fighting chance to use his revolver. To resist meant certain death and no possible advantage. Reluctantly, the officer got in the car and was whisked away. Witnesses reported the kidnapping to authorities. Deadly fear swept over the friends of John's as the abductors were described to them. There seemed to be no doubt that the luckless man had fallen into the hands of Barrow, Hamilton, and Bonnie Parker. The mercy he could expect was small. Make sure your mind is in the mood for murder and follow me back to the early 1930s, smack dab in the middle of Bonnie and Clyde's reckless robbing rampage. It's Wheels, Barrows, and Blood, the Badlands Romance of Bonnie and Clyde, Part 2. Swiftly, a thorough search was instituted, but night came with no word from Johns. Each passing hour lessened the chances of his escaping alive. Sunday morning, all hope for him was abandoned. Searchers went into the hills to find his body. Toward noon, the dreaded word came that a body had been found in an arroyo and identified by a chance acquaintance as that of Johns. Sadly, the comrades of the slain deputy went to bring the body to town. Reverently, they gathered about the still sheet-covered figure. One of them exposed the face. There was exclamations of surprise. There had been a mistake. The body was not that of Johns. Later, it was identified as the body of a hitchhiker. Late Sunday, the missing deputy telephoned his home from San Antonio, Texas. He had been carried on a mad ride of more than 1,000 miles. The bandits, who admitted they were the Barrow Gang, had disarmed him and set him free on a lonely road near San Antonio. The endurance of the outlaws was remarkable. Even the long ride with Johns did not exhaust them enough to force arrest. W. Pittman, Marshal of Wharton, Texas, received a long-distance phone call about 4 o'clock in the afternoon of August 15th. The marshal at Edna, Texas, warned Pittman that a Ford V8 sedan, stolen at Victoria, had passed through Edna, apparently headed toward Wharton. Calling on Deputy Sheriff C.R. Siebrecht and F.F. Damon for help, Marshal Pittman rushed to the bridge over the Colorado River, which offered a strategic place to set a trap. Siebrecht was placed about 300 yards from the bridge on the Edna side. Pittman and Damon were concealed at the other end. When the car was sighted, Siebrecht was to signal. The others would block their end. The car would be trapped. Tensely, the officers waited. Then came the signal. A Ford coupe carrying a man and a woman with yellow hair swept around the bend, followed by a sedan driven by a man. When the cars were well on the bridge, Damon and Pittman stepped out, riot guns in their hands. Shotgun slugs sang around them. The cars spun in the wide roadway and rushed back toward Seabricht. Guns roared from both. The deputy bravely stood his ground and returned fire. On and on rushed the cars, and the occupants still shooting. Just in time to escape being crushed under the wheels, the deputy stepped aside. The cars sped on. Leaping into their car, the officers gave chase. After a mile and a half, they found the coupe abandoned. The sedan had too long a lead. They could not overtake it. Examining the coupe, they found the revolver and holster taken from Deputy Johns. Fingerprints of Clyde Barrow were on the rearview mirror. Within the next month, Barrow and Hamilton swept from one side of the state to the other. They were identified in the robbery of an interurban station at Grand Prairie, Texas. An interurban station, by the way, is an electric railway station between two towns. They twice robbed the bank at Cedar Hill, and underworld rumors said that Barrow and Hamilton split up after the bank robberies. Apparently that was true, because when next heard from, Barrow and Bonnie Parker seemed to be working alone. A young man walked into the grocery store operated at Vaden and Wells Streets in Sherman, Texas by S.R. Little, a former city councilman, at about 6:40 on the evening of October 11, 1932. Homer Glaze, the clerk, and Howard Hall, the 67-year-old butcher, were alone in the store preparing to close. The man, a small fellow, wore a suede lumber jacket and a hat pulled low over his eyes. For a moment he looked about uncertainly. Glaze, taking him for a newcomer in the neighborhood, walked forward, introduced himself, and inquired the customer's name. The man merely grunted a response and ordered some bread and eggs. He stayed near Glaze while the clerk filled the order and handed him $1 in payment. The clerk opened the cash register to make change. Suddenly he felt hot breath on his neck and heard these whispered words. "Give me that money." A revolver jammed against his spine. The bandit's right hand reached into the register and extracted $50. Hall, from his place behind the meat counter, saw everything. Several years before, when he operated a store of his own, he had faced a like situation. He had disarmed a large bandit, and he would disarm this little fellow. The old butcher, as he walked around his counter, towered head and shoulders over the man who held Glaze at his mercy. "Well, you can't do that, young man." Hall spoke firmly. The bandit whirled toward Hall, a sneer on his face. "I can't I?" Coolly, deliberately, he swung his gun at the butcher's head. Blood spurted from an ugly gash. Hall cried with rage. He lunged at the bandit and encircled him with his arms. The outlaw placed the muzzle of his revolver in the pit of the butcher's stomach and pulled the trigger. Hall groaned with pain as the bullet tore through him. He staggered, but his hold on the smaller man did not relax. Glaze tried to close in. The bandit jerked his gun arm free and sent the clerk reeling with a blow on the forehead. Hall's strength failed rapidly. Still, he clung to his man, but inch by inch the bandit dragged him toward the alley door. They reached the threshold and fell outside in a struggling heap. The bandit twisted free. He stood over the prostrate Hall, cursing. Elsie Butler, a delivery clerk, was in the rear yard of the store putting his car away for the night. His wife was waiting for him. Street lights made it possible for Mr. and Mrs. Butler to see the bandit plainly. The killer raised his weapon. The already dying man made a last, desperate effort to close with his assailant. 3 more shots blasted into his body. He lay still. The form of Glaze appeared in the doorway. The bandit raised his revolver and pulled the trigger. The hammer clicked. The cartridge failed to explode. Darting across the vacant lot behind the grocery store, the bandit reached the street. He leapt into a black sedan that had been cruising around the block with a woman at the wheel. The car roared away. Hall was still alive when officers arrived. He was quickly removed to St. Vincent's Sanitarium just across the street, where he died 45 minutes later. Fury seized Police Chief H. Grady Thompson as details of the killing were given him. With Detective B.V. Atnip and Deputy Sheriff Ollie Nethery, he raced in search of the murderer. Ready to shoot, the officers didn't care whether they took their man dead or alive, but the car had vanished. One man said he had seen it speed east out of the city over Highway number 5. Chief Thompson dashed out the highway as far as the county line, but found no trace of the black sedan. Desk Sergeant J.W. Daniel sat at a telephone all night pleading with officers for the early arrest of the slayer. Acting on his request, the radio station of the Dallas Police broadcast the tragic story and appealed to civilians for help. Deputy Sheriff Denver Seal of Dallas heard the broadcast. The description reminded him of Clyde Barrow, in search of whom he had spent many fruitless hours. He telephoned his suspicion to Sheriff Frank Reese at Sherman, and early the next morning he sent Reese a number of pictures of Barrow. Witnesses to the murder recognized them at once. They were positive Barrow was the slayer. And just like that, Barrow was wanted for his third murder. The press and the people demanded that something be done to end his bloody career. Officers didn't need to be pressed. They were working day and night. Governor Sterling revoked the Barrow parole on November 17th, and officers scoured the underworld in scores of cities. Wait, the governor just revoked his parole after he's been on a robbing and murdering spree for about a month now? I guess those are the wheels of bureaucracy churning, huh? All right, back to the story. So the governor's revoked Barrow's parole. Officers are scouring the underworlds in all kinds of towns and cities, but Barrow did not fall before ordinary police routine. His constant and long dashes were hard to follow. He became the most nomadic of all modern bad men. He drove hundreds of miles in a day, robbing when he needed money. A young woman appeared at the bank of Oronago, Missouri, a few miles from Joplin the afternoon of November 23, 1932. She explained to R.A. Norton, 60-year-old cashier, that she wanted to make an affidavit. As he placed his signature and stamp on the document, the young woman casually studied the interior of the institution. When she was gone, the cashier remembered only that she had very, very yellow hair. A week later, 3 men drove up to the bank in a 1931 model Chevrolet sedan. 1 stayed at the wheel. 2, carrying shotguns, dashed into the bank. Cashier Norton saw them coming. Seizing a revolver in his cage, he opened fire. Cursing, the bandits blazed away. With slugs whining around him, the cashier dropped to his knees. One of the bandits snatched up $115. They ran from the bank, piled into the car, and sped west on Main Street. Vigilantes attracted by the shooting were waiting behind an oil truck a block on. They opened fire as the bandits passed. One of the outlaws smashed a car window, thrust out a shotgun, and sprayed the truck with lead. With both groups firing furiously, the car raced on. A farmer saw the bandits abandon the Chevrolet 3 miles out of town and get into a Ford coupe that was driven by a yellow-haired woman. The car bore a Texas license. The Joplin, Missouri Police Department was called in to help. The woman indicated to us that the Barrow gang had made another of its long jumps and invaded our territory. Checking the deserted Chevrolet, we learned that it had been stolen earlier that day on the street at Carthage, Missouri. Carefully examining tourist camps in the vicinity of Carthage, we found that Clyde Barrow and Bonnie Parker and 2 men had stayed several days at a camp about 10 miles east of Carthage. Attendants identified their pictures at once. Several days later, we succeeded in identifying the other bandits as Hollis Hale and Frank Hardy, Dallas criminals. We spread the word that Hardy and Hale were traveling with Barrow and Bonnie, but despite our best efforts, the gang eluded us. 5 days later, we learned they were on another of their phenomenal cross-country jaunts. Doyle Johnson parked his car in front of his home at Belton, Texas, the evening of December 5, 1932, and went inside. A few minutes later, he noticed 2 men trying to start it. A woman waited for them in another car. Johnson dashed from the house. One of the thieves shot at him and missed. The shot did not deter Johnson. He rushed on. Climbing onto the running board, he reached for the throat of the outlaw who had attempted to take his life. The other placed the muzzle of his revolver against Johnson's throat and fired. Johnson fell to the pavement dying. The desperados piled into the car with the woman and escaped. A few hours later, witnesses identified pictures of Clyde Barrow, Bonnie Parker, and Frank Hardy. 4 murders were now charged to Barrow, and still the remarkable luck held. 2 days later, however, the law got a break in its contest with the gang. Raymond Hamilton was arrested by Sheriff W.S. Day when he was observed to be carrying a revolver in a dance hall at Bay City, Michigan. A submachine gun was found in his hotel room. Hamilton said he had split with Barrow after an argument over Bonnie Parker. "He told me she was worth half a dozen of me in a jam," Hamilton complained. "But I must give the girl credit. She is plenty tough. She can handle a pistol with either hand, but those cigars, oh my." When Hamilton was returned to Texas, he received a sentence of 99 years for the Butcher murder, 99 years for a bank robbery in LaGrange County, 25 years for various holdups, and 12 years for motor thefts in Dallas. The state of Oklahoma, satisfied he would be permanently confined, decided not to extradite him for a trial in connection with the murder of Moore at Stringtown. Just before noon, December 31, 1932, 2 bandits rushed into the bank of Grapevine, Texas, scooped up $3,000, and fled in a motor car. A posse gave chase. After a few miles, the bandit car crashed. The outlaws ran into a tract of timber. The posse surrounded them and closed in. 1 man escaped. The other, Les Stewart, was captured. He said his companion was Odell Chandless, a former convict of Dallas. Fleeing toward Dallas, Chandless robbed a milkman near the city limits and continued into town in his truck. Several days later, officers received a tip that Chandless was going to call at the home of Lily McBride, a sister of Raymond Hamilton who lived on County Avenue in West Dallas. January 6, 1933, Lily McBride went to Hillsborough to visit Hamilton in jail there. Officers took advantage of her absence to set a trap for Chandless. Shortly after dark, they took their posts. At about 11:45 p.m., a car drove up. A woman stayed at the wheel with the motor running. A man got out and walked toward the house. Even in the darkness, Deputy Davis recognized Clyde Barrow. Stepping from his cover, he ordered the desperado to halt. Quickly, Barrow whirled. A shotgun flashed. Davis fell dead, shot through the heart. Under a hail of bullets from the house, Barrow ran to the car. Bent low over the wheel, Bonnie Parker sent it speeding into the night. Barrow had committed his 5th murder, and still his luck held. 20 days were to pass before he was seen again, hundreds of miles away. In the meantime, Chandless was arrested at Tampa, Florida, returned to Texas, and sentenced to 35 years in prison. Stewart was sentenced to 25 years. Thomas Purcell, a motorcycle patrolman at Springfield, Missouri, noticed 2 men and a woman eyeing him suspiciously on January 26, 1933. He chased them several blocks to question them. Finally, he forced them to the curb. Before he could draw his revolver, they had their guns on him. They forced him into their car, covered him with a blanket, and drove him out of town. After an all-night search had been conducted for him, Purcell called the Joplin, Missouri police office at 12:30 the next day. He had been released at Poundstone Corner, 12 miles north of Joplin and 200 miles from Springfield. The Joplin office sent for him and heard his story firsthand. His captors admitted they were the Barrow Gang, and Bonnie Parker joked about dyeing her hair. It no longer was the distinguished yellow, it was now a vivid red. The Outlaws had stopped in several towns: Buffalo, Fairplay, Golden City, Carthage, and some others the officer was unable to identify. From Carthage they came to Joplin, drove through the residential section for a few minutes, and then went on to Onarago. At Onarago they stole a battery to replace the one in their car which had been giving them trouble. From Onarago the Outlaws drove to Poundstone Corner where they released Purcell. When last seen they were speeding west toward Carl Junction. Evidently, the gang drove on to Texas because at Marshall, Texas on January 31st, they stole a Ford coupe from R.F. Rosborough. As usual, they immediately set out on another cross-country swing, and 2 weeks later, Sheriff John E. York found the Rosborough car abandoned near Veneta, Oklahoma. While conjecture ran high as to the probable scene of Clyde's next outbreak, Mrs. Buck Barrow appealed to Governor Ferguson of Texas for her husband's freedom. Mrs. Barrow had been given credit for her husband's return to prison after his escape, and she was given a sympathetic hearing. She urged the fact that Buck's voluntary return to serve his sentence indicated a sincere intent to reform. Her plea was backed by the favorable recommendation of Warden W. W. Wade, Assistant Warden R. H. Bond, Secretary of State W. W. Heath, Henry Owlsley of the State Department, V.G. Isaacoff, Director of the Prison Laboratory, E.W. Anderson, Prison Medical Director, and C.E. Garrett, Methodist Prison Chaplain. Holy moly, she had an entire village backing her up on the request. Buck, Clyde Barrow's brother, was granted a full pardon on March 20th, 1933. He went to Dallas. For 3 weeks he visited his parents and other relatives. Then he packed his suitcase and disappeared with his wife. Police immediately became nervous. Informers were ordered to learn where Buck Barrow could be found. They reported he had told friends he was going to see Clyde, who was reported to be hiding in the Arkansas Ozarks. Mrs. Barrow had told acquaintances that Buck had gotten a letter from his brother. He was going to try to persuade him to surrender and go straight. Was Buck Barrow, pardoned convict, really going to solve the problem? Was he really going to try to reform his murderous brother, Clyde Bloody Barrow? Or did his disappearance foreshadow trouble? In less than a week, law enforcement had the answer. And of all the Bloody Barrow crimes to date, the one to come was to be the worst. Sergeant G.B. Collar of the Missouri State Highway Patrol stationed at Joplin was directing his men in the annual roundup of motorists whose cars were not licensed properly when he received a telephone report early in April that several cars bearing tags from out of the state had been behind a garage near 34th Street and Oak Ridge Drive in the Freeman's Grove Addition, a suburb of Joplin. For several days he was too busy to investigate it, but his attention was returned to the matter by an agitated man who went to the sergeant's office and demanded that something be done at once. Vaguely the man hinted that something sinister was taking place out in Freeman's Grove. He pictured persons darting in and out of the living quarters above the garage like frightened animals. Sergeant Collar telephoned Ed Portley, the chief of detectives in Joplin, and asked him if he had received any complaints about the place. Portley said he had not. Collar said he was going to look into the situation. The place, Collar found, was a 2-story stone building on the north side of 34th Street, about 150 feet east of Oak Ridge Drive. On the ground floor was a double garage. A door at the left of the garage entrance as one faced the building opened on a stairway that led to living quarters over the garage. People in the neighborhood were shy and evasive. They didn't want to talk. Plainly, for some reason the sergeant could not determine, they feared the men and women living over the garage. However, Mac Parker, a private watchman in the neighborhood, told of going to the house in uniform on one of his nightly rounds and informing the occupants that he would guard them against burglars for a fee of $1 a month. They received him cordially and employed him. He added the name Callahan to his list of clients. It was the story of a laundryman that convinced Collar something was seriously amiss. The laundryman said the persons living in the building had been his customers for 2 weeks. When he returned their first bundle, the door at the foot of the stairway flew open before he could knock. A small, apparently frightened woman with vivid red hair confronted him. With trembling hands, she reached for the bundle. "I'll carry it upstairs for you," the laundryman offered. "It's almost as big as you are." "No," the woman spoke crisply. "I'll take it. You wait." The laundryman insisted. The woman, glancing nervously up the steps, remained firm, took the bundle upstairs, then descended and paid her bill. The scene repeated the next week. The laundryman got the impression that the woman was deathly afraid for him to see something or someone on the second floor. Sergeant Collar believed he'd stumbled onto a bootleg liquor plant and decided to raid the place. He explained his intention to Chief of Detectives Ed Portley, who assigned Detectives Thomas DeGraff and Harry L. McGinnis to aid him. Collar took Patrolman W.E. Grammer from his own office. Freeman's Grove is just outside Jasper County, so it was necessary for the officers to go to Neosho, Missouri, county seat of Newton County, for a search warrant. There, they added Constable Wes Harriman of Saginaw, Missouri, to the raiding party. The officers swung south out of Joplin's Main Street in 2 cars. As they turned west into 34th Street, Sergeant Collar and Patrolman Grammer were in the lead. DeGraff and Harriman rode on the front seat of the trailing police car, with McGinnis on the rear seat. The plan was to drive around the block before making the raid, but as Collar drove past the house, he saw 2 men standing in the garage door. At the sight of the uniformed state officers, they banged the door shut. "Stop! Stop!" Collar shouted, jamming on his brakes. The garage door opened a crack. A blast from a shotgun sprayed the car with lead. As the state car slid to a halt, DeGraff, driving the police car, whirled the steering wheel and drove straight into the withering fire from the garage. He did not stop until both of the doors of the garage were blocked and the exposed officers were within a dozen feet of the outlaws, who were protected by the stone building. The odds hopelessly against him, Constable Harriman drew his revolver and stepped from the car. His weapon barked once. 10 shotgun slugs tore through his neck and left shoulder. He was dead before he could fire again. Detective McGinnis leaped out. This time his pistol cracked. As he pulled the trigger a 4th time, the arm holding the weapon was ripped off at the elbow. Buckshot showered his face and head. He dropped, unconscious. DeGraff slid from beneath the wheel. Crouched beside the car, he emptied his gun through the garage doors at the assailants he could not see. Evidently sensing that DeGraff's weapon was empty, one of the outlaws dashed from the building, sweeping everything before him with a Browning automatic rifle. Reloading as rapidly as possible, DeGraff was forced to retreat around the east side of the building. Sergeant Collar ran from the state car as soon as it stopped, closely followed by Patrolman Grammer. Grammer took a position between the garage and the large stone house that stood a few yards west of it. He worked toward the rear of the garage. Collar, in the open, his only weapon a revolver, fought a single-handed duel with the Browning-armed desperado. 4 times Collar pitted his puny weapon against the automatic, slowly walking backward toward the corner of the house to the west. Then, suddenly, he tripped over a chicken wire support for the flowers. Taking advantage of the situation, the outlaw darted to the police car and fought to release the brake. Hurriedly drawing himself into a sitting position, Collar took deliberate aim and sent his last shot at the killer. The man screamed with pain and dropped. Furiously, the sergeant reloaded. Stiffly, the outlaw struggled to his feet and staggered into the garage. Striving for a position of advantage, Grammer and DeGraff met behind the garage. "Telephone for help! Get it quick!" Detective DeGraff shouted. Running desperately, Grammer went to a neighboring house and telephoned the Joplin police office. In an instant, detectives were speeding to the battle. Just one question was in Ed Portley's mind. Would they be there in time? As the wounded man entered the garage, another outlaw ran out. Jerking free the brake on the police car, he gave the car a shove. Slowly it coasted down the inclined driveway, gathering speed. Crazily, it swung across 34th Street and crashed against a red oak tree on the south side of the street. The garage doors were unobstructed. Inside the garage, the motor of an automobile roared. A hysterical woman suddenly burst from the garage and ran east down the street. With a grinding of gears, the motor car swept out of the garage. 3 men and a woman were in it, all spraying lead. Desperately, the living officers carried on. The outlaws slowed down as they reached the fleeing woman. A man reached out and grabbed her into the car. The machine gained speed. His gun empty, Sergeant Collar scribbled the license number of the Marmon car as it raced from sight. It was Texas number 279-797. The murderers were gone when reinforcements arrived. The officers divided into groups. One group dashed after the desperados and the others entered the building, seeking clues as to the identities of the fugitives. Detective McGinnis, his life completely despaired of, was rushed immediately to St. John's Hospital, where he died 4 hours later. Men, under the direction of Chief of Detectives Ed Portley, frantically spread over the countryside, searching highways and byways for the escaping killers. George Clemens, a garage operator at 34th and Main Street, saw the bullet-marked car speed past. One man was bent over as though in terrible pain. At that point, law enforcement lost trace of the desperate crew for a moment. It was 4:30 p.m. on April 13, 1933. In one of the 2 rooms over the garage, officers found a meal in preparation. On the dining table was a sheet of paper carrying some penned lines that gave an extraordinary sidelight on the character of one member of this desperate gang. The ink was still wet. With exclamations of astonishment, the officers read this bit of doggerel. Doggerel being a derogatory term for amateur poetry. The poem was entitled The Story of Suicide Sal by Bonnie Parker. So guys, here's what I'm gonna do. Bonnie Parker's poem is pretty long. I can't bring myself to skip it. You gotta hear it, but I also don't want to exit the narrative for too long. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna take our ad break here, except it won't be an ad break. Instead, I'm gonna skip ads and read you the entirety of Bonnie Parker's poem. When we come back, we'll jump right back into the story. So if you don't care about her poem, I mean, shame on you, but go ahead and skip through it. Suicide Sal by Bonnie Parker. We, each of us, have a good alibi for being down here in the joint. But few of them are really justified if you get right down to the point. You've heard of a woman's glory being spent on a downright cur. Still, you can't always judge the story as true being told by her. As long as I stayed on the island and heard confidence tales from the gals, there was only one interesting and truthful. It was the story of Suicide Sal. Now, Sal was a girl of rare beauty, though her features were somewhat tough. She never once faltered from duty to play on the up and up. Sal told me this tale on the evening before she was turned out free, and I'll do my best to relate it, just as she told it to me. I was born on a ranch in Wyoming, not treated like Helen of Troy. I was taught that rods were rulers, and ranked as a greasy cowboy. Then I left my old home for the city to play in its mad dizzy whirl, not knowing how little of pity it holds for a country girl. There I fell for the line of a henchman, a professional killer from Chi. I couldn't help loving him madly. For him even I would die. One year we were desperately happy. Our ill-gotten gains we spent free. I was taught the ways of the underworld. Jack was like a god to me. I got on the FBA payroll to get the inside lay of the job. The bank was churning big money. It looked like a cinch for the mob. 80 grand without even a rumble. Jack was the last with the loot in the door, when the teller dead-aimed a revolver from where they forced him to lie on the floor. I knew I had only a moment. He would surely get Jack as he ran, so I staged a big fade-out beside him and knocked the .45 out of his hand. They rapped me down big at the station and informed me that I'd get the blame for the dramatic stunt pulled on the teller looked to them too much like a game. The police called it a frame-up, said it was an inside job, but I steadily denied any knowledge or dealings with underworld mobs. The gang hired a couple of lawyers, the best fixers in any man's town, but it takes more than lawyers and money when Uncle Sam starts shaking you down. I was charged as a scion of gangland and tried for my wages of sin. The dirty dozen found me guilty, from 5 to 50 years in the pen. I took the rap like good people, and never one squawk did I make. Jack dropped himself on the promise that we'd make a sensational break. Well, to shorten a sad, lengthy story, 5 years have gone over my head, without even so much as a letter. At first, I thought he was dead. but not so long ago I discovered, from a gal in the joint named Lyle, that Jack and his moll had got over, and were living in true gangster style. If he had returned to me sometime, though he hadn't a cent to give, I'd forget all the hell that he'd caused me, and love him as long as I lived. But there's no chance of that ever coming, for he and his moll have no fears that I will die in this prison, or flatten this 50 years. Tomorrow I'll be on the outside, and I'll drop 'em myself on it today. I'll bump 'em if they give me the hot squat, on this island out here in the bay. The iron doors swung wide next morning, for a gruesome woman of waste, who at last had a chance to fix it. Murder showed on her cynical face. Not long ago I read in the paper that a gal on the east side got hot, and when the smoke finally retreated, 2 of gangdom were found on the spot. It related a colorful story of a jilted gangster gal. 2 days later a sub-gun ended the story of Suicide Sal. So that was the poem that officers discovered at the abandoned house on 34th Street in Freeman's Grove, from which the Outlaws had just fled following the gun battle. Police were appalled. The Bloody Barrows had killed for the 6th and 7th time. With 5 dead men mutely accusing her from the grave, Bonnie Parker had been able to pen such a poem as this, and then she'd been able to lay down her pen and calmly take part in 2 more murders. Such obvious evidence of pride in her shameful crimes infuriated the officers who had just seen their bleeding comrades. 5 high-powered rifles and a revolver were dragged out of the closet. In a suitcase were found 3 official-looking documents. One of them was the certificate of pardon issued just 3 weeks before to Buck Barrow. Another was the certificate that marked the marriage of Buck to Blanche Caldwell while he was a fugitive from the Texas Penitentiary in 1931. The third was a motor car registration certificate issued to Carl Beatty, 1010 East Jefferson Street, Dallas, Texas. It was for a 1929 Marmon sedan, Texas license number 279-797, motor number T-8692. The killers had escaped in that car. Could Carl Beatty have been the third man in the gang? Joplin's chief of detectives hurried a telegram to the Dallas police asking them to check up on him. One other discovery seemed to have some potential value as evidence. It was a camera containing a roll of film. Rushing the film to a photographer, police waited impatiently while it was developed. Great as had been the challenge of Bonnie's poem, it was mild compared to the taunt that screamed at law enforcement from the finished photographs. In the center of 3 pictures was the stag-handled revolver taken from Officer Purcell at Springfield. It was evident that the Outlaws considered the Purcell episode a great joke. In one picture, Clyde Barrow, smiling broadly, wore the weapon in a holster. Facing him, with a shotgun held at his stomach, Bonnie Parker reached her left hand to the weapon. And if you guys have checked out Kinda Murdery's social media, whether Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, or TikTok, by the way, I created a short promotional video for the Bonnie and Clyde story that includes the photos that are being referred to here. So if you haven't seen them, go check it out at Kinda Murdery on any social media. The revolver in the other pictures hung on the radiator cap of a Ford bearing 1933 Texas license number 587-956. A collection of shotguns and rifles leaned against the bumper. Clyde posed with the guns in one instance and Buck in the other. A 4th exposure showed Bonnie in front of the car. A 5th showed Buck and his wife, Blanche Caldwell Barrow. The pictures were unusually clear. Because they were the latest likenesses of the badly wanted criminals, Chief of Detectives Ed Portley ordered hundreds of copies made, and as fast as they were printed, mailed them to other officers. After 2 days of terrific work, he received a telephone call from Detective Lieutenant J.W. Fritz at Dallas. His men had found Carl Beatty. Lieutenant Fritz explained that Beatty was an absolutely reputable man and had made a sworn statement concerning the Marmon escape car. I received the statement in the mail the next morning. Beatty said he had known Buck Barrow 10 years. He had sold him the Marmon March 29th and had received 2 Ford Coupes and $100 in payment. The identity of the third man in the gang remained as deep a mystery as ever. Joplin detectives worked anxiously through the discouraging days to obtain some fresh trace of the Barrow gang. More and more, they became convinced that the Bloody Barrows had set off on another of their migratory flights through the country. Consequently, they widened the scope of their appeal until almost every community in the nation was reached. Confirmation of the theory was not long in coming. Pictures of the much-wanted criminals appeared in the Cleveland, Ohio newspaper the morning of April 18th. That afternoon, Steve Fronius of 12903 Oakfield Avenue, an employee of the Walsh Transportation Company, picked up 2 women hitchhikers at 79th Street and Euclid Avenue. They told them they were from Dallas, Texas, and intended visiting in turn Columbus, Chillicothe, Ohio, and Annapolis, Maryland. By the way, guys, I don't always have time to look up the correct pronunciations of every place, so I apologize if I horribly butcher any of these place names, like Chillicothe, for example. Please feel free to reach out, kindamurdery@gmail.com or at kindamurdery on social media, and correct me. I'd love to be corrected. I'd love to meet you. I'll send you some Kinda Murdery stickers. All right, back to the story. So the women who said they were from Texas had a list of places they were planning to visit. So, directing them to United States Highway number 42, Fronius let the women out at 9th Street and Prospect Avenue. A few hours later, they appeared at the office of the Walsh Transportation Company, explaining that they had left a pair of riding boots in the car. They obtained the boots and left, but not before several persons saw them. That night, when Fronius read his morning paper, he recognized Blanche Caldwell Barrow and Bonnie Parker as his passengers of earlier in the day. He hurried to the office of George J. Matowitz, chief of police, where he told his story. Matowitz notified Joplin, and they rushed pictures of the women to him by airmail. Soon, the Joplin police had word from Matowitz that the pictures had been identified by Fronius and 6 others who saw the women. The police of a dozen Ohio cities snapped into action, trying to draw the fugitives into a trap. The question arose as to what had become of the men in the gang. None of the witnesses had seen men with the women. Was it possible that the deluge of publicity had sent them to cover, that it had put an end to their mad dashes? Police hoped it had. They felt it would be easier to capture them if they held to one locality. With startling decisiveness, the delusions that the police entertained on that score were swept aside. B.D. Darby, an undertaker, sat in his boarding house at Rushton, Louisiana, the evening of April 27th, talking to Miss Sophie Stone of Mansfield, Louisiana, home demonstration agent for Lincoln Parish. His motor car was parked in front of the house. Miss Stone's car stood directly behind it. Uttering a sudden exclamation, I imagine something like, "What the hell?" Darby leapt to his feet and dashed out the door. Surprised at the sudden interruption of the quiet conversation, Miss Stone followed. Darby's car was moving away from the curb. In it were 3 men and 2 women. One of the men waved and called back, "Thanks, buddy." "Why, they're stealing my car," the undertaker shouted. "Get in mine, let's follow them," Miss Stone urged. With the courageous Miss Stone beside him, Darby fell in behind the thieves. The outlaws speeded up, but Darby kept the pace. Miles flashed by. Neither car seemed to gain an advantage. Then, near Hyco, the thieves began to draw away. It was obvious Darby could not catch them. Unless he did something at once, they would escape. The nearest town was Hyco. If he could reach officers there in time, his car might be saved. Spinning around, Darby raced for the town. Miss Stone looked back over her shoulder. A cry of alarm escaped her. "They're following us." A glance told Darby she was right. The outlaws were chasing them. Fear for the safety of the brave woman seized the man. Thrusting the accelerator down hard, he hurled the car over the highway, but foot by foot the criminals gained. Swinging alongside, they forced Darby to a ditch. Guns bristling in their hands, the thieves piled from Darby's car. "You're not so smart, bucko. Hop out of there." Roughly, the outlaws pushed Darby and Miss Stone into the stolen car, swung it around, and sped north. When Darby and Miss Stone failed to return to the boarding house, Sheriff A.J. Thigpen of Rushton was notified. Quickly, he placed all highways from the city under guard, but the outlaws slipped through. Several hours passed. The silence concerning Darby and Miss Stone remained unbroken as time ticked away. Sheriff Thigpen's telephone rang about 8 o'clock. "Oh, thank God they're safe," he exclaimed as he hung up the receiver. Darby and Miss Stone, after a ride of 125 miles, had been released near Magnolia, Arkansas. Their captors gave them $5 on which to return home. They hurried to Magnolia, where they reported their release to officers. While they telephoned Rushton, Magnolia authorities rushed after the outlaws. The stolen car was sighted passing through Hope, Arkansas, some 300 miles south of Joplin at about 8 o'clock. Then, the Ozark Hills seemed to swallow it. Believing that the kidnappers might continue north, Sheriff Thigpen telephoned Chief of Detectives Ed Portley in Joplin. This next section of the story is told in Chief Portley's own words. The gang sounded like the Barrows. I had learned that they sometimes worked in Arkansas. In the stock of one of the rifles taken after the Joplin murders, I found a receipt showing that the weapon had been purchased by a man in Bowles, Scott County, about 100 miles from Hope, Arkansas. It had been stolen from him. I asked Sheriff Thigpen to have the victims view pictures of the Barrow gang. A little later, he called me again. He'd intercepted Darby and Miss Stone at Waldo, Arkansas. They had identified the Barrow brothers, Mrs. Blanche Caldwell Barrow and Bonnie Parker, but there was no inkling of the identity of the third man. While possemen poured into the hills of northwestern Arkansas, Joplin police distributed thousands of posters offering a reward of $1,000 for the arrest of the Barrow brothers. The governor of Missouri offered $400 of the amount, Joplin $200, Jasper County $200, and Newton County $200. Warned by the long jump from Cleveland to Louisiana that the killers could still be expected almost anywhere, police all over the Midwest and Southwest waited alertly. The feared news came suddenly. The gangsters dashed into Broken Bow, Oklahoma near the point of their disappearance after the Louisiana kidnapping on the evening of April 28th. Brutally beating an attendant, they robbed a filling station of a few dollars. With officers close on them, the killers raced west through Hugo and Durant, and finally, under the cover of night, they apparently circled to the safety of the hills. 2 weeks passed. Exhausting every device known to police work, law enforcement failed utterly to find the least trace of the desperados. A bandit ran into a filling station at Fort Dodge, Iowa, May 16, 1933, robbed the attendant and escaped in a car which had been left parked a block away. The attendant was unable to tell whether other persons were in the car. The victim was reporting the robbery in the office of John P. Lecrae, chief of police, when his eyes fell on a reward poster tacked to the wall. "Why, there's the man!" he exclaimed. He pointed to a picture of Buck Barrow. The gang had made another of its long sweeps. 3 days later, 2 men and 2 women drove into Okabena, Minnesota, 130 miles north in a dark green Ford V8 sedan. One of the women had bright red hair. The car stopped. The red-headed woman stayed at the wheel. The men swooped into the First State Bank. Driving bank officers and employees before them, they herded them into a vault, took $2,500, and ran to the car. The holdup had been witnessed. Townspeople opened fire from the sidewalks. Bullets thudded into the body of the car as it pulled away. Knocking glass from the windows, the bandits enveloped the street in a shower of flying lead. The 2 men used shotguns and one of the women a high-powered rifle. For a moment, the battle raged furiously, but it was impossible to face the outlaw barrage and live. Slowly, the defenders fell back into the shelter of buildings, and the bandits escaped. Bank employees identified pictures of the Barrow Gang. The Minnesota State Bureau of Criminal Apprehension joined the Iowa State Bureau of Investigation in an effort to hem in the bandits. Roads were barricaded. Investigators went into the underworlds of the larger cities, ready to mark any newcomers, and marshals in smaller towns carefully questioned all strangers. While that energetic effort was being made, the law won another point in its battle with the gang. Frank Hardy and Hollis Hale were arrested at Waco when they called on a young woman who had been shadowed after it became known she associated with the fugitives. Hardy was taken to the county jail at Temple, Texas, to be held for trial in connection with the murder of Doyle Johnson. Hale was returned to Missouri and questioned carefully. He confirmed every detail of the Onarago bank robbery as it had been constructed by the police, but he could tell them nothing of the whereabouts of the Barrow brothers who had slipped through the net spread for them in Minnesota and Iowa. Hard as he was, Hale admitted he had left the Barrow gang because they were too desperate. He was sentenced to 20 years in Missouri Penitentiary for his part in the Onarago robbery. It was with satisfaction that the police saw him off to prison, but the bigger problem, the capture of the Barrow brothers themselves, was as far from a solution as ever. They had again dropped out of sight, but heartbreaking past experience told law enforcement that they would not be missing long. And indeed, that dread assumption would prove true. Steve Pritchard, a farmer living on the Salt Fork River 7 miles north of Wellington, Texas, sat on his front porch on Saturday night, April 10, 1933, talking to Lonzo Carter, who lived at the Pritchard home. Pritchard heard the roar of a motor. Looking up, he saw a car speeding down the highway toward them. It was only a few hundred miles away. "Well, gee, that fellow is really traveling," he remarked to Carter. Before Carter could answer, the car lurched over an embankment and disappeared. In an instant, flames leaped high in the darkness. Bounding to their feet, Pritchard and Carter sprinted toward the scene of the accident. The fire burned brighter. As they neared, they could see the car. It had landed top down. And we're going to pause our story right here. Did all the members of the Bloody Barrow gang survive the crash? Is their reign of terror ended? Or is this just one more hiccup in their seemingly indefatigable quest to rain robbery and murder across 2/3 of the United States? The capture of the Barrow brothers themselves was as far from a solution as ever. They had again dropped out of sight, but heartbreaking past experience told law enforcement that they would not be missing long. And indeed, that dread assumption would prove true. Steve Pritchard, a farmer living on the Salt Fork River 7 miles north of Wellington, Texas, sat on his front porch on Saturday night, April 10, 1933, talking to Lonzo Carter, who lived at the Pritchard home. Pritchard heard the roar of a motor. Looking up, He saw a car speeding down the highway toward them. It was only a few hundred miles away. "Well, gee, that fellow is really traveling," he remarked to Carter. Before Carter could answer, the car lurched over an embankment and disappeared. In an instant, flames leaped high in the darkness. Bounding to their feet, Pritchard and Carter sprinted toward the scene of the accident. The fire burned brighter. As they neared, they could see the car. It had landed top down. Illuminated by tongues of flame, two men were tugging a third person pinned in the wreckage. Suddenly, the flames reached out. The pain-born scream of a woman split the night. With a final burst of speed, Pritchard and Carter reached the car. "Help us! Help us!" one of the men pleaded. Facing the almost unbearable heat, the farmers bent their shoulders to the task. The hot metal scorched their hands, and acrid fumes tortured their lungs as their muscles taunted. With a desperate heave, they lifted the car. A red-haired young woman was dragged from the tangled mass and carried to the roadside, where she writhed with pain. Her arms were seared to the shoulders, and the lower part of her face was white with blisters. Pritchard and Carter looked up and down the road, hoping to stop a passing motorist and get the woman to a doctor. The men with her ran back to the car and jerked something from the rear seat. "Where do you live?" Angered by the curt tone of the question, Pritchard was about to give a sharp retort. He forgot the intention. Suddenly, the farmers were covered by automatic rifles. Pritchard pointed toward his home. "Carry the girl up there." There was nothing to do but obey. With the rifles close at their backs, Pritchard and Carter carried the young woman to the house and laid her on a bed. Quickly, Pritchard prepared a paste of baking soda and spread it on her burns. The gunman moved throughout the house nervously, as though uncertain what to do. The woman was suffering terribly. Her groans echoed through the rooms. Plainly, she needed medical attention. "Let me call an ambulance," Pritchard pleaded. "The girl should be in a hospital." No, we can't afford to do that," the outlaw vetoed the suggestion. "It's impossible. You'll have to take care of her." For several minutes, the bandits kept the nervous pacing. Then one of them said, "You watch these fellows. I'm going back to the car to get the rest of those guns." Left with only one guard, Carter watched his chance. Catching the outlaw in a second's relaxation, the farmer sprang toward the rear door. The desperado whirled. He shouted, "Come back here," and raised his rifle, but Carter was gone. He ran madly to a neighboring farmhouse and telephoned Sheriff George Corey at Wellington. Corey picked up City Marshal Paul Hardy on the street and sped toward the Pritchard home. "I should kill you for that," the guard threatened Pritchard. "Well, I've done everything you told me to do, and I'm not responsible for what that fellow does," the farmer insisted. The bandit seemed to weigh the defense for a moment. Then he said, "Well, I guess you're right." A sharp rap sounded at the back door. With a cry of rage, the outlaw whirled and brought his gun into position. Expecting an answering blast, Pritchard leaped to cover. The desperado's rifle roared. From outside there came a scream of pain that froze both men in their tracks and brought a look of surprise and disbelief to their faces. The scream had come from a woman. Springing to the door, Pritchard swung it open. Into the house staggered his daughter-in-law, Mrs. Jack Pritchard, who lived nearby. Sobbing, she held out her mangled right hand. Herding the injured woman and Pritchard before him, the outlaw drove them through the house into the front yard. Jumping from her bed at the sound of the shot, the badly burned woman followed. In a moment, the second outlaw panted to the house, his arms filled with rifles. Soon, a car swung into the Pritchard driveway. It skidded to a stop at the back of the house, and two men got out. Sheriff Corey and Marshal Hardy burst in the back door, revolvers ready for action. Finding the house empty, they went to the front porch and peered into the darkness. They were silhouetted sharply against the lights in the house. Unseen by the authorities, the outlaws crept toward them. Slipping alongside the porch, they gained positions behind the unsuspecting men. Suddenly they leapt out, whisked the weapons from the officers, jerked a pair of handcuffs from the pocket of Marshal Hardy, and fastened the pair together. The entire capture was accomplished in one unbelievably fast, coordinated gesture. The surprise had been so complete that the brave effort to resist made by the officers was predestined to failure. Hopelessly trapped, the luckless captives were forced into Sheriff Corey's car. The outlaws piled in after them and fled with their hostages. Pritchard hurried his daughter-in-law to a hospital where it was said it might be necessary to amputate her hand. Then, he organized a search for the kidnapped officers. Fearing that the captives would meet death at the hands of the desperate men, scores of citizens responded to the alarm, and authorities in the surrounding towns stopped all cars in an effort to intercept the abductors. But protected by the darkness, the outlaws in less than an hour dashed from the Texas Panhandle into western Oklahoma. 3 hours later, while his anxious neighbors still searched, Sheriff Corey telephoned authorities at Sayre, Oklahoma, that he and Marshal Hardy had been released unharmed near Eric, Oklahoma. Their captors, the sheriff said, fled westward toward Pampa, Texas. On the road between Eric and Pampa, officers found Sheriff Corey's car, but the fugitives, taking to side roads, eluded them. After they seized the officers, the desperados drove madly until they crossed the Texas line. Once in Oklahoma, their spirits brightened. They chided their prisoners. "You're in a fine pickle," one of the men told the sheriff. "I'm Clyde Barrow. Guess what that means for you?" Grimly, the sheriff thought that it probably didn't mean anything pleasant. A short distance outside of Eric, the outlaws were met by a man in another car. They talked to him a moment, then the three approached the captives. "This is just as good a place as any to get rid of these fellows," one of them said. The officers were ordered out of the car. Their hearts sinking, they were marched to a tree that stood in a pasture near the road. Some barbed wire was twisted from a fence. With it, they were bound securely to an oak. "Are we going to kill these men?" the newcomer asked. "Nah," Clyde Barrow replied. "I've had them with me so long I'm beginning to like them." The outlaws returned to the cars and drove away. 30 minutes later, the officers succeeded in freeing themselves and hurried to a farmhouse and telephoned news of their release. As soon as Chief of Detectives Ed Portley heard of the Wellington affair, he telephoned Sheriff Corey. Corey told him he'd examined the pictures of the Barrow brothers and was certain they had been his captors. The woman, he said, was Bonnie Parker. He had been unable to identify the third man. Portley assumed he probably was the mysterious third man who had been present at the Joplin murders. The sheriff said he believed Bonnie's burns were serious, and it was his opinion that the gang would have to hole up somewhere until she recovered. It seemed he was right. The bloody Barrows were not seen for 10 days. H.D. Humphrey, who had been a marshal of Alma, Arkansas, less than 2 months, was walking past the commercial bank the morning of Thursday, June 22, 1933. Suddenly, he was grabbed from behind. His arms were pinned at his side, and a hand was pressed over his mouth. Lifting him bodily, the assailant carried him into the bank and bound him to a pillar. Recovering from his surprise, the marshal looked about him. 2 bandits armed with rifles were in the bank. One of them held the employees at bay, while the other rolled a small safe over the marble floor, through the door, and onto a waiting truck. The robbers escaped with $3,600. The looting was accomplished before persons passing on the street were aware it was even taking place. By the time the news was spread, the bandits had a good start, and although a pursuit was started, the outlaws succeeded in reaching some inaccessible hideout in the Ozark Mountains. While no one blamed Marshal Humphrey for his unfortunate capture, he was deeply humiliated by the experience. To intimates, he confided that he would never rest until he had sent the bank bandits to prison. The next evening, June 23rd, 2 bandits rushed into the Piggly Wiggly grocery store at Fayetteville, Arkansas, 50 miles south of Alma, just at closing time. Shouting threats of death at the clerks, the outlaws emptied the cash till and fled toward United States Highway No. 71 toward Alma. Witnesses to the robbery obtained good descriptions of the bandits and their car, which was a 1933 model Ford carrying Indiana license number 225-464. Officers at Fayetteville telephoned Vernon Humphrey, son of the Alma marshal, and gave him the descriptions of the gangsters and the license number. Young Humphrey was a manager of the AHC garage situated on Highway No. 71 at the outskirts of Alma. The robbers, if they stayed on the highway, would have to pass his garage. Vernon Humphrey at once warned his father and A.M. Salyers, deputy sheriff of Crawford County. Salyers in his car picked up Marshal Humphrey, and they drove to the garage where the marshal's son gave them detailed information. Salyers saw the look of determination that came onto the marshal's face as he heard the description. The deputy knew what it meant, but he didn't say anything. It was Marshal Humphrey who mentioned the matter. "Sounds like those fellows in the bank," he remarked coolly. "Let's go get 'em." Armed only with revolvers, the officers started out the highway toward Fayetteville to meet the fleeing bandits. About 2 miles out, they saw another car approaching. Deputy Salyers slowed down. So did the other car. It was Weber Wilson, night manager of the AHC garage, who was on his way to work. Salyers was about to stop when he noticed another car behind Wilson's driving at a high speed. Swerving to the side of the road, Salyers called to Wilson, "Don't stop or that fellow will run over you." The warning came too late. With a terrific crash, the speeding car banged into Wilson's and bounced back, its motor disabled, its front wheels crushed. Wilson's car tilted and rolled over. Flying glass whizzed about the garageman's head as his car struck the pavement. Blood flowed from deep gashes on his face as he crawled free of the wreck. Wilson was furious. Believing the driver of the car which struck his was a drunk, he snatched up 2 large rocks and started after him. Suddenly, he dropped the rocks and ran for his life toward a patch of timber. The officers were about 75 yards past the wrecked cars when Deputy Salyers stopped his automobile. It seemed impossible that anyone could have escaped the crash uninjured. They started toward the cars on a run. Suddenly, Marshal Humphrey shouted a warning and whipped out his revolver. He had recognized the license plate number of the bandit car. Salyers, taking in the situation, drew his pistol. The officers ran on. 50 yards from the bandits, Marshal Humphrey shouted, "Put up your hands!" The bandits threw open the front doors of their car and took shelter behind them. Guns flashed in their hands, but the exposed officers did not hesitate. Straight toward the shielded desperados they ran, with Salyers in the lead and Marshal Humphrey 3 feet behind him on the left. Salyers directed his attention to the man behind the right door of the car. Humphrey charged the other. The rattle of gunfire split the evening air. Bullets from a Browning automatic rifle whined past the deputy's head. Then the other bandit opened up. His shotgun roared. Marshal Humphrey staggered as slugs tore through his chest, but he did not falter. His revolver barked on until another blast from the shotgun dropped him helpless. With Humphrey down, Deputy Sawyer faced the gangsters alone, exchanging shots with the rifle-armed bandits at a range of less than 20 yards. The shotgun swung toward him. The bandit aimed deliberately. Salyers glimpsed him out of the corner of his eye. He realized that his life hung on a split second. Desperately, he whirled and sent his last shot at the man's head. He missed. The bandit smiled grimly as the hammer of the deputy's weapon snapped on an empty cartridge. He pulled the trigger, but there was no explosion. The shotgun had jammed. The outlaw reached into the car and jerked out another Browning automatic. It was impossible for the deputy to face the 2 weapons without a weapon of his own. Reloading as he went, he ran to the corner of a farmhouse a few dozen yards away. With the deputy in temporary retreat, the desperados abandoned the protection of the car doors. One of them bent over the mortally wounded Humphrey and snarled, "I ought to finish you right now." "Go ahead," Humphrey defied them. "I think you've already finished me." His revolver reloaded, Deputy Salyers stepped out from behind the house and renewed the battle. The bandits answered. Chips flew from the house a few inches from the officer's head. Bullets passed entirely through the house and lodged in the barn yards away. Salyers charged into the deadly hail. Snatching Marshal Humphrey's empty revolver from the ground, the bandits ran to Salyers' car and sped north. As long as the car was in sight, the deputy kept up his fire. When the battle was over, more than 200 empty shells littered the ground. Cars traveling the highway were stopped by the battle. A traffic jam resulted. Salyers loaded the marshal into one of these cars. After emergency treatment at Alma, Humphrey was taken to a hospital at Fort Smith, Arkansas, where he died 4 days later. The Bloody Barrows had dealt death for the 8th time. Deputy Salyers and 6 motorists named Buck as the man who shot the marshal. The dying officer weakly agreed. The second man had not been identified. He was said to move stiffly. Perhaps he was the mystery third man in the Joplin affair, the fellow who shot Sergeant Collar. When Deputy Salyers reported the battle, Sheriff Maxey and Chief Deputy W.S. Bushmayer, with deputies Joe Simpson and Clyde Peavy, Homer Mitchell, and Bruce Jackson, rushed to the scene. The officers assumed command of rapidly organized posses. Hotly, they pressed the search in all directions. Our hearts leapt as news came from the manhunters. The posse led by Chief Deputy Bushmayer was pressing the outlaws closely. 7 miles north of Alma, they found Salyers' car. A tire was blown, and beside it stood a Mr. and Mrs. Lofton of Fort Smith. The outlaws had forced them from their car, loaded half a dozen rifles and several boxes of ammunition, and sped on. They were only a few minutes ahead. Swiftly, the posse men pushed on. Persons along the way kept them posted on the progress of the fugitives. Suddenly, news came that caused the searchers to shout for joy. The desperados had turned into a mountain trail near Winslow. It was a dead-end road. The slayers had driven into a natural trap. Eagerly, the manhunters went on. Soon, they saw the bandit car. They formed a circle. Weapons ready, they closed in. But there was no deadly charge from outlaw guns. The killers were in the underbrush on foot. The pursuit was so close they'd left behind their weapons and ammunition. At the most, they had only revolvers. Anxiously pressing the advantage, possemen swarmed over the mountainside. Meanwhile, Sheriff John B. Williams of Sebastian County was visited by a physician who'd treated a red-headed woman for burns in a tourist camp near Fort Smith. She gave a name of Mrs. Ruth McCrae of Houston, Texas. Could she be Bonnie Parker? Sheriff Williams investigated. He learned that the Barrow Gang, including the mysterious third man, had arrived at the camp at 3 o'clock on the morning of June 15th and had left at 10:40 the night of June 23rd, shortly after the shooting at Alma. Investigation of the car abandoned at Alma revealed it was stolen at Hutchinson, Kansas on June 14th. Apparently, after releasing the officer kidnapped at Wellington, Texas, the gang had hidden in the Texas Panhandle a day or two. Afterwards, they swung into western Kansas, then circled the Arkansas Ozarks and probably crossed part of Oklahoma. It seemed that the gang was finally at the mercy of law enforcement, who regarded it as only a matter of hours until they closed in on them. Bonnie Parker was in too painful a condition to travel well. The killers, almost unarmed, were afoot in territory well known to the possemen. Through the night, possemen searched the brush. Morning found them still pushing on in the direction of Winslow. Suddenly, news came that indicated the bandits were still in the vicinity. Mrs. John Rogers heard steps in the yard of her mountain home. Stepping outside, she met two men who appeared tired. Torn clothes and unshaved faces told her they'd spent some time in the brush. Sensing that the men were fleeing something, she started back in the house. Whipping out a revolver, one of the men stopped her. "Give us the keys to your car," he commanded. "I'll not do it, and you can't make me." The terrified woman bravely defied them. With a snarl of rage, the second outlaw picked up a chain from the ground. Savagely, he brought it down across the back and shoulders of the helpless woman. But Mrs. Rogers made no outcry. "Now will you give them to us?" "No, I won't. Not if you kill me." Again and again the chain fell. The desperado did not relent until his victim sank to the ground, hardly conscious. "If you won't give us the keys, we'll fix the car so nobody can use it." The bandits gave the car a shove. It rolled toward the brink of a 50-foot cliff. Exerting all her strength, the woman staggered to her feet and ran toward the car. A revolver was leveled at her. "Don't touch it or we'll kill you." Mrs. Rogers paid no attention. She climbed on the running board, gave the steering wheel a twist, and sent the car against a tree. When she looked around, the outlaws were fleeing into the woods at the rear of her home. My goodness. Mrs. Rogers is a freaking hero. That woman is so brave. There was a rustling of the underbrush at her back. Possemen streamed out of the woods. Halting only to hear Mrs. Rogers' story, the manhunters rushed on. With the memory of the bruised woman fresh in their minds, they were in no mood to deal gently with the beasts of prey that fled before them. While possemen circled the district adjoining the Rogers home and began to close in on their quarry, a man followed Dr. Julian Fields along the streets of Enid, Oklahoma. When Dr. Fields went into his home, he left his medicine kit in his car parked on the curb. The man stepped to the car, hastily examined the kit, slipped under the steering wheel, and drove away. The fellow fitted the description of Clyde Barrow. Was Bonnie Parker receiving treatment for her burns somewhere near Enid? It seemed likely. Enlisting the aid of volunteers, officers began a foot-by-foot investigation of the territory around Enid. Success, at last, seemed within reach. The outlaws were on the run. They'd left nearly all their guns behind. A few hours at most should see them captured. And then, a small bandit burst into the National Guard armory at Enid and escaped with 50 Army automatics and armloads of ammunition. Uh-oh. He was identified as Clyde Barrow. Clyde was preparing to make a last desperate effort to save his trapped brother, the mysterious man with him, and of course to protect the badly burned and injured Bonnie Parker. With a small arsenal of death-dealing weapons in their possession, where will the outlaw Barrows strike next? How many more lives will be snuffed out before these desperados are captured? Is Bonnie Parker through, or will she again play a part in the murderous depredations of the vicious gang? We'll find out as Kinda Murdery continues after the break. And welcome back, everyone. Thank you for taking a moment to support the brands who support Kinda Murdery. I'm going to jump back into the story pretty quick here. We've got quite a bit to cover, but I quickly wanted to shout out Cody Pierce from Belton, Texas, who will be my next sticker recipient. And also, I wanted to shout out Brian Vegso from Las Vegas, Nevada. Thank you, Cody and Brian, for being such good friends of the show. Okay, I also have 3 quick reminders that I feel like I was remiss not mentioning in Thursday's episode. The first, as you know, is that I have cerebral palsy and that I would love for Kinda Murdery to become a support network for people with disabilities. So if you or someone you know has a disability, physical or otherwise, and they'd like someone to connect with, someone to reach out to for support, please feel free to contact the show, kindamurdery@gmail.com or @kindamurdery on all social media. I think it's so important that we continue to share stories of the unique experiences that people with different challenges go through. Speaking of challenges, that leads me to my second reminder. Please don't forget, if you're struggling with depression, suicidal thoughts, mental health, or substance abuse issues, there is a new, free 3-digit number, 988. Program it into your phone. If you're in acute crisis, please do dial 988, where you will be connected immediately with someone who's there to talk to you, with someone who cares. And please do remember that you're loved and people do care. And if you're not in acute crisis, but you would still love to make a connection, feel free, again, to reach out to the show, kindamurdery@gmail.com or @kindamurdery on all social media. I care. I'm here for you. Okay, third reminder, a little more self-serving. Please do leave reviews. When you leave a review, it triggers algorithms on the podcast platforms that makes the show more visible, helps the audience grow, and inspires me to continue telling stories and hopefully, if possible, to do a better and better job. So if you could just take a moment and leave a review for Kinda Murdery, that would be so awesome. In fact, I'd like to share with you a review I just received, not because it's someone saying they love the show, but because what it says about the community that we're building together. This is from Pat D2 Foxfire. It says, "Love it. Look forward to it. I love every single one of these well-researched and produced episodes, very different than many other true crime podcasts I've listened to, and in the most positive way. Additionally, hats off to Zevon Odelberg's work and efforts to share his story as well as reach out to others, making each of us feel like part of the family." Thank you so much, Pat D2 Foxfire. That means so much to me. You understand exactly what I'm trying to do, and I really appreciate that comes through. And with that, it's time to get back to the desperate flight of the Bloody Barrow Gang. Wheels, Barrows, and Blood, the Badlands Romance of Bonnie and Clyde, Part 3, resumes now. Success at last seemed within reach. The outlaws were on the run. They'd left nearly all their guns behind. A few hours at most should see them captured. And then a small bandit burst into the National Guard armory at Enid and escaped with 50 Army automatics and armloads of ammunition. Uh-oh. He was identified as Clyde Barrow. Clyde was preparing to make a last desperate effort to save his trapped brother, the mysterious man with him, and of course to protect the badly burned and injured Bonnie Parker. Every precaution was taken to guarantee that the possemen would be able to match arms with the Bloody Barrows. Scores of rifles and a dozen machine guns were rushed into the mountains. Scouts were sent ahead of the main body of the posse to guard against ambush. Everyone regarded a battle as imminent. In the midst of this almost military movement, a story came to us through underworld informers in Dallas, hundreds of miles away. Clyde Barrow, it's being whispered in various dives, had reached his brother Buck. They had slipped through the posse lines in the dark and were speeding north with the weapons stolen from the Enid Armory, intending to release a brother from the federal penitentiary at Leavenworth, Kansas. We'd never heard before that there was a Barrow in Leavenworth and considered the story a ruse to divert our attention from the manhunt. Nevertheless, we notified the United States Bureau of Investigation, which sent agents to Leavenworth to investigate. They found a man named Barrow in prison, but after exhaustive examination proved he was not related to the killers. The careful search in the Ozarks extended into 2 days. Then, on July 18, 1933, 3 men and 2 women in a Ford sedan swept into Fort Dodge, Iowa, and robbed 3 filling stations in quick succession. Victims went to the office of Willis Belknap, chief of the Police Bureau of Identification, and identified pictures of the Barrows, Blanche Caldwell Barrow and Bonnie Parker. They were unable to point out the third man. Bonnie Parker, they said, still wore bandages on her arms. Word that the Barrow Gang was back in that part of the state spread quickly. The next morning, a farmer reported to Police Chief John P. McCrae that a group fitting the description of the bandits had camped on his place several days prior to the robberies. The chief found the campsite strewn with bandages smeared with salve. A physician identified the ointment as a brand commonly used in the treatment of burns. Hours before Chief LeCrae visited the camp near Fort Dodge, 3 men and 2 women in a Ford sedan drove to the Red Crown Cabin Camp at the junction of United States Highway 71 and Missouri State Highway number 59, 6 miles southeast of Platte City, Missouri. It was 10 o'clock the night of July 18th. The car stopped at twin cabins connected by a double garage. The men and 1 woman remained in the car. The second woman, whose hair was red and who wore bandages on her arms, sounds like Bonnie Parker to me, rented the cabins for the night from Delbert Crabtree, attendant at the filling station operated in conjunction with the tourist camp. She paid in small change. 2 men and 1 woman moved into the cabin on the left as one faced the building. The other man and a woman took the cabin on the right. The car was run in the garage at once and the doors were closed. Shortly, the red-haired woman returned to the filling station and purchased 5 sandwiches and 5 bottles of beer. Again, she paid in small change. The cabin rental was renewed the next day by the red-haired woman who purchased chicken dinners that came to $10. The bills were paid with nickels, dimes, and quarters. The men and the second woman never showed themselves outside of the cabins. The afternoon of Thursday, June 19th, Crabtree related these unusual circumstances to M.D. Hauser, his employer. That evening, Hauser reported the matter to Captain William Baxter in command of the Kansas City area of the Missouri State Highway Patrol. Suspecting from the descriptions that the gang was the Barrows, Captain Baxter hurried to Platte City to confer with Sheriff Holt Coffey of Platte County. Shortly after Captain Baxter left, a man walked from the left cabin. He waved down a car on the highway and rode toward Platte City. He was a small fellow, about 5 feet 7 inches tall. He seemed to be about 20 years old and wore a blue shirt open at the collar. He wore no hat. Captain Baxter and Sheriff Coffey decided to raid the cabins. The captain took Sergeant Thomas Whitecotton and Patrolman L.A. Ellis from his force. The sheriff called in Deputy Sheriffs George Borden and Lincoln Baker, Deputy Constables Byron Fisher and Thomas Hullett, and his son Clarence Coffey, 19, who was not deputized. The group went to the junction to look over the situation and plan the attack. Sheriff Coffey proposed to raid the place at once. Captain Baxter was in favor of waiting for the suspects to emerge. He questioned the legal status of the raid. The officers had no search warrant. D.R. Clevenger, prosecutor of Platte County, walked into a Platte City drugstore about 8 o'clock. He noticed a small man at a counter purchasing bandages and salve. The fellow wore a blue shirt open at the collar. A man walked into the store and called to Prosecutor Clevenger. "Say, I noticed there's a lot of officers out there at the junction. What's going on there?" Gathering up his purchases, the man at the counter rushed from the store. Clevenger noticed he was in a hurry but thought nothing of it. And then the prosecutor telephoned the Hauser filling station and asked for the sheriff. "You'd better come over here," Sheriff Coffey told him. "I don't want to talk over the telephone." Realizing that something was seriously afoot, Clevenger sped to the junction. When he heard the details, he said he believed a raid was justified by the circumstances, but he urged caution. "Why take chances?" he counseled. "Let's call the Jackson County Sheriff at Kansas City and get an armored car out here and some steel shields and machine guns. If these people are the Barrow Gang, they'll fight us to the death." Chief Deputy Sheriff William G. Schickhart at Kansas City received a call from the Platte County authorities at 10 o'clock. He sent Deputy Sheriffs George Highfield, James Thorpe, Lyle Smith, and William Ryan. They traveled in an armored car carrying 2 shields big enough for a man to crouch behind, and 2 machine guns. Meanwhile, unseen by the officers, the young man who had rushed out of the Platte City drugstore crept into his cabin. When the Jackson County officers reached the junction, everything seemed quiet. The lights in the cabins had been out since 9 o'clock. Plans for the attack were made. The lights on the filling station were turned off. The signal was given. Quickly, Deputy Sheriff Highfield blocked the escape and the garage doors opened with the armored car. Deputy Thorpe on the seat beside him focused a spotlight on the left cabin door. Captain Baxter and Sheriff Coffey dashed to the right door. The other officers took their positions, which had been arranged to avoid the danger of crossfire. Sheriff Coffey knocked on the door and called, "Officers, we want to talk to you." To his surprise, an answer came immediately in a woman's voice. Obviously, the inmates of the cabin had been awake. "Sure thing, officer, as soon as we get dressed." There was the sound of movement inside. In a moment, the woman spoke again. "The men are on the other side." A metallic click came from within. Warned by it, Sheriff Coffey shouted, "You'd better come out." A man screamed, "Let 'em have it!" There was a roar of gunfire. Bullets rattled on the steel shields as the officers swung their machine guns into action. Lead poured both ways through the garage doors. Bullets tore into the cabins. The officers were shooting largely by guess. The desperados evidently were firing from the inside doors connecting the cabins with the garages. Sheriff Coffey raised his head above his shield in an effort to definitely locate the bandits. His son Clarence saw what he was doing. Recklessly exposing himself, the boy rushed towards his father. "Keep your head down, Dad! Keep your head down!" As Sheriff Coffey ducked, a bullet struck him in the neck. He looked toward his son. Suddenly the boy pitched to the ground. A bullet had smashed into his right arm, and another had struck him in the cheek. Oh no. Furious fire showered on the armored car. Instantly, the officers in it became aware that the bullets from the high-powered rifles inside the cabin were penetrating the car's steel sides as though they were paper. Deputy Highfield winced. "I'm hit through both knees," he said calmly to Thorpe. Deputy Thorpe swept his machine gun across the front of the garages, hoping for a chance hit. A bullet broke the window at his head. He started to swing the gun again. It refused to fire. A chip of glass had lodged in the mechanism. Thorpe worked hopelessly at the worthless weapon, tried to get it to work. "Get out," Highfield said. "There's no use both of us getting killed." "We're together," Thorpe responded. "You handle the steering wheel, I'll shift the gears." With bullets whizzing around them, the deputies got the car in motion. It backed away from the garage doors. Lead still thudded into the body. A shot short-circuited the horn so that it sounded continuously. Believing the horn was a signal of some sort of effort, the other officers rushed toward the car. In that instant of confusion, the bandits burst from their cabins. Flame flashed in the night as the officers reopened their fire. 2 women and a man appeared first. The women using mattresses as shields and the man firing 2 pistols, one with each hand. A motor sounded inside the garage. A man swung open the garage doors and hopped on the running board as the car emerged. The women dropped their mattresses. With a pistol in each hand, they joined the battle. Suddenly, a woman's scream pierced the air. One of the men pitched on his face. Okay, gotta pause for a second and just say, I don't want to glorify the law-breaking and the murder and the robbery and everything that the Bloody Barrows gang did, but I just got the most badass mental picture in my head of these 2 women throwing down the mattress shields and pulling out a gun in each hand from behind the mattresses and just blazing away in their 1930s dresses. I mean, John Woo needs to direct a Bonnie and Clyde movie. This is an incredible scene. Okay, back to it. The women dropped their mattresses with a pistol in each hand and joined the battle. Suddenly, a woman's scream pierced the air. One of the men pitched on his face. Still using one pistol, a woman jerked him to his feet with her free hand. He staggered toward the car. The officers closed in. Again, the man fell. This time, he gained the car. It roared toward the highway. The officers riddled it with bullets, but it did not stop. The windshield shattered as it reached the highway, and for a moment, it careened crazily. A woman screamed in pain. The car was righted and sped away in the direction of Platte City. Clarence Coffey was rushed to Bethany Hospital in Kansas City, Kansas, and Deputy Highfield was taken to St. Joseph's Hospital in Kansas City, Missouri. Neither was critically wounded. Sheriff Coffey did not stop to have his own wound dressed. Believing the Outlaws would pass through Platte City in an effort to reach St. Joseph, Missouri, he telephoned Platte City. Guards were quickly posted at the entrances to the city. When the desperados did not appear there within a few minutes, it was evident they had turned off the main highway. Leaving strict orders that nothing in the cabins was to be disturbed, Sheriff Coffey and his posse of officers set out to recover the trail of the gunman. Cleve Burrell, a farmer living 4 miles east of Platte City, told the sheriff he had been awakened after midnight by 2 men and 2 women who asked to borrow a motorcar jack. One of the women had red hair. He went to get the jack. When he returned with it, the collars were gone. Burrell went back to bed. An hour later, he was awakened again by the same persons. They changed a wheel on their car and left the old wheel beside the road. It was identical to the wheels on the car in which the gangsters had fled. The farmer was positive there was no third man in the car. Sheriff Coffey was certain Burrell's visitors had been the gang, but what had become of the third man? Had the bandit who fell at the cabin been fatally wounded? Had he been tossed beside the road or hastily buried? For the moment, all efforts were directed toward answering those questions. About daybreak, the searchers found a bloody dress in a pasture not far from the Burrell home. It was so stained its original color could not be determined. Wow, that's a lot of blood. 4 holes, apparently made by buckshot, were in the upper part. Near the dress, a blood-stained newspaper was spread on the ground. Fresh car tracks led up to it as though a wounded person had been stretched out on the paper and treated under light from the car. Sheriff Coffey believed the bandits had left the wounded man in the pasture while they changed the wheel, returning for him later. But what did the bloody dress mean? Had the woman who screamed been wounded too? The United States Bureau of Investigation had been after the Barrow Gang ever since the robbery of the Enid Armory. Sheriff Coffey now called on that department for help, which was given at once. Federal agents asked all hospitals to bring about the detention of any person seeking treatment for gunshot wounds. Cooperating in an effort to trap the gang, WDAF, the radio station of the Kansas City Star, broadcast the request and descriptions of the fugitives. 270 exploded shells in the cabins at the junction showed how desperate the resistance of the desperados had been. A dozen deserted revolvers indicated how frantic the fight, but nothing was left behind to throw light on the mystery of the identity of the third man. The alarm broadcast by WDAF soon brought results. A motorist near Mount Ayr, Iowa, just north of the Missouri line, came upon a parked car. A man lay on the rear seat. 2 men and 2 women bent over a little fire in front of the car, burning bloody bandages and a bloody dress. At the sight of the motorist, they leapt into the car and sped away. Having heard the broadcast, the motorist reported the matter at once. However, a thorough search of the vicinity brought no trace of the fugitives. On Sunday afternoon, July 23rd, Henry Penn, a farmer, was walking through Dexfield Park, an amusement resort midway between Dexter and Redfield, Iowa. He discovered a smoldering campfire. Strewn about were bloody bandages and a bloody automobile mat that someone had tried unsuccessfully to burn. His suspicion aroused, Penn reported his find to Special Deputy Sheriff John Love, a member of the Dallas County, Iowa Vigilante. Love examined the campsite and decided to watch it a while from the cover of some brush nearby. Later in the afternoon, 3 men and 2 women drove to the camp in 2 cars, one of which was a Ford sedan that had been reported stolen earlier in the day from Edward Stoner of Perry, Iowa. Special Deputy Love telephoned Sheriff C.A. Nee of Adel, who had been conducting a search for the Barrow Gang. With the deputy sheriffs Berger and Chase, Nee rushed to Dexter. The descriptions Love gave him convinced the sheriff that those in the park were the Texas desperados. Quickly, Sheriff Nee called together his deputies, and Love summoned dozens of the vigilante. A circle of heavily armed men was thrown about the 20 acres of the resort. However, Sheriff Nee knew the previous record of the gang. While the men already gathered stood guard, the sheriff began assembling the largest force of manhunters in the history of the state. He appealed to the sheriffs of surrounding counties, the Iowa National Guard, the Des Moines Police, and the Iowa State Bureau of Investigation. Within an hour, scores of men were rushing toward the scene of the coming battle by car, motorcycle, and airplane. They carried rifles, riot guns, revolvers, automatics, and machine guns. Some had tear gas bombs. As the officers began to congregate in large numbers, word spread that the Barrow Gang at last was surrounded and helpless before superior arms and numbers. Citizens by the dozens joined the posse with their rabbit guns. Despite all the excitement caused by the mustering of men, it was accomplished so quietly that the gangsters were unaware it was taking place. The guards were drawn so closely about the camp that they could see the flickering of the campfire and could hear the sound of men working on a motor car. By daylight, the mobilization was completed. Guards were posted on every road that a motor car could possibly travel. Escape for the killers seemed impossible. Shortly before 6 o'clock, the posse spread out and closed in. Quietly as possible, the manhunters slipped from tree to tree. In a moment they could see their quarry. The men stood about smoking cigarettes. One of the women was frying eggs. The other was making coffee. Suddenly, one of the women glimpsed a form moving among the trees. She screamed a warning, "Coppers!" Coffee spilled into the fire. Pans clattered on the ground. Possemen stepped into the open with cries of "Halt!" Springing into action, the entire gang snatched up automatic pistols and opened fire. Leaping back to escape the deadly barrage, the possemen took shelter behind trees and fallen logs. From all sides there came a withering volley. That blast was the first indication the bloody Barrows had of the size of the force about them. They were seized with panic. Almost falling over one another, they tumbled into one of their cars. Madly, they dashed through the woods with Clyde at the wheel. Every tree seemed to harbor a posseman. Hundreds of guns roared. The car was riddled before it had gone a dozen yards. A bullet ripped into Clyde's arm. The car swerved out of control and banged into a stump. The left front wheel crumpled. Running through a hail of lead, the desperados climbed into the other car. Again, they were swept by blistering fire. They saw they could not stay in the car and live. After 50 yards, not a window remained. There was hardly a space as big as a man's hand that was not bullet-marked. Miraculously escaping death, the outlaws piled out of the car. Clyde, Bonnie Parker, and the third man ran north through the woods fighting desperately. Possemen raced after them. Buck Barrow dropped behind a stump, his wife beside him. Each had a pistol. Officers circled around them, called for them to surrender. With a curse, "Go to hell!" Buck gave his answer. His gun barked. His wife's echoed it. They had elected to fight to the end. The guns around them spit fire. A bullet whipped the pistol from Blanche's hand. Buck winced. Crawling closer to her killer husband, Blanche handed him a clip of shells for the automatic. He jammed them into the gun and emptied it again. The posse's hot fire went on uninterrupted. Soon, the hand that passed the clips to Buck was bleeding. Blanche began to scream hysterically. Her husband slumped as lead thudded into him, yet he would not surrender. In a daring rush, Dr. H.W. Keller of Des Moines, a National Guardsman, closed with Barrow. The killer raised his weapon, but it was knocked from his hand. Dr. Keller pressed the muzzle of a rifle against the bandit's chest. The desperado wilted. 6 bullets were in his body, and there was an older, open wound in his head. State Agent Forbes and others seized Blanche. Fighting like a tigress against being led away, she screamed, "Don't you die, Daddy! Don't you die!" Clyde, Bonnie Parker, and the unidentified third man fought desperately each step through the woods. Darting from brush clump to brush clump, they made difficult targets and they were shooting with deadly accuracy. Deputy Sheriff Rags Riley of Polk County, a veteran officer, tried to rush the trio when they paused a second for breath. Taking deliberate aim, Clyde fired. Riley sprawled. Blood appeared on his forehead. A cry of rage went up from his comrades. They believed he'd been fatally wounded. In a moment, he sat up and emptied his revolver at the outlaws. He'd merely been stunned. Suddenly, the third man broke away from Clyde and Bonnie and dashed toward a bridge near the park entrance. Deputy Sheriff Berger and E.A. Place of Dexter stepped from their cover and shouted, "Get your hands up, quick! Don't shoot!" The man screamed. Quick as a flash, he dived behind a tree. Bullets flew about the possemen, but they held their ground. Gradually, they flanked the fugitive and drove him from cover. Running for his life, he overtook Clyde and Bonnie. Together, they raced toward a creek that skirted the north side of the park. On the opposite bank was a cornfield. If they could reach that, they might possibly escape. On the other hand, if they made the attempt, they would have to cross about 50 yards of open space. For a moment they appeared undecided. Hasty words were exchanged. They decided to take the chance. The possemen saw their intention. With a burst of speed they tried to close in. However, the desperados already were in the water to their breasts. Halting at the edge of the clearing, the possemen took careful aim. Water splashed. Bonnie Parker screamed and sank. Clyde tried to drag her up, but his disabled arm wasn't equal to the task. Pushing Barrow ahead, the other man gathered Bonnie in his arms. Just as the posse fired again, they scampered up the north bank and disappeared into the cornfield. Wading the stream, the manhunters pushed after them. Valley Fellers, his son Marvel, and Walter Spillers, a neighbor, stood in the barnyard at the Fellers farm north of the park, listening to the battle in the distance. Suddenly, the shooting stopped. In a few minutes, a blood-stained man stepped out of the nearby cornfield and leveled a pistol. "I want a motor car, quick," he panted. Fellers directed the man to his Plymouth sedan. The fellow whistled. A second man came out of the cornfield carrying a woman who moaned in pain. "Go help him get her in the car." When Bonnie had been loaded in, the gangsters drove away. Sheriff Nee sent out a general alarm by telephone when he learned of the escape. Posses were organized in all the towns around. Soon, word came that the fugitives had been sighted in Dale, 14 miles northwest. Arriving there with a group of Des Moines police officers, the sheriff was informed that the suspected car had passed through Panora 8 miles on. State officers swarmed over the territory about Panora in airplanes. The police scouted the roads on motorcycles. A hastily organized posse swept over the countryside, but beyond Panora, the trail was lost. However, within a few minutes, Sheriff Nee received information that the lost trail had been the wrong one after all. Instead of going northwest, the desperados had gone east. They had evaded the dragnet. There was no doubt of that. So, hold on a second. The bandits have escaped this massive posse that's completely encircled them in the woods, stolen a Plymouth from a nearby farmer, which presumably the sheriff knows about almost immediately after they drive away, and yet somehow the wrong car is spotted going the wrong direction minutes later? Give me a break. Come on, guys. You got this. Or apparently you don't got this. Bonnie and Clyde, once again, are on the run. At Polk City, about 20 miles from Des Moines, they robbed George Albright, a filling station attendant, and exchanged the Fellers Plymouth for Albright's Chevrolet. The Outlaws were going north when they left Polk City. Believing they were headed for Des Moines, the officers centered their efforts in that vicinity. 5 posses set out from Des Moines, examining every barn and other possible hiding place. Park A. Findley, chief of state agents, cruised over the district in an airplane. 200 possemen in cars followed him on the ground. Suddenly, Findley's plane dipped low. It was the signal that the fugitives had been sighted. He directed the posse to a ravine near Guthrie Center. Spreading out, the manhunters surrounded the indicated spot. But all the advantage was with the Outlaws. They were in a sheltered position. Sending for an armored car to shield them in the rush against this natural stronghold, the possemen waited. In a surprising desperate rush, the killers dashed past the inexperienced civilians. Late that evening came a report that 2 men with bandaged heads and a woman apparently unable to walk had been seen in a ravine near Sutherland, Iowa, northwest of Dexter and about 50 miles south of the Minnesota line. Federal officers joined the state and county men at Sutherland shortly after sundown. Led by Park A. Findley, Adjunct General Charles Grawl of the Iowa National Guard, United States Marshal Fred Hurd, and O.C. Dewey, a United States Bureau of Investigation agent from Des Moines, the officers pushed into the ravine. They went as far as the Little Sioux River without finding a trace of the fugitives. The next day, Hugo Segal, an insurance dealer at Denison, Iowa, about 90 miles northwest of Dexter, was sitting in his office when a man walked in and asked for a doctor. Segal explained his business and told the man where to find a physician. The fellow backed out of the insurance office. That night, Segal saw the man's picture in the newspaper. It was Clyde Barrow. Immediately, Chief State Agent Findley was notified. At about the same time, Findley received a report from another man in Denison that removed all doubt in his mind that Barrow had been the man seen there. A highly nervous man, apparently in a great hurry, entered a Denison drugstore. Stanley Bailey, the pharmacist, waited on him. The fellow purchased a hypodermic needle and ran from the building. Bailey, like Segal, recognized him by the pictures in the paper. This knowledge, for the time, centered the search around Denison. The purchase of the hypodermic needle indicated to officers that Bonnie Parker was the most seriously wounded of the escaped trio and was suffering acute pain and possibly was near death in some nearby hideout. All physicians were warned to report gunshot wound cases. Although the search was kept up in all sections of Iowa for a week, all trace of the gang was lost for the moment. After the capture of Buck and Blanche Barrow, officers placed a guard over them and examined the bullet-ridden cars. One of them was the car stolen at Perry. The other belonged to the Enid doctor. His medicine kit was still in it. From one of the cars, officers drew an old pair of trousers that had been converted into a sack. Trouser sack, that sounds handy. In this improvised bag were 34 Army automatic pistols, which were identified by their serial numbers as part of the weapons taken in the robbery of the Enid Armory. In addition, 2 Browning automatic rifles were in the car, as well as an old rubber tube filled with ammunition. The Army pistols were turned over to the government men, who at once sent them to Merle A. Gill, Kansas City ballistics expert, to be checked in connection with several slayings in the Southwest. Now captured along with his wife Blanche, it was plain to the officers that Buck's condition was critical. He had lost much blood from his fresh wounds, and the old wound on his head was badly infected. It was thought best to question him at once, presumably before he died. Buck denied one by one all the crimes charged against him. The wound in his head, he explained, was the result of a quarrel in a tourist camp at Fort Dodge, Iowa, and not of the gun battle with officers at Platte City. He claimed to have purchased the guns from a soldier at Fort Still, Oklahoma for $150. Seeing he was not ready to talk, officers ordered him taken to the King's Daughters Hospital at Perry, where a heavy guard was placed over him. Surgeons, after a brief examination, said he had little chance to live. Blanche was wearing a riding habit and a pair of goggles. When the goggles were removed, it was discovered that she was suffering from a serious injury to her left eye. She said something had blown into it. The woman was so hysterical and abusive that she could not be questioned properly, so she was taken to the Dallas County Jail at Adel, Iowa. I love how they just describe her as hysterical and abusive, when they've also told us that she's likely blind in one eye now, and her husband, who we know is the love of her life because after all, she was a law-abiding country girl who got him out of jail and set him straight, but loved him enough to become his gangster moll. So her beloved husband's about to die. She's now blind in one eye, and she's described just as hysterical and abusive. I imagine she was in a pretty heightened emotional state. I mean, this sounds like a pretty difficult situation. Sure, she made her own bed, but still, come on. So they couldn't question Blanche and sent her to the Dallas County Jail at Adel, Iowa. Because there were no quarters for women at Adel, she was transferred to the county jail at Des Moines. After she'd spent several hours there, another attempt was made to question her. Still, she was defiant. Good for her. I mean, I'm not exactly rooting for the criminals here, but you got to admire the moxie. You just do. So still, Blanche was defiant. She denied being present at the Joplin murders, although she had left her marriage certificate behind. See? Moxie. She denied she knew the names of the persons who'd escaped in the fight at the park. She denied she knew any of the crimes committed by her husband. She denied everything and was placed alone in a cell to think things over. Next, news of the capture of Buck and Blanche Barrow caused many persons to hurry to Perry and Des Moines. Buck's mother began a race with death for his bedside. Sheriff Maxey and Deputy Sheriff Salyers wanted to question him about the murder of Marshall Humphrey near Alma, Arkansas. Detective DeGraff of Joplin wished to ask him about what went down in his town. Sheriff Thomas B. Bash, which is one of the best names I've ever heard, Tommy B. Bash of Jackson County, Missouri, wanted more details about the attack on his men in Platte City. A mission in connection with that same crime caused Sheriff Coffey and Prosecutor Clevenger of Platte County to make the trip. Well, it turns out, gallons of moxie or no, a few hours alone in her cell succeeded in softening Blanche Barrow. Federal agents who questioned her were smiling when they emerged. The congregated officers waiting in the corridors knew without being told that she had talked. The United States Bureau of Investigation, through confidential sources, had been informed some time before of the probable identity of the mysterious third man in the Barrow gang. Blanche had been shown a picture of the suspected man. The man she named was Herbert Blythe of Oklahoma, who sometimes was known as Hubert Bly or Jack Sherman. Blythe had served one prison term of 2 years for burglary in Creek County, Oklahoma in 1929. A federal pickup order was issued for him. His name blazed across the front pages of newspapers throughout the Southwest. Prosecutor Clevenger of Platte County shook his head when he saw the picture. He remembered the man who'd been in the drugstore at Platte City the night of the battle at the Junction. Meanwhile, Detective DeGraff went to Des Moines to pick up missing details in the story of the murders at Joplin. He found Blanche Barrow to be a typical gunman's moll. One moment she was polite and considerate, the next she was snarling and cursing. When they made her understand that the evidence against the Barrow gang was conclusive whether she talked or not, she indicated a willingness to discuss certain phases of the case, but she steadfastly refused to give any information that would help the police punish the persons who helped hide the killers after their murders. Blanche said she and Buck had joined Clyde, Bonnie, and the third man, who she called Jack Sherman, at a tourist camp in Arkansas, just south of the Missouri line. They came to Joplin at once, and Blanche arranged the rental of the living quarters above the garage. The prisoner said she was preparing dinner when the fight started. Buck was upstairs with her. Bonnie was writing the Suicide Sal poem, which I read for you guys a couple episodes ago, and Clyde and Sherman were downstairs. The first inkling of trouble that came to those upstairs was a burst of gunfire. Snatching up weapons, the entire gang joined in the fight. Blanche, never having been under fire before, became hysterical and ran from the house. She was dragged into the car as the gang escaped. She said Jack Sherman had been shot through the kidney by Sergeant Collar and had been treated by an underworld surgeon whose name she refused to divulge. Sherman, she said, still carried a prominent scar. The few details that the police obtained were picked up one at a time. For a second, Blanche would talk readily. Then she'd become stubborn. She seemed to be laboring under the delusion that she would be rescued by other members of the gang. More than once, she told Detective McGrath, "They'll get me out of here. You see if they don't." "All right," Graff promised her. "We'll see." Prosecutor Clevenger found her in a little better mood. She admitted readily that she'd been in the fight at the Junction. The gang, she hinted, had been warned of the impending raid by Jack Sherman when he returned from Platte City, where he'd gone to purchase bandages and ointment for the treatment of burns received by Bonnie near Wellington, Texas. The old wound in Buck's head, she admitted, had been suffered in that fight. Her own eye had been injured when officers shot the windshield from the bandit car as it reached the highway. She insisted that no other member of the gang was wounded. The bloody dress found in the pasture near the Birtle farm belonged to Bonnie Parker and had been used to wrap Buck's wound. Clevenger drew from the woman a vivid picture of the life lived by the Outlaws. Realizing that they faced almost certain death if taken alive, the Barrow brothers had sworn never to surrender and never to desert each other. Blanche was bitter over what she considered to be the desertion of Buck by Clyde and Bonnie. Fearing that underworld acquaintances might turn them over to the authorities for the sake of the reward for their arrest, the gunmen were afraid to stay in one place more than a day or two at a time. Stealing one car after another, they dashed madly about the country, never enjoying a moment free from worry. Always they had to remain alert and on guard. The money they needed to finance their long trips and to purchase food they obtained by robberies, most of them petty raids on filling stations. Blanche said that only a small part of all the robberies the gang had committed had actually been charged to them. When some member of the gang was injured or wounded, the gang would hide in some secluded spot while Blanche or some physician of the underworld nursed the ailing member back to health. Knowing that sooner or later there would come a bloody meeting with the officers of the law, the killers practiced their shooting as regularly as the members of a big city police department. Every other day, without fail, the whole gang had target practice, generally along the road. After several conferences, it was decided that Blanche should be returned to Platte County to face a charge of assault with intent to kill Sheriff Coffey. Prosecutor Clevenger arrived at Platte City with Blanche on Tuesday, July 26th. The next day, newspapers screamed a new sensational development in the case. A worker in the oil fields near Snowmack, Oklahoma, slipped up to Deputy Sheriff Harry Gideon and informed him in an excited voice that Herbert Blythe was in a store right down the street. Hastily calling Deputy Sheriffs Cliff Woodson, Harv Weatherford, and Bob Short, Gideon led them to the store. The man under suspicion had his back to them as they entered the store, and they were able to approach him unobserved. Outspread in the man's hand was a newspaper carrying an account of the escape of the desperados in the fight near Dexter, Iowa, and proclaiming the fact that Blythe had been named as the third man. Pinning the man's arms at his side, the officers searched him. They found a flashlight, a big roll of bills, and a bundle containing several pairs of new trousers. Readily admitting that he was Blythe, the fellow denied indignantly that he was in the gunfight or that he even was acquainted with the Barrow brothers. He said he had been visiting around Snowmack for 3 weeks. Federal agents returned Blythe to Arkansas in an effort to connect him with the murder of Marshall Humphrey at Alma and began to check on his story. The longer they checked, the more apparent it became that the man had been around Snowmack. On the other hand, Blanche Barrow had been so positive in her identification. What was amiss? Prosecutor Clevenger was asked to assist in unraveling the mystery. He questioned Blanche anew concerning the third man. A malicious gleam came into her eyes, and a taunting smile played around her lips when she learned that Herbert Blythe was under arrest. "I told you my Blythe, or as I call him, Jack Sherman, has a scar from a bullet wound. Has this man?" Prosecutor Clevenger knew already that the federal men had failed to find the scar Blanche described to them. "And my Blythe is only 18 years old," Blanche laughed. "The guy you have is too old." Deeper investigation convinced officials that Blythe was not implicated in any of the gunfights charged to the Barrow gang. It did develop, however, that he was wanted in Oklahoma for robbery, and he was returned to that state. Blanche had evaded close questioning about the identity of the mysterious third man by identifying the first photograph shown her. Her husband, Buck Barrow, grew progressively weaker from the moment he entered the hospital. His reserve strength sapped by his fresh wounds, the infection in the old wounds spread despite the best efforts of attending physicians. Soon, the desperado realized he was dying. Dropping all his pretense, he confessed to the crimes charged to him, although he refused to name the men implicated with him. A pained smile twisted his face as he faced Deputy Salyers, whom he had not seen since the bloody day on the highway near Alma. "You know me, Buck?" Deputy Salyers asked him. "I couldn't forget you," the outlaw replied in a weak voice. "I was just about to blow your head off when you ran for that house. That was the smartest damn thing you ever did." Barrow admitted to Salyers that he was the man who fired the shots that killed Marshal Humphrey of Alma. Speeding across the country in a motor car, the mother of the killer fought to reach his bedside before the end. Until the last, she had maintained hope that all the things charged against her boys would stand revealed as some ghastly mistake in identity. Even now, her mother's love did not falter. She won the race with death shortly before Buck died on July 29th. The body of the desperado was taken to Dallas. On July 31st, members of the family and 50 or more friends gathered at the Sparkman Holtz Brand Funeral Chapel. The Reverend Frank P. Daly, pastor of the Cedar Valley Baptist Church, read a few passages from the scripture and uttered a brief prayer. At the conclusion of the simple service, the outlaw's first wife fainted. She was revived, and the small procession moved to the West Dallas Cemetery. Sod thudded on the casket top. At 30 years of age, Buck Barrow was in a gunman's grave. While popular public attention immediately after the battle near Dexter, Iowa, was given to the dramatic events that followed the capture of Buck and Blanche Barrow, the most intense official attention was given to efforts to capture the members of the gang remaining at large. 2 days after the gunfight, Sheriff Thomas B. Bash of Jackson County, Missouri, received information that 2 men who carried machine guns and the marks of wounds had stopped for gasoline at the garage in Independence, Missouri, 7 miles east of Kansas City. The garage attendant followed them. He reported to the sheriff that they'd stopped in a small log cabin 3/4 of a mile east of Blue Mills in Jackson County. Heading a party of 9 deputy sheriffs, Bash sped to the cabin and quickly closed in around it. Forcing the door open, the officers rushed in. No one was there, but there was evidence that a meal had been recently prepared in the cabin. 2 days later, on July 28th, a blood-stained Chevrolet sedan was abandoned on the streets of Broken Bow, Nebraska. In it, officers found a driver's license registered in the name of Molly Albright from Polk County, Iowa. The car was the one stolen from the Polk City filling station attendant by Clyde Barrow and his companions. Another car had been stolen from the street at Broken Bow and was seen to speed west from the city. Several hours after the discovery of the car theft at Broken Bow, United States Bureau of Investigation agents at Kansas City learned that a coupe bearing 3 persons, 2 men, and a red-haired woman had passed through Junction City, Kansas. At least 2 of the persons were wearing bandages, and the group made no secret of the fact that it carried a Browning automatic rifle. Still later, John A. Dowd, agent in charge of the Denver office of the United States Bureau of Investigation, traced the car and its occupants to Stockton, Kansas, where 3 wounded persons were seen on United States Highway number 40 just outside the city limits. On the chance that the outlaws might slip into eastern Colorado and make their way to the comparative safety of some heavily populated cities such as Denver, Agent Dowd asked all city police departments to guard the entrance to their towns. Nevertheless, no new trace of the outlaws was found until they were reported seen in New Mexico, headed presumably for Texas, scene of their old haunts. The daily news of some fresh trace of the group was broken by the news that Blanche Barrow pleaded guilty to the charges against her and received a sentence of 10 years at the Missouri Penitentiary, where she was now serving her term. Frank Hardy was later tried for the murder of Doyle Johnson, and the jury was discharged after it failed to reach a verdict. On August 18th, a cafe proprietor and a waitress at Gonzales, Texas, reported to police that Clyde Barrow and a companion had stopped at the cafe for lunch. In the days following, the fugitive was identified in 1 or 2 petty robberies. Then suddenly came information that cheered officials. It was reported that Barrow was loitering around Nacogdoches, Texas, a community familiar to him since boyhood, the district in which he'd set up his target range early in his murderous career. Searching parties went into the section. Many stories were heard that seemed to prove the crafty outlaw had been about, but he wasn't caught, nor was the identity of the mysterious man with him learned. It was reported a few days later that Barrow was to keep a rendezvous with relatives near Kilgore, Texas. A trap was set for him there. The meeting was earlier than what had been expected, and the most wanted man in the Southwest escaped again. Holy moly. It's incredible. No matter how much they know or how many men they bring, Clyde seems to always slip away. As officers continued doggedly on his trail, there was one familiar note missing from all reports concerning him. Bonnie Parker was never mentioned. She seemed to have vanished completely from the picture. Some, remembering the fact that Bonnie was carried from the Dexfield Park battle and that Clyde was seen buying hypodermic needles at the time, thought she was dead, buried in some secret grave. But those who believed that were soon to get the shock of their lives, for Bonnie was still alive, and on the rampage. Where will this two-gun redhead strike next? Has she found a new partner in crime, or is she still teamed with Clyde Barrow? Must more lives be sacrificed before these two are caught? Find out after the break. Alright, welcome back. As always, thank you for taking the time to support the brands that support Kinda Murdery. As I often do, there's a couple things I'd like to talk about quickly before we jump back into the story. First, I'd like to remind you of the phone number, the 3-digit phone number 988, which you can call to receive suicide, substance abuse, or mental health related counseling. So, if you're in acute crisis, please do remember that you are loved, and please do dial 988 to talk to someone who cares immediately. If you're not in acute crisis, but you are feeling down and would like to make a connection, please don't hesitate to reach out to the show. You can reach me at kindamurdery@gmail.com or at kindamurdery on all social media. I'm here for you. I care. And never forget that you are loved. Also, as I often mention, I have cerebral palsy and I want Kinda Murdery to be a support community for people with disabilities, physical or otherwise. So please also reach out to me if you would like to connect in that way. And I'd like to offer a heartfelt thank you to everyone for truly helping me to deal with my own issues and making me feel the support of your community. You know, as I've often said, and as I just mentioned, I have cerebral palsy. And the truth is, I've never really been able to conceptualize my disability as anything other than a hindrance. And that's created a lot of emotional distress for me. But because of you guys, I'm starting to see the other side of the disability coin. To that point, I'd like to share with you a review that I just received that really meant a lot to me. And I've been getting a lot of reviews lately that mean a lot to me, which is why I want to say thank you to you guys. Here's this one. It's from a listener in Australia named Yas, Y-A-S, and it says, "Wonderful podcast, great narration. Hi, I'm from Australia. I am totally loving this podcast. I found out about it while listening to an episode of the Weird Darkness podcast. Also, wow, I also have cerebral palsy, mild though, and so does my younger brother, who has it worse. So I just want to say thank you, Yas, and thank you everyone, but thank you so much for connecting with me, Yas, about your CP, because here we are finding each other and building a community, and for the very first time in my life, you all are making me feel like my disability could be something or is something other than a negative in my life. And I can't tell you how healing that is. So thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, also, as Yaz did, please do leave reviews. They help so much. They don't just make me feel good. They trigger algorithms on podcasting platforms that make the show more visible and help our community grow. So if you enjoy the show, if you enjoy the sense of family that we're cultivating, and God, it means so much to me, then please do leave a review because you will help to make our family larger. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And with that, let's get back to Part 4 of Wheels, Barrows, and Blood, the Badlands Romance of Bonnie and Clyde. Kinda Murdery resumes now. All right, if you'll recall, there's been news about Clyde, but Bonnie seems to have disappeared. And yet, as you heard in the pre-break tease, she's about to reappear in a very dramatic way. So here we go. September 25th, 1933, a man and a woman slipped into McKinney, Texas. As that little town drowsed at noontime, the couple raced down the main street with reckless daring and rushed into a small grocery store. Flourishing weapons and shouting curses, the man and his woman companion snatched a handful of small change from the cash till and escaped, taking the operator of the place as a hostage. News of the raid spread. Anxiety for the safety of the grocer was great. From the description witnesses gave of the fleeing bandits, officers were certain that Clyde Barrow and Bonnie Parker had come out from hiding. Carloads of searchers spread over the highways. About 2 hours later, the grocer was released unharmed. He was positive that he'd been a captive of the desperate pair. I do have to say about Bonnie and Clyde, as much as they murder lots of people and sometimes for very little gain, I give them a small amount of credit because they don't seem to murder when it's not necessary. They don't hesitate to murder when it's expedient, but they don't seem to kill just for killing's sake. And that's something. About 2 hours later, the grocer was released unharmed. He was positive that he'd been a captive of the desperate pair. He related that the wounds Bonnie had received in the gun battle at Dexter, Iowa, had not healed. The McKinney incident gave us an inkling of a remarkable change that had occurred, a change that was to prove decidedly important in the days to come. Bonnie Parker, who had passed many grueling tests fighting like a wounded tiger in a pinch, now was accepted as an efficient criminal partner by Barrow. Often, he used to leave Bonnie in the car while he and another man committed crimes. Now, Bonnie was at his side. The fact that Barrow had dared to commit such a petty robbery when he was the object of such a wide search convinced the manhunters on his trail that he was sorely pressed for funds. Since he had not obtained them in the grocery robbery, it was only reasonable to fear that he would strike again soon. Where would it be? Certainly he would not travel far. Every officer alert, the whole state of Texas waited for the strike. And sure enough, it came soon. Barrow and the cigar-smoking Bonnie swept through a small grocery store in Fort Worth and with the old-time Barrow luck, escaped again. But again, the loot was too small, far too small to satisfy Barrow. Of that, everyone felt certain. The constant watch was not relaxed. But if Barrow committed any robberies in the several weeks to follow, they were not credited to him. Again, he dropped from sight. October passed with no word from him. Then, on November 8, 1933, a slight, short woman dressed neatly in somber-colored fall clothing loitered a few moments in front of the McMurray oil refinery near Overton, Texas. A group of truck drivers worked at a loading rack near the plant's offices. Certainly it was no place for a holdup, and none was feared. The woman disappeared for a few moments. When she returned, 2 men were with her. They wore smoked glasses. A sharp command rang out. "Get your hands up!" Ugly muzzles of machine guns commanded the workers. The husky truck drivers were herded together and forced into the refinery office. He saw he had no chance to resist. Without a word, he turned over $2,000 to the bandit crew. Still, the trio was not ready to leave. Tearing a small safe from its mooring, they hammered it open, ransacked it, and escaped in a motor car. Bonnie Parker was identified. One of the men fitted the description of Barrow, and the third man was considered to be the mystery man who had moved through the story of the Barrow gang since the Joplin affair in which Constable Harriman and Detective McGinnis were slain. Following the resurfacing of Bonnie and Clyde, police were optimistic that capture of the bandit gang was only a matter of hours away. The last 3 crimes charged to the Barrow gang had been committed within a comparatively narrow radius. There had been none of those wild cross-country sweeps that had marked their earlier activities. The bandits left the refinery in a Ford V8 coupe headed southward in the direction of Dallas. Witnesses obtained the license number, Oklahoma 485-370. While Dallas police guarded all roads into the city and Texas highway police scoured the highways, other officers started checking the license. They found that it had been issued to Glenn Daniels from Waurika, Oklahoma, whose car had been stolen from the street at Wichita Falls, Texas, earlier in the month. But again, the almost fabulous, incredible Barrow luck held. Nothing was heard from them for several days. Then the most astonishing news of the whole manhunt reached police ears. An informant, whose name must remain an official secret, told Dallas police that relatives of Barrow were making funeral arrangements for him at a local undertaking parlor. Could it be that the bloody crime trail had come to an end at last? Hopefully, officers followed up this startling news. They found that it was true. Relatives of Barrow had been seen at an undertaker and made funeral arrangements. Police telephoned every few minutes to inquire. "Has the body come in yet?" But hours passed and the body did not come. Tracing the telephone calls, officers learned from where the relatives were calling. Hurrying, they found a sorrowing group. Barrow was not dead yet, officers were told. But that was virtually the extent of the information. Suffering acutely from gunshot wounds received at Dexter, he was awaiting death in the underbrush in a secluded hideout within 25 miles of Dallas. That much the relatives would reveal, but no more. Does it sound to anyone else like there's an ambush being set up here? Apparently, it doesn't sound that way to law enforcement. Police and deputy sheriffs speeded to the outskirts of the city, working in a widening circle. They searched every possible hiding place they came across. An ambulance waited for the call that would send it after Barrow, the relatives apparently believing that death was only hours away. Officers stayed on the job, but the hours grew into days. Finally, there was disheartening news. The cat-like desperado had recovered his strength so far that he was able to flee to a more secure hiding place. Or maybe he'd never lost his strength and it was foolish to trust the reports of his family. Stealing a car on the airline road, Clyde and Bonnie were on the way to the rolling hills south of Oak Cliff. There they were reasonably safe from capture. Ragged country, deep ravines, and hills densely covered by brush offered them security. The night of Wednesday, November 22, 1933, Sheriff R.A. Schmid of Dallas received a tip that the place at which Barrow had been meeting relatives was on the dairy farm of Charles Stovall near Sowers, Texas. Knowing that Stovall was a respected citizen, Sheriff Schmid took him into his confidence. The dairyman confided that he'd known for some time that Barrow had been meeting members of his family along the 200 feet wide airline road. He pointed out the place on the road where Barrow would park his car. Often, the farmer said, the car lights would blink on and off. Soon another car would draw alongside. Persons would get out of each car and talk. Delighted with this information, Sheriff Schmid set a trap. Taking Deputy Sheriffs Bob Alcorn, Ed Castor, and Ted Hinton, the sheriff placed them on each side of the wide road just at dusk. An hour later, a small sedan drove up. The officers recognized Bonnie Parker at the wheel. The long-sought-after Barrow and another man were with her. The car slowed down. The sight of their quarry after so long made the officers less cautious than they ordinarily would have been. Without waiting for their prey to stop, the officers swooped out of their hiding places and charged the bandit car. In a moment, the air was filled with the blaze of gunfire. A life-and-death struggle was in process. Glass flew from the Barrow car as the officers opened fire. Revolver bullets chipped the concrete at the feet of the officers. But the threat of death did not stop the manhunters. Bravely, they charged into the fight. But the width of the road gave Bonnie all the chance she needed. Swinging the car from side to side, she fled down the highway while Barrow and the other man in the car continued their deadly barrage. Just as the car was about to get out of range, Sheriff Schmid took careful aim. His heavy rifle cracked. A tire blew out. The car swayed crazily, but the deft Bonnie held to the road and made her way to safety. The fight had lasted just a few moments, but in that time the officers had fired 17 shots and 11 exploded pistol shells were strewn along the road in the path of the Barrow car. T.R. James, a lawyer, and Paul S. Reich, both of Fort Worth, had been to Dallas attending a Masonic Lodge meeting. They were on the way home in James' car, a 1932 Ford. Entirely unaware that anything was amiss, they were astonished when a small car with a flat tire swung across their path. To avoid a wreck, James stopped. 2 men and a woman leaped out of the car that blocked the road. All had guns. "Get out of there!" James and Reich were ordered. Before the men had a chance to obey the outlaws' command, one of the men, later identified as the desperado Clyde Barrow, fired a shotgun into the car. Flying glass cut both men, but they managed to crawl out. A passing motorist stopped to see what was happening. With a snarl, Barrow's mysterious male partner ordered, "Get back in there before I blow your damned head off!" He fired several shots toward the fellow's foot. The frightened onlooker crawled back into his car and sped away. Police never heard of him again. Hastily piling into James' car, the bandit trio sped on. The wounded men, suspecting the identity of their attackers, climbed into the crippled car deserted by the desperados and drove as fast as they dared toward Dallas. There, they received first aid treatment for their cuts and reported to police. Quickly, officers ran out and examined the Barrow car. A fresh bloodstain on the running board told them that someone in the car had been wounded. Articles found in the car indicated that Barrow and his companions had been living in it day and night. There were pillows and bedding. Badly soiled clothing told that the dapper killer had come to desperate straits. Bonnie's fur-trimmed coat had been left behind, and sitting on top of it was a newspaper carrying a story of the murder of Deputy Sheriff Eugene Moore at Atoka, Oklahoma, in which Barrow had participated. But Bonnie's touch was found more unmistakably in a thumb-marked book of poems, ballads of the barroom type. Ace in the Hole, The Kid's Last Fight, The Boston Burglar, The Convict, and The End of the Trail. Obviously, she was still getting that thrill out of her desperate career that led her to write poetry. And if you'd like to read some of Bonnie Parker's poems, well, I found some of them at texashideout.tripod.com. Well, you can just Google it. They'll come up. All right, back to it. Despite the most strenuous efforts of officers, killer couple, Bonnie and Clyde, had escaped again. Personally, I've lost count of how many times. The car Clyde had taken from James was abandoned at Grand Prairie, Texas, but there was no clue as to how the gang had escaped from that point. The day after the brush with Barrow's gang on Airline Road, Sheriff Schmid received an underworld tip that set his force on its toes again. Not a breath of what the information amounted to got outside the inner circle of the sheriff's office. But 2 trusted deputies, Alcorn and Castor, left town. The following day, the sheriff made an electrifying announcement. The mysterious third man in Barrow's gang was under arrest. He had been picked up in Houston, Texas. For several hours, Sheriff Schmid questioned him. Finally, the young desperado broke down. In a 28-page confession, he set down one of the bloodiest tales in the history of American policing. The youth under arrest was W.D. Jones, 17 years old. He'd been with Barrow in all his major gunfights. As evidence that the prisoner was telling the truth, he showed 7 fresh scars, marks of wounds suffered in the battle with the posse at Dexter, Iowa. He also revealed that Clyde Barrow had been badly wounded in that battle, while Buck Barrow, mortally wounded, and his wife Blanche were captured in the same fight. The story that Jones told will have to be briefed here, but the most skeletonized account is enough to make the hair rise on one's head. Starting out as a motor car thief, Jones fell in with Barrow. Lured on by the man's reputation, the youth stuck to him. Soon, Jones saw Barrow shoot down Doyle Johnson in cold blood at Temple, Texas on December 5, 1932. From that moment on, he was entirely under the bandits' domination. Barrow would not allow him to leave. Forcing him by threats of death to stay with him, the bandit leader held him often by force. Sometimes at night, he would chain him to trees and handcuff him so he could not escape. Speaking freely, the young desperado told how he'd met Clyde Barrow and Bonnie near the filling station operated by Clyde's father in Dallas a few weeks before Christmas in 1932. "How would you like to take a ride with me?" Barrow had asked. That ride ended in the murder at Temple when the gang was stealing Johnson's car. That night, with blood fresh on his hands, Barrow was joined by Buck Barrow's wife Blanche at a tourist camp outside Temple. Blanche went to town for some bread and eggs, and Clyde and Bonnie Parker planned to rob a grocery store in Temple the next day. "I got cold feet," Jones said, "and I shook my head at Clyde. He became alarmed and jumped up and swung a shotgun into position. He thought I was warning him that something was up. When he learned that I was only scared, he cussed me out for being yellow. I told him I wanted to go home. He answered, 'Well, steal yourself a car and go home then.' But I was afraid to go." Concurrent with Jones' confession, Frank Hardy was still being held for the murder of Johnson. His first trial for the killing resulted in a hung jury, and it was considered that Jones' confession had cleared Hardy. 2 detectives were sent to Dallas to question Jones in connection with the slayings in Joplin. County Prosecutor Ray Watson was instructed to immediately start extradition proceedings against Hardy, who had been named as an accomplice of Barrow and Hollis Hale in the bank holdup at Onarago, Missouri. Hale was sentenced to 20 years in the Missouri State Penitentiary for that crime. Returning to Dallas with Barrow, Jones was not permitted to leave him. 2 weeks later, he accompanied Bonnie and Clyde to Fort Worth, Texas, and witnessed the slaying of Deputy Sheriff Malcolm Davis there. "We'd been at the home of Bonnie's mother," the prisoner said regarding the Davis shooting. "We had half a gallon of liquor and were drinking it pretty freely. Leaving there, we went to Floyd Hamilton's house to see what we could learn about Raymond, who was in jail at Hillsboro. Then, we went to Lily McBride's house to ask about some women. She wasn't there, so we took a girl I had home and then went to see Clyde's mother. Later, we went back to Lily McBride's place again. Lily was in Hillsboro to see if she could get Raymond out. Clyde started in carrying his pistol and shotgun strapped to his body. It was dark, but I couldn't see anything, but I heard a pistol shot and then the report of a shotgun. I saw a man fall over. Bonnie had a .41 caliber revolver and she fired it over my shoulder 2 or 3 times. Clyde ran back to the car and we drove away." The escape led toward Grapevine, Texas, according to Jones. Clyde's car mired in the mud near Grapevine, and they gave a farmer $3 to pull them out with a team. From there, they went to Oklahoma, where they hid for a while in the hills of the eastern part of the state. A little later, they went to Missouri, held up a filling station in Springfield, and escaped into Arkansas, where they were joined by Buck and Blanche. From there, they went to Joplin. Buck and Blanche occupied one room, Bonnie and Clyde another. I slept on the couch. We'd just driven into the garage that day when Clyde shouted, "It's the law!" Shots began to ring out in every direction. Clyde and Buck were trying to get the garage open, and I ran to help them when a bullet struck me in the head and I went out. The next thing I remember is that I was riding at high speed in a V8 sedan. Clyde was driving and Bonnie and Blanche were taking care of me. They told me 2 officers had been killed. We headed for the Texas Panhandle. The shooting was on Friday, and I got no medical attention until Saturday night when they brought me some alcohol and a salve at Amarillo, Texas for the wound on my scalp. From Amarillo, we rambled through a good many states: Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Indiana, and Louisiana. Later in the summer, we were in a Colorado town when we read in a newspaper that they were looking for us in that very town. So we beat it to the east then, going through Kansas and back to Louisiana. While we were in Louisiana, Clyde sent me to steal a Chevrolet car. I did, but instead of going back to him, I came to Dallas and stayed almost a month with my mother. I never expected to join the gang again, but about a month later, I was walking along the street one evening, and who should drive up alongside me but Bonnie and Clyde? They told me I had to get in with them. I was afraid. I could see myself going for a ride. I asked, "Where are we going?" "Just going up in the country," I was told. The next night, we got in a car wreck near Wellington, Texas. I was knocked out, and Bonnie was burned badly. When I came to, Bonnie told me I'd shot a woman in the hand. Mrs. Jack Pritchard, daughter-in-law of Steve Pritchard, who'd gone to the aid of the occupants of the wrecked car, was wounded, as you'll remember, when she knocked on the door of the Pritchard home. The gang had taken possession of the place. Jones continued, telling the story of Sheriff George Corey and Marshal Paul Hardy when they appeared at the farm. While we were getting fixed up at the farmhouse, some officers came out. We caught 2 of them and took them along with us into Oklahoma. Then we went on to Fort Smith, Arkansas. Buck and I set out to steal an automobile down there and took one away from a man along the road. Later, we had a wreck and I got knocked out again. Buck told me he'd killed a man. I guess he did because we lost no time getting back to Oklahoma. The man who was killed was Marshal H.D. Humphrey of Alma, Arkansas, who, with Deputy Sheriff A.M. Salyers, attempted to stop the barrel car after the gang had staged a holdup at Fayetteville. Jones continued. A few days later, Buck, I called him Marvin, but Buck and Clyde went out on an expedition and came back with so many guns it looked like they'd robbed a gun factory. There was 46 automatic pistols, and they said they'd robbed an arsenal. They also had a lot of ammunition. From there we went to that tourist camp near Platte, Missouri. The second night we were there, the officers trailed us. A man went to Blanche's cabin and said they were looking for some of the boys. Blanche told him the boys were in the next cabin. I was in that cabin with Clyde and Bonnie, and Clyde whispered to me, "That's the law." So Bonnie hands me the keys to the car and said to start it. Clyde started shooting. I refused to start the car, and Clyde picked me up and carried me outside into the firefight. Buck was shot in the head, and Blanche was carrying him, her arms around his waist. Clyde helped put him in the car, shoved me in, and told the women to get in and lie on the floor. He got in, then backed the car out with one hand, shooting with the other. All the officers were shooting at us. Afterwards, we counted 15 bullet holes in the car, but man, we were lucky. None of us were hit except Buck, and he was hit in the head. 2 back tires went flat before we'd gone far, and we ran on 1 flat and 1 rim. We fled to Dexter, Iowa, where we hid in the woods for 3 or 4 days. Marvin wasn't out of his mind, but he was suffering from his wound. The gang thought I knew too much, so they chained me to a tree to keep me from getting away. Then Clyde went into town the first night we were there and returned with 5 dinners and a dressing for Buck's wound. A couple days later, we roasted some wieners. The next morning, I was roasting the ones left over when Clyde shouted, "The law's coming!" The shooting started before I could straighten up. I ran and got hit by a load of buckshot. I got 1 in the right hip, 1 in the little finger, and 1 in my chest. A bullet went through the calf of my leg, a machine gun bullet in my chest, my left wrist, and my right thumb. I do not know how I am still alive. They knocked me down. Clyde kept yelling at me to start the car. He was shooting all the time. He picked me up and put me in the back seat. Bonnie was in the front seat, squatting low. Clyde started the car. Before we'd gone far, the car hung up in a stump. Clyde told me to get out with a rifle and pry it loose. We couldn't get the car loose, so we started running through the woods. He made me carry Bonnie half a mile after she was hit. While we hid in the woods, Clyde started toward a farmhouse, but he got in another gun battle and came back with 3 wounds. After this fight at Dexter, we went through Minnesota, Nebraska, Colorado, Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Mississippi. The graphic story told by Jones was of considerable value to the officers. It cleared up points about the movements of the gang that previously had only been guessed at, and it was remarkable that so few of the guesses had been wrong. And yet, even though they'd apparently been guessing right all along, Bonnie and Clyde just kept on getting away. And it was also evident that Jones had been just a tool of the gang. He obviously had been badly frightened, not because of what he feared at the hands of the law, but because of what he feared at the hands of Clyde Barrow. He begged to be kept in jail. He wanted a life sentence, just anything that would keep him permanently out of the reach of the murderous bandit gang. While the veil of mystery had been swept away from the mysterious third man in the gang, the major problem, the capture of Bonnie and Clyde themselves, remained as far from a solution as ever. All the old-time good luck still rode on the shoulders of Barrow, without doubt now the most widely sought outlaw in America. Clyde was even more wanted than the notorious Charles Pretty Boy Floyd. While occasional tips were to the effect that Barrow was here or that Barrow was there, no definite word came from him until January 3rd, 1934. That day, Monroe Rutan, an ex-convict, was arrested at Houston, Texas. After long police grilling, he admitted that he had fenced bonds taken in a bank robbery at Shiro, Texas, the night of February 20th, 1933, through a Kansas City, Missouri politician. Further questioning drew from him that he had participated in the robbery as well, having as companions Clyde Barrow and a man whose name he didn't know. Officers believed the man probably was Jones. The night of January 15, 1934, Ralph Hiley, a Kansas City, Missouri detective, was visiting his wife's father, William Gilmore, at Grand Saline, Texas. About 7:15, he heard someone trying to start his car, which was parked in front of his house. Hiley stepped onto the front porch. Beside his car was another car, a Ford with a man in the rumble seat and a woman at the wheel. Not suspecting the identity of his callers, Hiley walked out to the car and asked what was going on. Then he noticed a second man standing at the door of his car. The detective asked no questions. The face was all too familiar. He'd seen it looking out from scores of police circulars. He was facing Clyde Barrow. "Who wants to know what's going on?" Barrow asked. "Is this your car?" Barrow nodded his head toward the Ford. Hiley looked. Bonnie Parker was smiling down the barrel of a submachine gun. "Well," Hiley said, recalling that his pistol was in the car Barrow was stealing, "I guess I might as well go on back in the house." "That would be the best thing for you to do," the outlaw replied. 150 miles from Grand Saline is the Eastham, Texas State Prison Farm. Here, in river bottoms densely covered by brush, Clyde Barrow had spent a part of his first prison sentence, and here he was fated to write another bloody chapter of his life story. The tract lies in deep southeast Texas. It is near the little town of Weldon and lies along the Trinity River. The morning of January 6, 1934, Raymond Hamilton, early crime partner of Barrow, was among the convicts laboring on the place. The outlook was hopeless for Hamilton. Sentences totaling 263 years faced him. Nevertheless, he seemed to be filled with a suppressed excitement. A new hope seemed to burn in his eyes as Olin Bozeman, prison guard, took a squad of 17 men from their quarters. Hamilton, originally assigned to another squad, attached himself to Bozeman's group as the convicts marched out into the foggy morning. Day had not fully broke. The men were shadowy figures in the early light. The men had not yet started their work when Major Joseph Crowson of the prison guards noticed while on a round of inspection that Hamilton was in the wrong squad. Crowson walked up to Bozeman. "Send a guard captain with Hamilton and see that he gets into his own squad." As the guard walked up to Hamilton, the convict darted into the center of the convict group. Bill Palmer, a convict, slipped up to Major Crowson and Bozeman. Thrusting a pistol against Bozeman, he demanded, "Stick 'em up, boys!" Whirling on the prisoner, Major Crowson tried to grab his gun, but he was not quick enough. Cursing, Palmer fired a shot into Crowson's abdomen. Quickly mounting his horse, Bozeman returned the fire. At that moment, a new note, fearsome and deadly in the fog, entered the combat. Man, this is where I want to go. Dun dun dun. All right, we're back. Thank you again for taking the time to support the brands that support Kinda Murdery. As I often mention, I'd love to create a community here where we can all share the unique experiences and stories that are connected to our lives, especially those of us who may have, as I do, a disability. So if you or someone you know has a disability, physical or otherwise, and would like to make a connection and share their story or just have a chance to be heard, please don't hesitate to reach out to the show, kindamurdery@gmail.com, or @kindamurdery on all social media. Also, please remember that there's a 3-digit number, 988, that you can call to receive counseling for suicidal thoughts, mental health, or substance abuse-related issues. Please, if you're in acute crisis, call 988 to speak to someone who cares immediately. And if you're not in acute crisis, but you'd still love to connect with someone, don't hesitate again to reach out to the show, kindamurdery@gmail.com or @kindamurdery on social media. I'm here. I care. I'd love to talk to you. And please always remember that you are loved. Also, everybody, don't forget that I have awesome full-color vinyl Kinda Murdery stickers to give away. If you'd like one, reach out to me in all the ways just mentioned, and I'll be more than happy to send it to you. And please do leave reviews. They don't just make me feel good. They trigger algorithms that make the show more visible on podcasting platforms and help us to grow our Kinda Murdery community. Of course, I hope that the community itself isn't Kinda Murdery, but you know, that is the name of the show. And with that, let's get back to Part 5 of Wheels, Barrows, and Blood, the Badlands romance of Bonnie and Clyde. Kinda Murdery resumes now. Palmer fired a shot into Crowson's abdomen. Quickly mounting his horse, Bozeman returned the fire. At that moment, a new note, fearsome and deadly in the fog, entered the combat. 2 dim, ghostly figures rose from the ravine less than 50 yards from the party. A blaze of machine gun fire streaked the air. Bullets thudded into Crowson. Bozeman was knocked from his horse, a bullet at his hip. Struggling to his knees, he aimed at one of the shadowy figures. Before he could fire, a bullet whipped the gun from his hand. Clyde Barrow and Bonnie Parker were firing into prisoners and guards alike. They were shooting from a trench-like gully. Only a small number of the convicts appeared to have had advance warning of the trouble and knew what to do. As guards shouted for their charges to lie down, Hamilton, Palmer, Henry Methvin, W.H. Bybee, and J.B. French, all desperate long-termers, rushed to the side. Protected by the barrage of machine gun fire, they ran toward Barrow and dropped into the ditch beside him. Now the gang had things their own way. The only available guards were down. Major Crowson was badly wounded. Bozeman was helpless. Leading the gang through the undergrowth with which he had become familiar while serving his own term, Clyde Barrow reached 2 cars parked beside the road. Motors roared. The cars sped away. Clyde, Bonnie, and Bonnie's old sweetheart Raymond Hamilton fled in a coupe. The 4 other convicts escaped in a sedan. Prisoners carried the wounded men to the office where they were given emergency treatment, and an intensive hunt was started for Barrow and the escaped convicts. Frank J. Blake, head of the Division of Investigation, Department of Justice at Dallas, started out with 3 of his men to meet Barrow, all superbly armed. Hundreds of well-armed state and county officers were enlisted in the gigantic search. Major Crowson was rushed to a Huntsville hospital where surgeons recognized that the only chance of saving his life lay in an immediate operation. It was found that Bozeman's wounds were not dangerous, and he soon recovered. Meanwhile, W.W. Wade, warden of the state prison at Huntsville, broadcast an alarm by telephone. Within a few minutes, he learned that a car, apparently bearing the bandits, had passed through Lovelady and headed north. It appeared that the gang was trying to make Dallas, hometown of both Barrow and Hamilton. Lee Simmons, general manager of the Texas state prison system, started an investigation. He was assisted by B.B. Monzigo, manager of the prison farm. While bloodhounds tore through the underbrush on the bare chance that some of the escaped men might be around, officers questioned prisoners who had heard the whine of Barrow's bullets. It was learned that the delivery had been carefully prearranged. Barrow had watched a group at work the day before. He knew from his own experience that their task was not finished and that they would be back at the same place early the next morning. Just exactly how Barrow got word to Hamilton that he would try to effect his release wasn't learned. But the prisoners knew that when the gang went to work that morning, 3 revolvers were waiting in a brush pile. Hamilton obtained them and distributed them to men he felt he could trust, and waited. Meanwhile, as the search went on, Major Crowson failed to rally from the emergency operation. He continued to grow weaker, until finally, on January 27th, he died. The bloody Barrows had killed their 9th man. The entire Southwest was demanding that their career be brought to an end. Hours of heated search failed to reveal any additional trace of the escaped killers. Inasmuch as the group would be large enough to be noticed if it stayed together, and since Barrow was known to trust few men, officers soon inclined to the theory that the company had broken up. Barrow, Hamilton, and Bonnie Parker probably stayed together. Realizing that there might be some mistake in the information as to the method of the escape, officers did not stop their checking of the territory immediately surrounding the prison farm. Disappointing as it was, the trail soon grew cold. Police officers over the entire Southwest went on the watch. None of them knew where Barrow's swooping flight might pause. The Texas officers kept up their valiant search, fighting hard against the discouragement they felt as they continued day after day, following numerous leads and tips, all of which proved worthless. A month after the raid on the Texas prison farm, there appeared in southwestern newspapers a startling announcement. A raid of huge proportions on the Cookson Hills area of eastern Oklahoma, notorious for its criminal hideouts, had been dropped. That was the first suggestion the general public had of the amazing event that was to follow. The announcement was made for a purpose. All right, let's set the scene here. A drizzling rain was falling over the jack oak timbered Cookson Hills the night of February 17th. It half concealed a tremendous activity. Trucks, loaded with men wearing the uniform of the National Guard, were rolling over the rough roads. There were scores of motor cars filled with men in civilian garb. Many of the cars bore police insignia. 4 whole companies of the Oklahoma National Guard were on the move upon the orders of Governor William Murray. Altogether, 1,000 men, federal, state, and county officers, were converging toward prearranged points. The Great Drive was about to start. Information had been received that Clyde Barrow, Bonnie Parker, and Raymond Hamilton were hiding in the hills. The huge posse was under orders to bring them in. Also sought were Charles Prettyboy Floyd and other lesser criminals. The area comprising the Cookson Hills is about 60 miles long and about 40 miles wide, 2,400 square miles of some of the wildest, most inaccessible country in America. Cookson Hills lies along the Oklahoma-Arkansas line, north from the Arkansas River, which crosses the state line at Fort Smith, Arkansas. An area without paved highway, it was historic as a hiding place for criminals since the days of the James Boys. It spread into 4 Oklahoma counties: Cherokee, Adair, Sequoia, and Muskogee. Bases of operation had been established at Tahlequah, Muskogee, Stillwell, and Silasau. 0 hour. The dawn of Sunday, February 18th, found 1,000 peace officers either on the march or at their posts guarding paths and roads into the hills. Oklahoma had answered the challenge of the Barrow Pack. The orders were shoot to kill. The most perfectly organized and one of the largest manhunts in the history of Oklahoma was underway. The drizzling rain had turned to snow during the night, but before dawn the clouds broke. Starting at the first suggestion of daylight, the great raid on the Cookson Hills of eastern Oklahoma was well along when the sun rose over the trees. February 18, 1934 was an anxious day for law enforcement. Joplin Chief of Detectives Ed Portley remained close to his office, hoping to receive a message that the murderous pair, Clyde Barrow and Bonnie Parker, had been captured or killed. Would the Oklahoma trap for them and Charles Prettyboy Floyd be successful? In their heart of hearts, police feared that it would not. They realized the tremendous task that the Oklahoma authorities had undertaken. A posse of 1,000 men seemed large. The participating officers were well equipped, perhaps even better armed than the dangerous Barrow Pack, but it seemed impossible to cover thoroughly the area of 2,400 square miles with its thousands of impregnable hideouts. Still, the chance of a fortunate break buoyed hopes. A car rushed down a rutted road near Weber's Falls. As it neared a barricade manned by Oklahoma National Guardsmen, the machine seemed to gain speed. An officer shouted a command. Crews leapt to Army machine guns set up on both sides of the road. The guns were trained on the approaching car. The officer raised his automatic. The driver of the car apparently intended to ram the barricade of logs. The officer saw that a woman was in the front seat. He shouted, "Ready! It may be Barrow!" With only seconds to spare before crashing into the logs, the driver jammed on his brakes. The car skidded sideways across the road. Under the threat of the machine guns, a man and 3 women, their hands in the air, climbed out of the car. None of the occupants resembled members of the Barrow Gang, but the officer informed them that they were under arrest. Sheriff Stanley Rogers of Oklahoma County, one of the officers in command of the posse unit at Muskogee, was informed of the arrest. Sheriff Rogers, who is the president of the Organization of Peace Officers in Oklahoma, rushed to the scene when he learned of several articles found in the motor car. Only one man was in the car, but in the rear seat were 2 men's overcoats. A briefcase found under the coats contained several shotgun shells loaded with No. 2 buckshot and a handful of .45 caliber pistol bullets. A hasty check revealed that the man and the 3 women under arrest did not have criminal records. Following their release a few hours later, Sheriff Rogers made this announcement: "We believe we missed Ford Bradshaw by a hair's breadth. We are positive that the car was sent ahead by Bradshaw, a notorious bank robber, as a decoy. There is every reason to believe that Bradshaw is still in the hills." At about the time of the incident near Weber's Falls, there was a similar occurrence near Muskogee. A car broke down on a barricade erected on the road between Vion and Tahlequah. Disregarding the weapons of the officers at the barricade, the driver crashed his car through the heavy planks. The officers swung around and started firing at the fleeing car. Machine guns and rifles were spitting lead. The car gained distance, 50 yards, 100 yards. A rear tire exploded, then another. Lurching wildly, the machine toppled into a ditch. Before the occupants could clamber from the disabled car, it was surrounded by a ring of determined officers. "All right, we give up," said one of the men as he climbed out. A federal agent lifted a revolver from the speaker's pocket as the second man was getting out of the car with his hands elevated. The daring display by the arrested men had led the officials to believe they'd captured 2 of the major criminals of Cookson Hills. They were disappointed. At Silasau, it was revealed that the men were not associated with the Barrow or Floyd gangs. The armed man had been sought some time for questioning. Such were the reports coming from Cookson Hills. 19 persons, including 6 women, were arrested in the raid. Peace officers throughout the Southwest felt keenly the disappointment of the leaders of the big raid. Tired and wet from its day in the slushy brush, the army started home after dark. Not one major criminal had been arrested. Although failing in its principal objectives, the raid was in effect a success because the spirit and intensity behind the huge posse had a terrorizing effect on the criminals of the Badlands. However, there was only one concrete result of the raid worth mentioning. Ford Bradshaw, believed recently to have become a lieutenant of Floyd, apparently no longer considered the Cookson Hills area a safe hiding place. From confidential sources, Oklahoma authorities learned that he fled soon after the search died down. A few days later, this young outlaw was cornered by deputies in a roadhouse southwest of Fort Smith. In attempting to fight his way clear, Bradshaw was shot to death. Now that the big raid had become merely another incident in the far-flung search for Clyde Barrow, law enforcement could not help but wonder where he would strike again. If he had been in eastern Oklahoma, it seemed probable that he would flee northward from that area. orders were issued for a close watch. A motorcar dealer in Springfield, Missouri reported to police in the city that a car had been stolen from the front of his home. He saw the thieves as they drove away. The dealer positively identified Clyde Barrow, Bonnie Parker, and Raymond Hamilton. There was no identification for a third man with the gang. The warning was broadcast. As Springfield is only 80 miles east of Joplin, Chief of Detectives Ed Portley immediately ordered all available officers to roads entering the city, but the trail was picked up at Galena, miles south of Springfield. Sheriff Seth Tuttle of Stone County and 2 deputies sighted the stolen car speeding westward on Missouri Highway number 44. He wheeled his car about and started in pursuit. Rapidly, he cut down the long lead of the bandit car. The chase continued through Galena, then south. A few miles south of that town, the bandits abandoned the car stolen in Springfield, stealing another which was parked in front of a farmhouse. Sheriff Tuttle instructed his men to continue the chase. He climbed into the abandoned car and rushed back to Galena to notify the Reed Spring, Missouri police. Unless the bandits could be stopped there, the sheriff knew the chance of capture was slight. The trail would be lost in the ravines of the Ozark Mountains. Marshal Dale Davis of Reed Springs received the sheriff's call. He rushed to the highway at a point north of the town. He saw a car approaching from the north. His revolver drawn, Marshal Davis signaled for the speeding car to stop. Hardly slackening its speed, the bandit driver whipped the car into a rutty side road. The skidding wheels threw a shower of gravel down the highway. Deftly, the driver kept control. A few seconds later, the sheriff's car came to a halt at the frantic waving of Marshal Davis. "That way!" Davis shouted, pointing down the side road. "It's a dead-end road! We got him! Let's go!" As the officer's car slid around a sharp turn in the narrow road, they were greeted with a fusillade of machine gun and pistol fire. The bullets plowed into the hood of the car, disabling the ignition system. Equipped only with revolvers, the officers were forced to seek cover. They miraculously escaped injury. Davis and the deputies were unable to fire often as the bandits maintained the barrage of rapid fire. Able to send only a few futile bullets after the bandit car as it retraced its course over the road, the officers were left stranded with their crippled car. Clyde Barrow again had eluded capture. The next day brought startling sequels to the affairs at Springfield and Reed Spring. Joe Gunn, a farmer living near Reed Spring, returned to his home at noon after an absence of almost 24 hours and related an amazing experience. "A car with 2 men and a woman in it stopped and asked me for road directions," Gunn said. "They wanted to go to Springfield. I told them the way and then started to go about my business when one of the men said, 'Get in here.' He had a pistol in his hand. They took me to Springfield where they stole the car. Then there was a wild ride, the officers chasing us. They told me that the officers ought to know me and wouldn't shoot at me, but the officers did not recognize me. The fight near Reed Springs was terrible for me." Gunn was released late that night about 25 miles south of the Missouri line. When he was shown pictures of the killers, the farmer completed the identification of Barrow, Hamilton, and Bonnie. The next development occurred in Kansas, only 200 miles northwest of Berryville, only a few hours after the farmer had been released. Guards on the wall of the Kansas State Penitentiary noticed a Chevrolet sedan circling the prison. In the car were 4 men and a woman. The woman was smoking a cigar. Well, that's Bonnie for you. 2 hours later, prison authorities received reliable information that the same car with Clyde Barrow at the wheel had been parked on a side road near the prison. Radio stations were asked to broadcast a warning to peace officers of eastern Kansas and western Missouri. Heavily armed searching parties were sent out by Warden Lacey Simpson of the Kansas prison and Warden Fred Zerst of the United States Penitentiary at Leavenworth, which is only a few miles from the Kansas institution at Lansing. The prison officials remembered rumors in the summer of 1933 that Barrow had planned a raid on the federal prison where one of Barrow's friends was a prisoner. There seemed to be considerable reason to believe that Barrow was in the vicinity of the prisons, but if a delivery had been planned, he'd evidently lost his courage. The trail was lost. The pack again had dropped from sight. The morning of February 27th, a dark-colored motorcar swept into the little town of Lancaster, Texas. The car stopped in front of the R.P. Henry & Sons Bank. 2 men stepped out and entered the car. A woman remained in the car. A few seconds later, the men dashed from the bank and leapt into the car seat of the machine. The car raced wildly down the street, the woman driving. It had disappeared before startled witnesses learned what occurred in the bank. Bank officials announced that $4,138 had been obtained in the holdup. They identified Clyde Barrow and Raymond Hamilton as the bandits. The chase was on again. Time passed without any definite word as to the whereabouts of the outlaw gang. The days following were marked only by the attempted escape of Roy Thornton, Bonnie Parker's former husband, from the Texas State Penitentiary at Huntsville. At 1 o'clock on the morning of March 7th, 5 men crept from their cells in the prison. The convicts had unlocked their cell doors with keys fashioned in the prison machine shop. A few minutes later, the prison was thrown into confusion by the roar of shotguns. 3 of the convicts, attempting to scale the wall, were wounded by buckshot. The other 2, one of whom was Thornton, surrendered quickly. Vigilant guards had frustrated the plot. Warden W. W. Wade said that Thornton, a life-termer, had plotted the escape because of his affection for Bonnie and his desire to rejoin her. "The man is crazy over that woman," Warden Wade said. The next morning, hundreds of miles distant from the Huntsville prison, a man burst excitedly into the office of Sheriff W.A. Wantland of Franklin County, Kansas. The man, whose name is withheld by Sheriff Wantland, told of a strange experience. He said he was hitchhiking on United States Highway number 73 West near Ottawa, Kansas, when he was picked up by a man and a woman in a Ford V8 sedan bearing an Oklahoma license. The couple asked him directions to Osawatomie, Kansas, and then let him out of the car a few miles down the highway. The sheriff's visitor told of 2 sawed-off shotguns in the car and of a revolver in a holster strapped to the steering wheel. The description of the couple seemed familiar to Sheriff Wantland. After viewing several pictures, the hitchhiker found that he had been given a ride by, you guessed it, Clyde Barrow and Bonnie Parker. Needless to say, this information caused a renewal of the search for Barrow in Kansas. It was at about this time that a series of some 12 bank holdups started occurring in that state, but except for one vague instance, neither Barrow nor Bonnie Parker were identified in connection with any of those robberies. That one vague instance was in connection with the $25,000 holdup on March 12th of Exchange National and the Exchange State Banks, which occupy the same building in Atchison, Kansas. 8 employees were kidnapped as hostages, and the chief of police, Willard Linville, was wounded in a battle with the bandits. Several persons reported to Atchison police that they'd seen a woman who was smoking a cigar in an Atchison hotel. The description given of the woman was somewhat similar to that of Bonnie Parker. However, the Barrow gang was ultimately not connected with the holdup. Business houses in the little town of West Texas, that's right, not the region, the town is actually called West Texas, were enjoying the usual rush of Saturday, the morning of March 31st. Few of the many persons on the street paid particular notice to a motor car that drew up to the front of the State National Bank. There was a red-haired young woman at the steering wheel. A young man stepped from the car and sauntered into the bank. Once inside, he whipped out a bulky object he had concealed under his coat. It was a sub-machine gun. A moment later, the man dashed from the bank and piled into the car. Bank officials ran to the streets shouting for a chase to be organized. The lone bandit had scooped up $1,862 from the tills. The alarm spread over central Texas. Was it Barrow? Witnesses to the holdup viewed pictures of the killer. He was not the bandit. The man was Raymond Hamilton, the witnesses said. They were unable to identify the woman. Posses of 30 officers spread out over the roads. 30 minutes after the holdup, the trail of the bandit car was found. A farmer said he'd pulled the car from a mud hole on the county road east of West. East of West? Really? Again, West Texas is the name of the town. There was a man and a red-haired woman in the car. The man answered Hamilton's description. Courting death on the slippery road, 2 carloads of deputy sheriffs dashed out in pursuit of the bandit couple. As they neared the village of Thelma, the officers came upon an amazing scene. 2 farmers were standing beside a wrecked car. They were waving frantically at the officers. The motors cut off. The deputies heard the wild sobs of a small child who was leaning against the wrecked car. "Mother! Mother!" the child cried. "My mother is gone." God, that's tragic. The farmers said they'd been attracted to the scene by a loud crash. They found a man and a woman standing by the car, which had skidded from the road and plunged into an embankment. "Mister, we gotta get out of here in a hurry." The man addressed one of the farmers. "Have you got a chain you could tie to your car?" The farmers said they had no chain in the car, but volunteered to go to the nearby farmhouse where they could obtain one. They climbed over the embankment and cut across the field. About 15 minutes later, they returned, carrying between them a long log chain. As they approached the edge of the embankment, the farmers heard the scream of a woman. Dropping the chain, they rushed forward. One of the farmers, who had a shotgun in his hand, released the safety catch on the weapon. They heard the man say, "Lady, we've robbed a bank and we have to have your car." Apparently sensing the return of the farmers, the man released the struggling woman and dived for the wrecked machine. A second car was standing in the center of the road. The man pulled a machine gun from the car and pointed it toward the startled farmers. "Drop that shotgun!" he shouted. The farmer hesitated. A score of bullets from the machine gun ripped up the lip of the embankment at his feet. The shotgun tumbled down into the water of the ditch. Defenseless, the farmers were unable to protest against what followed. They recognized the woman driver of the second car. She was Mrs. Cam Gunter, an attractive young matron of Mexia, a town east of Thelma. In her car was her 4-year-old son, Jolly. The man and his woman companion pulled the little boy from Mrs. Gunter's car and calmly proceeded to transfer several weapons from their wrecked car. The frightened mother crouched at the side of the road, her arms around the boy. Finally, the bandits appeared ready to leave. The man said to Mrs. Gunter, "You're going with us." The horrified young woman was forced into the front seat of the car between the bandit and his woman companion. The child was left behind. "You take care of the kid. The man told the farmers, "We can't use them." With the man driving the car started eastward towards Mexia, the farmers plunged down the side of the bank, both attempting to find the shotgun. By the time it had been retrieved, the bandits and their hostage were out of sight. The deputy sheriffs did not tarry long in obtaining the bare details of this new outrage. Taking the child with them, they raced to Mexia with a report of the kidnapping. All police officers in the central part of the huge state were notified of the new turn. Radio stations in the larger cities broadcast a warning that there was an innocent person with the robbers. Sheriffs and police chiefs rushed additional men into the field. An outraged citizenry formed determined posses. For 2 hours, news of the affair was kept from Mr. Gunter of Mexia. It was hoped that the searchers would find Mrs. Gunter unharmed and thus save her husband from shock and worry. When he was notified, the husband found willing volunteers for another posse. Hour after hour, the search went on. A watch was kept over all main highways and most of the possible dirt roads. Every possible hideout was searched. Even after many of the other searching parties were forced to stop by exhaustion, the infuriated husband drove his party on. At midnight, there had been no word. By that time, it had been definitively established that Raymond Hamilton, robber of the bank at West, was the kidnapper. Hamilton, the desperate escaped convict, was a known killer, and perhaps even then he was keeping a rendezvous with Clyde Barrow. It was no wonder that the hope of again seeing Mrs. Gunter alive was waning. When dawn came, a new posse took up the search. It was Sunday, April 1st. April Fool's Day. It was a dark, sad Easter for the husband and son of Mrs. Gunter and the young woman's many friends. The one topic of conversation in the churches of Mexia that morning was the fate of the young mother. At 9:30 in the morning, a long-distance call for Mr. Gunter came from Houston, a city 200 miles south of Mexia. The operator was unable to locate the husband, who was still driving his posse on. "May I give Mr. Gunter a message?" the operator asked, "or shall I call you back when you're able to reach him?" "Tell him that Mrs. Gunter called," the astonished operator heard over the wire. "Tell him that I am safe and I was released a few minutes ago in Houston, and I will start home as soon as I have a little work done on my car." Mrs. Gunter was connected with the chief of police. She said that she'd been unharmed and that Hamilton had given her $30 to repair her car when he released her at Houston. Shortly after 1 o'clock in the morning, following a mad drive over slippery roads, Hamilton had driven the car into a wooded patch. He told Mrs. Gunter to sleep. The Mexia woman described Hamilton's companions, telling how the red-haired woman had called the bank robber by such endearing terms as darling and sweetheart. "I dozed in the car," Mrs. Gunter said. "The girl seemed to sleep pretty well, but I don't think the man ever went to sleep. He walked around with a machine gun in his hands most of the time." Mrs. Gunter said that Hamilton stole a black sedan with yellow wheels in Houston before he released her. She watched the couple drive away in the stolen car. Then she reported the affair to Houston police. Officials learned that Hamilton apparently had made no contact with Barrow during the time he held Mrs. Gunter captive. But the mere fact that Hamilton was headed south made it seem probable that Barrow was in the southern part of Texas. Mr. and Mrs. Fred A. Giggle. Okay, that's spelled Giggal, so I guess I can say Giggle or Giggle. I'm going with Giggle. Mr. and Mrs. Fred A. Giggle of 4226 Prescott Avenue, Dallas, started to drive to Rome, a town northwest of Dallas, that Easter Sunday afternoon. They were driving on Texas State Highway number 114. Shortly before 3:30 p.m., 3 officers of the Texas Highway Patrol mounted on motorcycles passed them. Attached to one of the motorcycles was a sidecar containing a set of scales. Far down the highway, Mr. and Mrs. Giggle observed 2 of the motorcycles swerve into a side road. The machine with the sidecar continued on. His curiosity aroused, Mr. Giggle slowed his car as he approached the intersection of a dirt road. About 100 yards up the road, he could see a parked black motorcar with yellow wire wheels. The officers approached the car. The Dallas man turned his attention to the highway and started to speed up his car. A roar of gunfire sounded behind him. Quickly, Mr. Giggle brought his car to a halt. The reports of the guns died out, then began again. As he could see the parked car only faintly through the trees, Mr. Giggle started backing his car up as soon as he stopped. He and his wife saw 2 brown uniformed men lying on the dirt road. 2 persons were standing over them. Both were dressed in brown riding trousers, and one was wearing a brown shirt, the other a blue shirt. One, the shorter of the 2, obviously was a woman. To their horror, the couple on the highway saw the taller of the 2 persons bend over one of the uniformed men and fire several shots. The killers ran to the parked car. The car was turned around facing the highway. It started forward. Quick, they'll kill us too!" Mrs. Giggle screamed. Mr. Giggle started his car. Okay, I'm sorry, I have to pause and just say there's this incredible emotional disconnect between how horrible the events that are occurring are and the fact that the couple that's witnessing them is named Mr. and Mrs. Giggle. So, just deal with that. I am. Mr. Giggle started his car down the highway. The car containing the killer's paused at the intersection. It seemed at first that the driver was about to turn it in pursuit. Then he turned southeast toward Dallas and soon disappeared. Driving at a high speed, Mr. Giggle soon overtook the officers on the sidecar-equipped motorcycle. The officer was Patrolman Polk Ivy. A moment later, Patrolman Ivy was traveling at a terrific pace back toward the scene of the shooting. Stretched out on the roadway, he found his two fellow officers, Patrolman E.B. Wheeler and H.D. Murphy. Wheeler, one of the best shots in the Texas Patrol, was dead, and Murphy, unconscious from his wounds, died a few minutes later. Patrolman Ivy rushed to a telephone to notify Captain S.C. Ham of Dallas, District Chief of the Texas Patrol, of the double murder. Captain Ham immediately called Sheriff R.A. Schmidt and Police Chief Claude W. Trammell. Through the facilities of the police department and the sheriff's office, the pickup for the black sedan with yellow wheels was broadcast. Earlier in the day, officials at Dallas had been informed that Raymond Hamilton had stolen a black sedan with yellow wheels that morning in Houston. The first thought was that Hamilton had participated in the double killing. The car was similar, and the slayers were a man and a woman. It was only a matter of minutes until investigating officers from Dallas and Fort Worth were at the murder scene. The officers were slain near the village of Grapevine between the two larger cities. A few empty cartridge and shell cases scattered over the road gave mute evidence of the brutal crime. Officers found the cases of 3 16-gauge and 3 12-gauge shotgun shells and the cases of 5 45 caliber pistol cartridges and 1 30-60 rifle shell. All had been fired by weapons in the hands of the killers. Neither of the officers had been able to fire. Patrolman Wheeler, who had fallen beside his motorcycle, evidently had attempted to free his sawed-off shotgun from its scabbard. The revolvers of both of the officers were still in the holsters. Just as a minute search of the scene was being started, a third witness to the brutal affair stepped forward to talk to the officials. He was William Schaefer, a farmer whose land borders the side road. He was about 100 yards distant from the parked car when the shooting started. Schaefer's version of the affair corroborated that given by Mr. and Mrs. Giggle. He said that the two officers alighted from their machines about 25 feet from the parked car. A man and a woman, both dressed in riding breeches, leapt from the car and opened fire with shotguns. The farmer saw both of the killers fire at the still forms of the officers. Detective A.C. Howerton of Fort Worth questioned Mr. Schaefer. "How long had the car been parked there?" "Since 10:30 this morning," Schaefer replied. "I passed it when I was returning to my farm with a load of stone. There was a man and a woman in it. A good-looking young woman and smallish, and a hatchet-faced young man." The officers crowded around the farmer at these words. About how tall was the man? There was an air of suppressed excitement as the questions were fired at the farmer. Similar questions were asked of the Giggles. Detective Howerton said, "Men, we know who killed Wheeler and Murphy. There ain't a doubt in the world. The killers were Clyde Barrow and Bonnie Parker." The Barrow gang had committed their 10th and 11th murders. It was certain, then, that Hamilton had not been with Barrow at the time of the murders. If the car had been parked near Grapevine at 10:30 that morning, it would have been a physical impossibility for Hamilton to have traveled there from Houston, a distance of about 260 miles. Hamilton was last seen by Mrs. Gunter in Houston at 9:30, it will be recalled. After the officers had finished talking to the witnesses, the search for further evidence was resumed. At the side of the road, Detective Howerton bent over. He picked up something. It was a cigar butt. It bore the imprint of small teeth. Bonnie Parker had tossed it into the ditch. An hour later, the identification of Barrow and Bonnie Parker as the slayers of patrolmen Wheeler and Murphy was made even more positive when the witnesses were shown pictures of the killers. In the meantime, hundreds of officers had been scouring the country roads of northern Texas. The peace officers of town after town were called by long distance by the Dallas authorities. The hunt for the killers grew in widening circles. 25 Dallas detectives and patrolmen were added to the forces of Sheriff Schmid to carry on the search in Dallas County. Numerous posses were at work in Tarrant and Denton counties, believed to be frequently visited by Barrow. The trail was picked up in Grapevine. A black Ford sedan with yellow wheels had raced through the town a few minutes after the officers had been slain. The car was traveling at a speed estimated at 75 miles an hour. Persons who observed the speeding car said its occupants were laughing. Barrow dropped from sight. More than 24 hours passed before Texas officials obtained another definite lead. Thank you for taking a moment to support the brands who support Kinda Murdery. Also, thank you for being part of our Kinda Murdery community. A community that, as you know, I truly hope can become a place where we all can feel seen and cared for. I would like to especially acknowledge our listeners with disabilities, physical or otherwise. As you know, I have cerebral palsy myself. If you need a friend, don't hesitate to reach out to the show. And also, everyone, please remember the 3-digit number 988. Program it into your phone. It's new. It's a free number that you can dial in times of crisis to receive suicide, substance abuse, and mental health related counseling. If you're in crisis, please remember you are loved and dial 988 to talk to someone right away. If you're not in crisis, but the clouds are pressing down on you and you could use a friend, please don't hesitate to reach out to the show. kindamurdery@gmail.com or @kindamurdery on all social media. I'd love to connect with you. I'm here for you, and I care. All right, let's get back to the killer couple, shall we? As we continue with part 6 of Wheels, Barrows, and Blood, the Badlands romance of Bonnie and Clyde, Kinda Murdery, resumes now. A black Ford sedan rolled slowly down the main street of Blanket, Texas, a town about 125 miles southwest of Dallas. The driver, citing Howard Strickland, night marshal, stopped the car beside the officer. 2 persons were inside the car, a man and a woman. Marshal Strickland found himself covered by a submachine gun. He was forced to accompany the bandits to a filling station. The man broke the lock on a pump, and the fuel tank of the car was filled to overflowing. A second later, the sedan was speeding down the road. The officer whipped out his revolver and fired 4 times at the racing car. None of the bullets took effect. The marshal's telephone message threw the search for Clyde Barrow to Central Texas, for it was Clyde who was driving the car. While not positive, Marshal Strickland believed the woman was Bonnie Parker. By this time, the demand for the capture of the Barrow gang had reached a new peak. Texas newspapers were calling Clyde Barrow Texas public enemy number 1. Papers in other states were ranking him as the public enemy number 1 of the United States. Following the announcement of Mrs. M.A. Ferguson, governor of Texas, that the state would pay $500 for the capture of the criminals, there came a flood of private subscriptions to a reward fund. Most of the donations were for $1. They poured in at such an extent that within a few days, Chief L.G. Ferris of the Texas Highway Patrol announced that the fund had grown to almost $3,000. A downpour of rain the night of April 4th hampered the statewide search for the killers. It was that night that a black sedan slipped into DeKalb in northern Texas near the Oklahoma line. There were 2 men and a woman in the car. John Hall, a filling station operator at DeKalb, looked curiously at the occupants of the car as it drew up in front of his pumps. Just 4 gallons of gasoline were required to fill the car's tank. "Get in," ordered the driver of the car. He was pointing a pistol at Hall. Boy, if I'd worked at a gas station in the Midwest or the South during Bonnie and Parker's cross-country rampage, I think I would have retired or found another job. Sheesh. "Get in," ordered the driver of the car. He was pointing a pistol at Hall. Inside the car, the woman and a second man rifled Hall's pockets, taking $40. Before his absence had been discovered, Hall called the DeKalb police from a farm telephone 8 miles north of town. He'd been thrown from the car by the bandits. The driver of the car was Clyde Barrow. Hall had remembered newspaper pictures of the killer. A black Ford sedan with yellow wheels skidded on the muddy road at the outskirts of Commerce, Oklahoma, a village in the northeast corner of the state. The driver stepped on the accelerator, but he could not keep the machine in the road. It slid into a ditch. The furiously spinning wheels would not take hold. Several persons volunteered to push on the mired car. At first they were waved away. Then their offer was accepted. Some of the more curious peeked into the mud-spattered windows. Beside the driver, they saw a blonde young woman and another man. The occupants of the car started cursing the volunteers. The second man, a sandy-haired fellow, leapt from the sedan when several of the helpers started to draw away. The man held a machine gun. "Oh, no, you don't," he shouted. "You stay right here, all of you." Charles Dodson, who was driving his heavy truck along the road, came to a halt when he saw the ugly muzzle of a gun trained on his cab. "Tie on here," the man ordered. "You'll pull us out or you'll get filled with lead." Under the threat of death, Dodson climbed out of his truck and fastened a length of rope to his machine and the car. He started to feed the gas to his motor. Slowly, the car was tugged from the ditch. The driver unfastened the rope. 2 men whom the truck driver and the bystanders had recognized were approaching. They had revolvers in their hands. Constable Cal Campbell had been informed that a car containing several drunks was creating a disturbance at the edge of town. He went to the village barbershop where he found Chief of Police Percy Boyd. Together, the 2 officers started out to investigate. It was the morning of April 6th. As they came upon the scene, the officers saw the machine gun. They knew that they would be facing no simple gang of common drunks. Constable Campbell shouted, "Get ready to shoot!" The man with the machine gun swung around. The driver of the car, also armed with a machine gun, got out of the car. Constable Campbell raised his revolver. He fired 3 times. Chief Boyd started firing. The machine guns opened up. The chief threw himself on the ground. Constable Campbell fell by his side. "Turn over. Lie flat, or they'll fill you with lead," Chief Boyd cried to his fellow officer. The constable only groaned. A burning sensation ran down the side of Chief Boyd's face. He felt faint. Recovering in a second, he looked up to find himself covered by the machine guns, blood streaming down his face. The chief was forced into the car, and a machine gun prodded him in the back. The car started forward, then slipped into the ditch again. This time, the tires held, and the machine swerved into the middle of the road. Constable Campbell was dead. Chief Boyd, believed to be badly wounded, had been kidnapped. That was the state of affairs as found by Sheriff D. Waters when he arrived in the terror-stricken village. Quickly, Sheriff Waters set the machinery in motion to search for the killers. He obtained volunteers to spread the alarm to other towns. Then he started piecing together descriptions of the killers. There could be no doubt, Sheriff Waters declared, that the driver of the car was Clyde Barrow. With him were Bonnie Parker and a second man believed to be, at this point, also notorious, Raymond Hamilton. Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, and Arkansas offered avenues of escape for the killers and kidnappers. Just south of Commerce lay the Cookson Hills. Remember the Cookson Hills, where that giant raid that was almost on a military scale didn't manage to catch anyone? Yeah, that's the place. Roads to that area were blocked, and the peace officers of towns and counties in the 4 states concentrated on the borders. Captain Ham of the Texas Patrol rushed patrolmen to the bridges over the Red River, which forms the Texas-Oklahoma border. Clyde Barrow was responsible for a 12th murder. What was the fate of Chief Boyd? Was he to be listed as number 13 in the bloody record? The Barrow gang had fled westward from Commerce. 3 miles from the shooting scene, their car again had mired. A.N. Butterfield, a farmer, reported to Sheriff Waters that he'd been forced to tow the car onto solid road. The woman, Bonnie Parker, held the wheel while the 2 men kept Butterfield covered with their weapons. 2 hours rolled by with no further word from the killers. At midnight, there seemed to be no hope. And then, Sheriff Harry Heil of Fort Scott, Kansas, was awakened by the insistent clamor of his telephone. It was 12:21 a.m. in the morning of April 7th. Instinctively, Sheriff Heil knew that he was about to receive a message concerning the killer. "This is Percy Boyd, Sheriff," were the startling words the Kansas officer heard. "Clyde Barrow just turned me loose 7 miles south of Fort Scott near Kansas State Highway number 7. I believe he's headed toward your city." The conversation between the 2 officers was short and to the point, and then the connection was broken. A second later, Sheriff Heil was calling his deputies, the Fort Scott Police, and the offices of the Kansas Highway Patrol at Topeka. With something definite to guide them, dozens of peace officers again took up the chase. Sheriff Heil completed his calls. Then, he took a carload of deputies and rushed to Chief Boyd. The Commerce Chief had called from the farmhouse of Harry Dugan. A short time later, Chief Boyd was admitted to the Fort Scott Mercy Hospital for treatment of a scalp wound. After reciting briefly the details of the affair at Commerce, Chief Boyd told the detail of his ride with Clyde Barrow and the conversation he had with Bonnie Parker. The second man, a silent fellow, the chief believed was Hamilton. At times, the light car whizzed along at 90 miles an hour. Barrow seemed to have no definite destination. Almost 40 gallons of gasoline were consumed in a mad merry-go-round flight in southeastern Kansas. Bonnie Parker and Barrow freely admitted their identities. They joked about the shooting at Commerce. At one point, the conversation turned to the double murder near Grapevine. "That's where they got us wrong," Bonnie said. But in later conversation, things were said in contradiction to that denial. Barrow and Bonnie bragged that they were too smart to be caught. The woman denied that she smoked cigars. "They had an arsenal in that car," Chief Boyd said. "I saw 3 machine guns, 3 shotguns, and a bunch of automatic pistols. Then they had a suitcase full of ammunition, and there was a pint of whiskey in the car, but Barrow said he never drank. My shirt was covered in blood, so Barrow gave me one of his, and the other man gave me a necktie. One of them poured some antiseptic over the wound in my head." Believing that Barrow still was in Kansas, Adjutant General Milton McLean ordered out several companies of the National Guard. Because of the violation of the federal kidnapping law, United States Attorney General Cummings at Washington instructed Department of Justice agents to utilize every resource to apprehend Barrow. In a surprise development, shown pictures of Raymond Hamilton, Chief Boyd said that the criminal was not the companion of Barrow and Bonnie. Belief that the second man was Jim Clark, escaped Kansas convict, led to a raid by federal, state, and county officials that night. It was believed that Barrow might be hiding with Clark on a farm between Chetopa, Kansas and Welch, Oklahoma. Hamilton himself denied that he was with Barrow in the Commerce raid. Enclosed with a paper bearing his fingerprints, a letter from Hamilton was received by a Dallas lawyer on April 8th. The letter, mailed in New Orleans, was sent special delivery. It read, in part, "I'm sending you a bill from a hotel I was staying at the time of the killing in Commerce, Oklahoma. I haven't been with Clyde Barrow since the Lancaster bank robbery. I'm sending you $100, and I want this put before the public and proved right away. I'm enclosing also my fingerprints. I want to let the public and the whole world know that I am not with Clyde Barrow and I don't go his speed. I'm a lone man and I intend to stay that way. I was in Houston Wednesday night, April 4th, and I've been here ever since Thursday evening, April 5th. The hotel bill was for F.A. Murphy and wife in Lake Charles, Louisiana. At the hotel in New Orleans, it was said that Murphy and a striking brunette had stopped there the night of April 5th. The clerk and a bellboy identified a photo of Hamilton. A number of handwriting experts examined the letter. It was declared genuine. The fingerprints were Hamilton's. Why should the murderer Hamilton be so concerned over the slaying at Commerce? The lawyer to whom the letter was addressed explained it as follows. Hamilton is wanted in Oklahoma for the killing of an officer at Atoka. He's afraid of that state now, believing that he would be sentenced to death for the Atoka killing, and he's anxious that it not be connected with the Commerce killing, for that would result in his being taken to Oklahoma if he is ever captured. The following day, the black Ford sedan used by Barrow was found half buried in a haystack near Fort Scott. In it were Chief Boyd's necktie and several other articles identified by the Commerce Chief of Police. Days passed without a definite lead to follow. On April 11th, it was reported that Barrow had been sighted near Independence, Kansas, and on the same date, a first-degree murder charge was filed against him in Miami, Oklahoma, in connection with the death of Constable Campbell. The following day, a letter purporting to have come from Bonnie Parker was received by a Houston newspaper. The letter, signed by Clyde and Bonnie, stated that Raymond Hamilton no longer was associated with the pair. The letter had been mailed at Groveton, Texas. On April 13th, 2 raids at widely separated points were made with the capture of Clyde Barrow as the objective. One was at Hot Springs, Arkansas, and the other was near Ringgold, Louisiana. Neither raid, and this is unsurprising at this point, was successful. The next day, Sheriff Schmidt announced the arrest of Floyd Hamilton, brother of Raymond Hamilton, and 3 other men at Dallas. The search for Barrow swung to the vicinity of Iredell, Texas on April 20th when a bandit entered the Iredell State Bank and escaped with about $100. Identification was made by J. Wiley Harris of Dallas, who was in the bank at the time of the holdup. The next announcement of importance came from Crockett, Texas on April 24th. Officials there filed former charges against Floyd Hamilton, accusing him of smuggling weapons into the Eastham prison farm previous to Barrow's raid on January 16th. Then, the next day, a more startling event occurred. A Plymouth motor car pulled up to the side door of the First National Bank at Louisville, Texas. 2 men were in the car. One got out, swaggered into the bank, and the other remained in the machine. Seconds later, the man ran from the bank and leapt into the car. In an unbelievably short time, police radio stations in the larger cities of Texas were broadcasting reports of the holdup. The bandits had obtained approximately $2,200. The bandit who'd performed the actual robbery was Raymond Hamilton. The second man was unknown. Posses converged on Louisville. 2.5 hours later, Deputy Sheriffs Collier Urey and D.S. McDaniel of Grayson County and Dr. John T. Hall, arms instructor of the Sherman, Texas Police Department, were speeding down a side road about 7 miles south of Sherman. They observed a Plymouth car swing from the main highway and onto their road. Deputy Urey swung the posse car across the road. The Plymouth was forced to halt. Under the threatening weapons of the officer, Raymond Hamilton and his companion, T.R. Brooks, climbed from the car and surrendered. Occupying a death cell in the Dallas County Jail, Hamilton said he had not seen Barrow since the Lancaster bank robbery. Continued questioning of the robber and murderer resulted in nothing of value in the hunt. May 1st. Hamilton, former member of the Barrow Gang, was indicted as a habitual criminal. Dallas County officials announced that a determined effort would be made to obtain the maximum penalty, death by electric chair. Law enforcement acknowledged this victory with little excitement because, against Hamilton's capture, the death of Buck Barrow, the imprisonment of his wife Blanche, and the arrest of other accomplices now in prison awaiting trial, stands a grim challenge of 12 lives wantonly snuffed out by the murderous gang, with Clyde Barrow and Bonnie Parker still eluding the dragnet spread for them over the Southwest. Buckle up. strap on your Doc Martens and head for the mosh pit as we immerse ourselves in the inside story of the killing of Bonnie Parker and Clyde Barrow, as told by a man who was there on the road where it happened, Sheriff Henderson Jordan from Bienville Parish, Louisiana. Early in 1932, when I became sheriff of Bienville Parish, Clyde Barrow was a convict in the Texas State Penitentiary. He was a small-timer then, and on February 2nd of that year, the youthful car thief who was to spread terror and death through a dozen states was released on general parole. The notoriety of the Bloody Barrows gathered momentum. Hardly more than a year following his release, Clyde Barrow and his associates had been identified in 7 murders. Within that short time, the Crimson partnership with Bonnie Parker, pretty, red-haired waitress, had been sealed. As a police officer, I watched with horror the increasing atrocities of the gang. 12 murders in 26 months? 9 of those victims were officers who'd been shot down in battles with this wantonly violent pack of desperados. I rejoiced at the victories won by the law in the other states. Buck Barrow, Clyde's brother, wounded by Missouri officers, died after his capture by the Iowa posse. Blanche Barrow, wife of Buck, now is in the Missouri State Penitentiary. A member of the gang who participated in several of the murders is under death sentence in Texas. Others are in various prisons. From all of this dramatic robbery, murder, and violence, a cold-blooded, heartless criminal combination emerged. Sheriff Henderson Jordan just called Bonnie and Clyde a cold-blooded, heartless criminal combination and referred to Bonnie as Clyde's able lieutenant. And that likely all is true. Bonnie was certainly able. She was far more than some gangster's girlfriend. That being said, it seems to me that the truth lands squarely in Girls Run the World. What this story suggests to me is that Clyde was just as much Bonnie's able lieutenant, if not more, than the other way around. Perhaps there's more than just linguistic rhythm to the fact that America's most famous killer couple is remembered as Bonnie and Clyde, not Clyde and Bonnie. That's right. Cigar-chomping, aspiring movie star, and certified badass Bonnie Parker was nobody's lieutenant. She strikes me as having been a general officer of brutality, banditry, murder, and yes, of course, romance. I mentioned at the very outset of this story in part number 1 that in researching it, I felt that perhaps I had come across the reason why Bonnie and Clyde were so much more famous than Dale Jones and Margie Dean. And it wasn't just the rise of the popularity of the radio, or Bonnie's attractiveness and brightly colored hair, although both of those things were probably part of it. It's that Bonnie and Clyde were a hot mess. You never knew what was coming next. They were the best dramatic television show, the best, wildest reality show, if you want to think of it like that, in America. Now, Dale Jones and Margie Dean, they were largely extremely careful. They planned big heists. They kept as a commandment never to kill anyone unless absolutely necessary. They were a well-run, well-oiled unit. And so, in many ways, as incredible as their story is, they were far less dramatic. I mean, what do we know about reality TV? Reality TV shows are never about super functional, responsible families. No, they're about train wrecks, dumpster fires, and hot messes, right? Well, Bonnie and Clyde, they weren't planning inflation-adjusted $1 million train heists. They were running from the law like their hair was on fire, robbing gas stations willy-nilly, often for loose change, and killing anyone that got in their way. I mean, to their credit, they generally didn't kill people just to kill them, as you've heard. They let people go when they could. But compared to Dale Jones and Margie Dean, my goodness, Bonnie and Clyde were a veritable fountain of death. And they might kill you because you tried to step between them and $5, not $5,000. In other words, their unpredictability, combined with their general attractiveness, the radio, the romance, combined with the cigar-chomping woman who was most likely, though the people chronicling the story didn't want to say it, the leader of the gang, all of these things made them incredibly compelling as they still are. And that, more than just the radio, is the reason why I think they are so much more famous than Dale Jones and Margie Dean. Alright, let's get back to the story of Sheriff Henderson Jordan from Bienville Parish, Louisiana. We'll pick it up at what he called a cold-blooded, heartless criminal combination and what we call a killer couple. The viciousness of Clyde Barrow and his able lieutenant, Bonnie Parker, surpassed even that of John Dillinger, who was rated as public enemy number 1. Like countless other peace officers in the South and the Southwest, I had attempted to visualize some plan to end the wild career of the pair. Never had I actually believed, however, that such an opportunity would occur in my quiet parish. Bienville Parish is in the northwest part of Louisiana. Arcadia, the parish site, which is in the northeast part of the parish, is about 80 miles east of the Texas-Louisiana line. The greater part of the parish lies to the southwest of Arcadia. Geographically, this would have placed my parish, and again this is Sheriff Henderson Jordan from Bienville speaking, well within the reach of the swooping dashes of the killers. But until the bombastic end of their sadistic story, only one crime had been charged to Barrow and his gang in Louisiana. That one crime occurred on the night of April 27, 1933, when H.D. Darby, a Ruston undertaker, and Miss Sophie Stone, home demonstration agent, were kidnapped by Barrow and later released in central Arkansas. Ruston is about 25 miles east of Arcadia. The afternoon of March 24, 1934, one of my deputies informed me that 2 men wished to speak to me. The visitors entered my private office. The door was closed. The men were Agent L.A. Kendall of the Division of Investigation, Department of Justice, and Deputy Sheriff Steve Norrid of Bossier Parish. Again, please, I ask you to forgive this Yankee retelling my story both for his flat northern accent and also for all the times he inevitably will mispronounce the name of a place or a person in the great state of Louisiana. So yeah, that's who came to visit me. Agent L.A. Kendall of the Division of Investigation, Department of Justice, and Deputy Sheriff Steve Norrid of Bossier Parish. They were on the trail of Clyde Barrow and Bonnie Parker. "Do you recall the Eastham, Texas prison farm escape last January?" Agent Kendall asked me. "That was the raid in which a guard was killed and 5 convicts were freed." Now, I remembered vividly the daring exploit of Barrow and Bonnie Parker. Raymond Hamilton, who was one of Barrow's earlier criminal companions, Henry Methvin, Joe Palmer, W.H. Bybee, and J.B. French were the convicts delivered in the affair. Major Crowson, the guard, was struck down by a hail of bullets fired from the weapons of the killers. "We've established positively that Henry Methvin has been traveling with Barrow and Bonnie Parker," Agent Kendall said. "Working on the supposition that Methvin might attempt to visit relatives, we've been trying to locate his father, Ivan Methvin. Ivan Methvin lived until recently in Bossier Parish, just west of your parish. He moved some time back. Our information is that he moved to a place about 15 miles north of Coushatta, Red River Parish." "Well, that would put him just inside my parish," I said. "Down in the southwest corner." Agent Kendall nodded. The visit of the 2 officers ended 15 minutes later. Before they left, I'd agreed to carry on a quiet investigation. I spent virtually every daylight hour of the following 10 days traveling through the southwestern part of Bienville Parish. I stopped my car to talk to the farmers in the area. At no time did I ever make any reference to the purpose of my trips to the various communities. I talked to merchants and police in the villages of the district. After the first week of the task began to appear hopeless, I spent hours listening to farmers discussing cotton prices, politics, and casual gossip. After the first week, the task began to appear hopeless. I'd spent hours listening to farmers discussing cotton prices, politics, and casual gossip. I'd asked carefully worded questions about neighbors. A new neighbor is an event of importance in a rural community. Finally, I caught a break. I heard the name of Ivan Methvin, the father of Clyde Barrow's cohort, Henry Methvin. Ivan had rented a place in the very tip of the parish, close to where Bienville Parish, Natchitoches, and again, I'm basically a ghost, and Zevon is my medium, and so you'll have to forgive him that he has no idea how to pronounce the words that I'm saying. But it's there at the tip of the parish, close to where Bienville Parish, Natchitoches, and Red River Parish meet at a common point. Were Clyde Barrow, Bonnie Parker, and Henry Methvin using that piney woods section with its innumerable hiding places as a rendezvous point? I realized that I had just started a difficult and perhaps dangerous undertaking. perhaps dangerous. That's pretty cavalier. If the killers had been frequenting the vicinity, I knew that one misstep on my part would send them scurrying away. A carefully thought-out plan would need to be devised. I could not then foresee the next development. I regret that I must withhold the name of the person who supplied information of the utmost importance. In order to protect this man, I will not disclose any of the conditions under which we communicated. Now remember, Zevon chiming in here, that Sheriff Jordan is telling this story in November of 1934, not even a year after the death of Bonnie and Clyde, who had lots of family and friends and were very popular among some people. So if he seems to be a little bit cagey in the information he reveals, that's because the danger to allies of the law was very real and immediate. All right, back to Sheriff Jordan. Like I said, I regret that I must withhold the name to protect the man, but all that can really be said is that my informant was on the inside. Of course, I suppose you wouldn't be much of an informant from the outside, now would you? Now, through this informant, this confidential informant, I learned that Barrow, Henry Methvin, and Bonnie Parker had been making periodic visits to the vicinity of the Ivan Methvin farm. The visits had been made at intervals of about 2 weeks. Traveling at night, usually between 10 and 11 o'clock, the Outlaws would dash into the area in a fast motor car. An hour or so later, their car would be seen speeding away over narrow side roads. That was in early April 1934, barely 6 months ago. I called Agent Kendall, who was then at Monroe, 53 miles east of Arcadia. Without revealing my information, I urged the federal operative to come to my office immediately. 2 hours later, we were discussing plans for trapping the killers. And by the killers, of course, I mean what Zevon would call the killer couple, Bonnie and Clyde. The federal agent was thoroughly convinced of the genuineness of my inside source of information. April 13th was the date for the next visit. Long-distance calls were placed for Chief of Police D.D. Baser of Shreveport and Sheriff Tom Hughes of Caddo Parish. These officers were asked to bring heavily armed men to Arcadia. Agent Kendall notified his office of the raid plans. Federal officers were to meet at Arcadia and at Ringgold, a town in the Alabama Bend section close to the bandit rendezvous. All of the officers were requested to be at the meeting places at 6 o'clock that evening. As a final precaution, Agent Kendall and I decided to make another check before setting the big posse into action. It was well that we did. Hey everybody, we're back. Thank you for taking a moment to support the brands who support Kinda Murdery. First off, I'd like to give a shout out to listener Brandy Peterson from Snohomish, Washington. Brandy, I know I owe you some Kinda Murdery stickers, full color vinyl stickers. If anybody wants one, reach out to the show, kindamurdery@gmail.com. Brandy, I know I owe you the stickers. I'm sorry I've been so slow. They are coming your way. And you know what, guys? The truth is, it's disingenuous for me to just call Brandy a listener because what she is, in fact, is a dear, dear family friend. Years ago, when my wife was pregnant with our daughter and we had to move in the later stages of that pregnancy, Brandy flew to Los Angeles from Washington and helped us move. She's the best friend any family could hope for. So, Brandy, I love you. We love you. Your stickers are coming. Forgive me for taking so long, and please accept my eternal gratitude for your friendship. Speaking of friends, I also would like to shout out my good buddies Brett and Carl, who host the Evil Never Dies podcast, which is a kick-ass podcast about heavy metal and other things, and also, like Kinda Murdery, has a badass skull logo. Brett, Carl, thanks for being good buddies. Thanks for listening to the show, and specifically, Brett, who is a Texan, was kind enough to reach out to me the other day on Instagram, that's at Kinda Murdery on Instagram, to let me know that the town of Montague, Texas, now I had called it Montague, Texas, in my ignorance, is in fact pronounced Montag. So, everybody in Montag, Texas, thank you so much for listening to the show. Sorry I screwed up the name. It wasn't the first time. It won't be the last time that I mispronounce a name. Thank you guys for forgiving me in my infinitely fallible humanity, which brings me to my next point. Please, everyone, let's remember to be kind to each other, to be mindful of the fact that the social media bubble makes us all believe that nobody could possibly feel as disconnected or lonely as we feel, because everybody curates that little window into their lives. Even if it's just a tiny little peephole, they make you think that everything is perfect, that you're the only one who's alone and sad and broken and fallible. And of course, that is a lie. We all feel that way all the time, some of us to greater degrees than others, but we all feel lonely. We all feel sad. We all make mistakes. We all have things in our lives that we'd rather not bear to the world. So if there's someone out there who you care about, and they're a human being, it's a pretty safe assumption that they feel lonely pretty regularly. And so what I would suggest, and I started being mindful about doing this after my dear friend from college, Nicholas Tucci, passed away at the start of the pandemic. But if you think about a friend of yours, a family member, somebody you care about, if you think about them, pause and actually reach out to them. Text them. Call them. Because there's a funny thing about the human brain. The brain is able to trick itself into believing that intending to do something or just thinking about doing something is the same as doing it. And so what happens is you intend to donate to charity, you intend to reach out to a friend or a family member or someone else who's in a tough place or someone you just miss. You intend to do it, and all of a sudden, your brain decides that that intention is the same as the action and rewards itself with the dopamine hit that you're looking for doing something good, except you never actually did it. And that's a big part of the problem with social media, right? We see an article about a worthy cause that we support or a problem in the world that needs correcting or action that should be taken, and we comment on it or we like it, and our brain goes, okay, good, you did it. You did the thing. You're a good person. But in fact, you didn't really do anything. So let's apply that to our human relationships as well. And if you think about somebody you care about, reach out to them. Because thinking about them is not the same as letting them know that you're thinking about them. Now, I know I always mention in this section, and I will right here, the new free 3-digit number 988, where if you are in acute crisis, you can call to receive immediate counseling from someone who cares for suicidal thoughts, substance abuse, or mental health-related issues. So please remember that number, 988. Program it in your phone. Use it if you need it. Please remember that you are loved. But in this case, although it's extremely valuable to reach out and let somebody who may be in a dark place know how much you care about them, how much you want to see them, how important it is that they continue to walk the planet, that's all extremely important. But in this case, I'm not talking about just reaching out to friends or family or people you care about who may be in a dark place or may be vulnerable to descending into a dark place. I'm talking about any friend, family, or loved one that you have, no matter how stable and happy they may seem. If you think about them, text them, call them, let them know you're there. Because in today's world, with so much digital separation between humans, add to that the pandemic and all of this stuff, we're all feeling more disconnected than ever before. And humans are communal creatures. We need to be together. So if you think about someone, reach out in that moment. Don't tell yourself you're going to do it later, because you might not, and it might be too late. I mentioned at the top here that I started doing this after my dear friend Nick Tucci passed away unexpectedly. Well, here's what happened to me. Nick, wonderful guy, wonderful actor. He shared a birthday, April 3rd, with the legendary actor Marlon Brando. And Nick, who was a tremendously talented actor, was understandably proud of sharing a birthday with an all-time great like Marlon Brando. And so because of this little mnemonic device, and because he was one of my closest friends in life, I always remembered Nick's birthday, April 3rd. And every year, come hell or high water, I would always call him on his birthday. Well, in 2020... just a couple weeks into the pandemic, it was late March, probably the last week of March, and I thought to myself, remember, Zevon, remember to call Nick on April 3rd. We'd known each other since college, we'd been roommates in Los Angeles, just very close friends, more like brothers, for 20 plus years. At this point, I lived in LA, he'd moved back to the East Coast, I hadn't talked to him in a while. I said, remember, April 3rd's coming up, remember to call Nick on his birthday. And it felt like mere seconds after I had that thought. But it was probably a day later that a close mutual friend of ours reached out to me and let me know that Nick Tucci had passed. And of course I was shocked and devastated. This would have been Nick's 39th birthday if he'd had a chance to celebrate it. You don't expect your close friend to pass away at 39. But what I remember thinking first, well, two things. One was that Nick was very passionate about the things that he cared about. He never had a middle of the road or a halfway opinion about anything. He would either love it to the moon or hate it straight to the depths of hell. And one of the things that Nick was very passionate about was Batman, the character of Batman, comic books and movies. And at this point, we all knew that Robert Pattinson, he originally of Harry Potter and Twilight fame, had been cast as the Caped Crusader, the Dark Knight. And if you'd only seen him in Twilight, you might have wondered way back then if that was a good decision or not. Of course, it turned out to be a good decision. And I knew that whether he loved it or hated it, the Robert Pattinson Batman movie, or what Nick probably would have called the Patman movie, whether he loved it or hated it, he would have had an extremely passionate, extremely compelling, well-reasoned diatribe that supported his feelings. And when I heard that he'd passed away, my first thought was, oh no, I'm never going to find out what Nick thinks about Patman. And then my next thought was, if I had just reached out to him, just called him, just texted him, in that moment when I mentally reminded myself to call or text him in a couple weeks, then I might have gotten to talk to him one last time. Those kind of regrets about people you love suck. I hope none of you listening know what that's like. I'm sure many of you do. So yes, if you think about someone you care about, just pause and reach out. It'll mean a lot to them. And whether it's only because you connected with someone you care about, or because you didn't miss the chance to connect with someone you love for the last time, it'll mean a lot to you too. All right, thank you for giving me the space to share that personal story. It's something I've been gnawing on for a long time, and it's an example of the kind of story that I hope we can all share with each other. So if you have a personal story to tell, reach out to me, kindamurdery@gmail.com or @kindamurdery on all social media, including now TikTok. Reach out to me and share it. And if you'd just like to share it with me, you can. But if you'd like me to share it with our audience, I will. You don't have to be wise to have wisdom. We've all collected wisdom along the way, and it's likely that things that seem obvious to you have never even occurred to someone else. So please, reach out, share, let's make a connection. And I would be remiss if on this September the 11th, 2022, I failed to remember with deep honor and gratitude the heroes and the victims of that terrible tragedy 21 years ago, and the ultimate sacrifice that they made for us in our place so that we did not have to. To the families and friends of everyone who died that day and in the days that followed, thank you. And I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that you must carry so much more than your fair share of a pain that belongs to all of us. So thank you, and your family and friends will never be forgotten. All right, it's time to get back to the thrilling conclusion of Wheels, Barrows, and Blood, the Badlands Romance of Bonnie and Clyde, Part 7, Kinda Murdery, resumes now. Late that afternoon, we left Arcadia in my car to reconnoiter the vicinity of the projected raid. The other officers were to remain at their posts until they heard from us. We drove into Natchitoches Parish. What we learned there came as a bitter disappointment. Something had caused Barrow to postpone his scheduled visit. He would not be there that night. There seemed to be some uncertainty as to the time of his next trip, and for the safety of the innocent, how that was determined must not be revealed. Speeding back to Arcadia, we notified the officers gathered there of the change to the bandits' plans. Slowly, the men gathered their weapons and ammunition, preparing to leave. I addressed the officers. I want to ask you men to say nothing about this affair tonight. This is the first time in 2 years that anything approaching a spot used as a permanent hideout by Barrow has been found. If our plan should leak out, the gang will be scared out of the country. Please, keep it quiet. Please. Perhaps my desire for secrecy was unnecessary, but I will never think so. In that manner, I entered the far-flung search for the killer gang. In the meantime, Two of the most outstanding officers in the Southwest had been relentlessly following the trail of Clyde Barrow and Bonnie Parker. Their assignment was to bring the desperados in, dead or alive. Of course, the law would prefer alive, but frankly, at this point, there were so many officers of the law and other innocent people dead in the wake of Bonnie and Clyde that we were a little less picky than we might have been otherwise. Captain Frank Hamer, who had made criminal apprehension history as a member of the famous Texas Rangers, had taken up the hazardous task of capturing Bonnie and Clyde soon after the Eastham prison farm delivery. He was a fit man for the assignment. 6 foot 3 inches tall and powerfully built, he possessed the analytical mind necessary to cope with Barrow's elusiveness. Infuriated by the raid on the prison farm, Lee Simmons, general manager of the Texas prison system, declared that the state would be avenged for the indignity. He decided early that there was only one procedure, and that was to put 1 or 2 highly capable officers on the trail and keep them there until they succeeded. Captain Hamer was his immediate choice. The former Texas Ranger, then a member of the Texas State Highway Patrol, was noted for his persistence, ability, and bravery. Called the fastest man on the draw in the state of Texas, Captain Hamer had killed 65 outlaws who had been foolish enough to attempt to kill him. Holy crap. 65? 65 outlaws? And this is presumably not from a mile away with a long-distance precision rifle. I imagine a lot of these were firefights. 65 outlaws. Holy moly. Although the stories about the officer were legion, General Manager Simmons knew that Captain Hamer was close-mouthed, declining even to discuss his past exploits. Barrow would never know that the nemesis of outlaws might someday look at him down the barrel of a deadly revolver. Before approaching Captain Hamer on the subject, Simmons went to Governor M.A. Ferguson. The prison executive outlined his plan. At first it seemed as though technicalities of the law might defeat the plan. Finally, the governor's consent was won. If Captain Hamer wanted the task, he would be given a blanket assignment with permission to leave the state at will. February 10th, 25 days after the prison camp delivery, Captain Hamer became special investigator of the Texas State Prison System. He had obtained an indefinite leave from the Highway Patrol. At that time, the captain's knowledge of Clyde Barrow and Bonnie Parker was only general. The crimes of the pair and the activities of peace officers against them had been scattered over a wide territory. If there was a modus operandi, an MO, it would seem to be kill and flee. So where to find Barrow? A spot map of the criminal operations of the Outlaws would seem to indicate that you could find Barrow anywhere in 500,000 square miles. Anywhere in 500,000 square miles, huh? Easy peasy, right? Captain Hamer knew that his only chance of success lay in a careful study of the Barrow method of operations. The man's early and more recent crimes would have to be analyzed. The most minute details would have to be taken into consideration. The swooping cross-country dashes of the gang might lead to a forecast. In other words, what Captain Frank Hamer had set out to do was to prepare, in effect, a weather map of the Barrow tactics. By accumulating a vast knowledge of the criminal's activities, the officer believed that he might be able to predict a spot at which he would encounter the outlaws. To start with, he had as basic points 9 murders, possibly a score of sizable holdups, and literally countless petty robberies of all sorts. Captain Hamer's first act was to go to the office of Sheriff R.A. Schmid of Dallas County, Texas. The sheriff and his deputies probably were better acquainted with the Barrow depredations than any other officers in the country. There in Dallas, the special investigator was introduced to Deputy Sheriff Bob Alcorn, who some months previously had been given a special assignment on the Barrow case. Sheriff Schmid and Deputy Alcorn had engaged in a wild battle with Barrow and Bonnie Parker in November of 1933. For hours, the 3 officers went over the records on Barrow and his various companions. The bare facts were there. Sheriff Schmid and Deputy Alcorn went into further detail. The hour was late when this important conference was ended. When it was over, the Hamer-Alcorn combination was formed. The 2 officers were to work together indefinitely. It was not so much the crimes committed by the outlaws that interested the officers at this point. They were rather trying to become acquainted with the habits and psychology of the perpetrators. More than 15,000 miles were to be covered by Frank Hamer's team of searchers. Their travels were to carry them through 9 states: Texas, New Mexico, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, Kansas, Iowa, and into Mississippi and Louisiana before the desperate pair, the killer couple, Bonnie and Clyde, were cornered. Law enforcement learned that Barrow apparently was a strong believer in hunches. The bandit leader would stop his car in one of his mad dashes, backtrack for miles, and again suddenly change his direction. His movements seemingly were without rhyme or reason. Much about the habits of Barrow and his woman companion, that's Bonnie Parker of course, were learned from W.D. Jones, a youthful witness to several of the murders and other crimes who was arrested by Sheriff Schmidt late in 1933. And of course you'll remember Jones's story about being picked up by Barrow and traveling with the gang and committing crimes with the gang, and then fleeing the gang and going home to his mother, planning to never be a criminal again, only to have Barrow show up and force him to rejoin. One of the periods that had been a blank to earlier investigators was cleared up by Hamer's team. That was the time that Bonnie and Clyde disappeared following the kidnapping of two officers near Wellington, Texas, last year. Bonnie at that time was suffering from severe burns received in a motorcar wreck. After binding the kidnapped officers to a tree in western Oklahoma, the gang dashed across the state and took possession of a home in Veneta, Oklahoma. Two members of the party went to Miami, a nearby town, Miami, Oklahoma, and secured the services of a nurse. The nurse was instructed to go to Afton. There she was picked up and taken by motorcar to the Veneta house. For several days, the nurse was kept prisoner by Clyde Barrow. The young woman was forced to treat Bonnie Parker's burns. Still badly frightened by her experiences, the nurse told her story for the first time to Captain Hamer and Deputy Alcorn. A rapid succession of new atrocities starting in late March and continuing into April 1934 caused the officers to speed madly over hundreds of miles of highways. There were two bank robberies in which Clyde Barrow and Raymond Hamilton were identified. Then, April 1st, Easter Sunday, public sentiment against Barrow and his cigar-chomping best gal was brought to a white heat by the murder of two state highway patrolmen. The officers were brutally killed near Grapevine between the cities of Dallas and Fort Worth. L.G. Ferris, head of the patrol, immediately offered all of his resources, all of the men in his organization, to Captain Hamer and Deputy Alcorn. Captain Hamer chose just one man, Patrolman M.B. Galt, who had been a member of the Rangers. The pursuers were given further powers and resources by a secret action of the Dallas County Grand Jury. There's a pretty entertaining, pretty darn good movie, if you like the kind of movies that I like. This is Zevon butting in here, of course, called The Highwaymen, starring Kevin Costner and Woody Harrelson, with Costner playing Frank Hamer and Woody Harrelson playing M.B. Galt, about the capture of Bonnie and Clyde. By the way, that was an entirely unpaid, honest, and contemporaneous endorsement and plug for the movie The Highwaymen, which is a Netflix original movie, by the way. I'm not getting a dime from Netflix to plug their movies. However, Netflix, if you're listening and you would like to sponsor Kinda Murdery, well, that would be awesome. That's right. Kinda Murdery is available to be sponsored by any product that doesn't somehow demagnetize our moral compass. So if you like the show, reach out and sponsor us. In the meantime, everybody do watch The Highwaymen. It's great. And that's something I am not being sponsored to say. Back to the story. 5 days later, Bonnie and Clyde killed Constable Cal Campbell at Commerce, Oklahoma. In their escape, they kidnapped Chief of Police Percy Boyd, releasing the officer hours later in Kansas. It was then that Attorney General Homer S. Cummings ordered the Department of Justice to make every effort toward apprehension of Barrow and his companions. Then followed days of running down tip after tip on the whereabouts of the killers. Traveling sometimes separately but more often together, the three officers, Captain Frank Hamer, Deputy Alcorn, and Patrolman M.B. Galt, sped all over the Southwest. At times, they knew they were close on the trail. On several occasions, they believed it would be just a matter of hours before the gang would be cornered. But law enforcement all over the country, a number of times that I can no longer even count, believed that exact same thing at so many points throughout this incredible story of escape and murder and banditry and escape and murder and banditry. Rinse, repeat. That is the epic tale of the Badlands romance of Bonnie and Clyde, which we are rapidly approaching the climax. So yes, at times the officers believed that the gang would soon be cornered within a matter of hours. Traveling sometimes separately but more often together, the three officers, Captain Frank Hamer, Deputy Alcorn, and Patrolman M.B. Galt, sped all over the Southwest. At times they knew they were close on the trail. On several occasions they believed it would be just a matter of hours before the gang would be cornered. Raymond Hamilton was captured on May 25th. He was fleeing from Louisville, where he'd robbed the First National Bank. Hamilton told the officers that his association with Barrow had been terminated some weeks previously. The gang had quarreled over the division of loot from a bank at Lancaster, Texas. The split had occurred at Terre Haute, Indiana, or Terre Haute, or Terre Haute. If you're from Indiana, please reach out, kindamurdery@gmail.com, and correct me. The split had occurred at Terre Haute, Indiana. When Hamilton escaped, he was serving sentences totaling 263 years. One of the sentences was for a murder in which he had participated with Clyde Barrow. The killer was rushed to trial on one of the bank robbery cases. The state demanded the death sentence. A jury gave him another 99-year sentence, bringing the total to 362 years. This was the second time that Hamilton had escaped the extreme penalty asked by the state. Although disappointed by the verdict, state officials announced that they were not through with the young slayer. He would be tried for the murder of Major Crowson at the prison farm. Numerous letters mailed by the Outlaws gave the officers additional information on the movements of their quarry. In one, Bonnie Parker denied that she smoked cigars. The final letter, mailed to Hamilton, was received May 15th. Barrow called his former partner a killer and a yellow punk. He accused Hamilton of attempting to take more than his share of the bank loot. A fingerprint on the letter was identified as that of Clyde Barrow by Douglas Walsh, identification expert of the Dallas Police Department. The print was identified by at least 20 specific points. Gradually, Captain Hamer, Deputy Alcorn, and Patrolman Galt were closing in on the remaining members of the gang. At last, they had determined that Barrow was shuttling back and forth between points near Fort Smith, Arkansas, and Shreveport, Louisiana. In fact, the night of April 13th, a trap was laid for Barrow at Fort Smith. This was the same night that Barrow had failed to appear at his hideout in Bienville Parish. It was believed that the gang barely had escaped capture in the Arkansas raid. Underworld contacts in several cities were utilized. That the officers solved 14 bank robberies while in pursuit of Barrow indicates the thoroughness of which they worked. Although a glass half empty kind of person might say that the fact that they had time to solve 14 bank robberies before capturing Bonnie and Clyde showed how incredibly ineffectively and inefficiently they had worked, at least at the goal of capturing the famed Outlaws. Shortly after the date that my raid had failed to materialize, and when I say my, I'm Sheriff Henderson Jordan from Bienville Parish, Louisiana. Shortly after my raid failed to materialize, Captain Hamer and Deputy Alcorn dashed into Shreveport, a city about 60 miles west of Arcadia. In a conference call there with Sheriff Hughes, the Texas officers were advised to call on me. Sheriff Hughes did not divulge the nature of my information. A few hours later, I'd made the acquaintance of the Texans. Seated in my office at Arcadia, they listened closely as I related the details of my investigation. They asked numerous questions about the lay of the land. Finally, Captain Frank Hamer said, "Well, that's the best darn information we've had on them. It looks like you might have a fine chance of catching them. We'd like to work with you if you don't mind." It should go without saying that I was more than glad to accept the offer of Captain Hamer. We talked for some time. In the exchange of information, I learned much about the killers, profiting from the arduous work of the men trailing the Barrow gang. Assuming the rumors of the presence of the Texas officers might reach the ear of Barrow, it was agreed that Captain Hamer should return to his home in Austin, and the Deputy Alcorn would return to Dallas. They would await my call before returning to Louisiana. I immediately contacted my undercover man. We made plans for a cautious watch over the vicinity of the Methvin farm. Too late, I learned of another visit to the place by Barrow, Henry Methvin, and Bonnie Parker. It occurred the night of May 8th. The report I received on that visit was so detailed that it revealed a little of Barrow's conversation. He'd gone to bed at 1 in the morning, sleeping only 2 hours. Here's what infamous crook and killer Clyde had to say. "I slept in a bed for the first time in 8 months. Barrow said. The report of this snippet of conversation reached me several hours after the 3 members of the gang had sped away in their motor car. Believing that there might be some chance of capturing Barrow alive some night when he was taking one of those naps, I made arrangements for speedier communication with my informant. In many respects, I dreaded the thought of such a night raid as it would endanger the lives of several women and children. However, it appeared as if the risk might be necessary. In order that Captain Hamer and Deputy Alcorn might become acquainted with the country, I asked them to come to Arcadia. We drove over most of the roads in the southwestern part of the parish. I described the surrounding country. Before that trip had been completed, the officers were thoroughly familiar with every possible avenue of escape. "I don't like the idea of a raid," I told the Texans. "I'm sure I can think of some way of us avoiding it. Give me a little more time and we may be able to take them without killing or wounding innocent persons." The officers offered no objection. They returned to their homes. The morning of May 9th, I called Captain Hamer. He arrived at my office at 6 o'clock in the evening. He was accompanied by Deputy Alcorn, Patrolman Galt, and Deputy Ted Hinton of Dallas County. "We're about ready to go," I said. "Sometime between now and the 1st of the month, Barrow and Bonnie Parker will be at the hideout. Just now, the date is uncertain. Will you be ready to come when I call?" There was no doubt about the response. Captain Hamer agreed to stay at a designated hotel in Shreveport. He would be ready to leave on a minute's notice. The other officers would be likewise prepared for action. About a week later, Ivan Methvin moved. Not moved figuratively like made an action in this overall caper. He literally moved houses, moved homes. What would that do to our plans? A tedious wait was ended by word from my informer. He'd been able to maintain his contact. Barrow had paid a visit to Methvin's new location. Methvin had moved from the tip of Bienville Parish to an abandoned house east of Sales. This house, the property of S.G. Cole of Sales, was located about 18 miles southwest of Arcadia and somewhat near the center of my parish. Situated deep in a forest of pine trees, the house was 1.25 miles off of State Highway number 416. The road leading to the house was winding, barely wide enough to accommodate a slowly moving car. It was lined with tall trees. Several hundred yards from the highway, the road passed through a clearing about 400 yards long. From there onto the house, the lane wound its way through the forest and across a draw. In a surprise twist, the house was occupied by Methvin without the permission of the owner. My next information concerning Barrow was of a startling nature. Late Monday night, May 21st, word came to me that Barrow and Bonnie were planning a raid on the First National Bank at Arcadia. Barrow's setup for such a robbery was almost perfect. He could have raided the bank and 25 minutes later have literally dropped from sight in his new hiding place. He would not have had to use a main highway in his escape. Early the next morning, I warned WMDs, president of the bank, of Barrow's plot. WMDs? Alright, I have to say this. Just for all the kids today, and back when I was a kid too. WMDs? WMDs nuts! Sorry. Alright, so I warned the bank owner of the plot. I lent the banker a high-powered rifle and placed armed men in strategic positions in the vicinity of the institution. A constant guard was to be maintained during the business hours of the bank. It was 8:30 Tuesday night, May 22nd, that I received another report from my undercover man. The import of that whispered message was staggering. It meant an immediate formulation of a new plan. If I could move fast enough, it meant that Clyde Barrow and Bonnie Parker would drive into an inescapable trap. Clyde Barrow, Henry Methvin, and Bonnie Parker had visited the old coal place near Sales Monday night. The following morning, Clyde, Bonnie, and the escaped convict drove to Shreveport. Their car was parked in a secluded spot. Methvin started off on foot to obtain food for himself and his companions. Something had alarmed Barrow. No one will ever know what caused him to drive away before Methvin returned. I learned that an hour or so later he returned to the place but had been unable to find Methvin. Alarmed over the separation from Henry, Barrow and Bonnie returned to the coal place. They arrived there between 5 and 6 o'clock. They soon learned that Methvin had not returned to his father's home. Barrow gave an order to Ivan Methvin, Henry's father. "Now you go to the old place and see if Henry's there," the outlaw commanded. "We'll go to Bossier Parish. He may have gone there." I was to learn later that the gang had a meeting place in that parish between the towns of Benton and Plain Dealing. The vital part of my informer's message was yet to come. His voice lower than ever, he quoted Barrow. "We'll meet you on the road between Sales and Gibbsland, between 9 and 10 o'clock in the morning," the outlaw told the elder Methvin. Could we trap Barrow on the highway? I rushed to the telephone and called Captain Hamer. My message was short. "Come to Arcadia at once. Get your other men if you can." There was no time to be lost. We'd have to select a place for the trap, a place distant from homes. I knew it would be difficult to find a desirable clearing along the Gibbsland-Sales Road. A forest-lined road would have offered too good an opportunity for the pair to escape. The tentative plan for the trap was made in my office. Besides myself, there were 5 others in the room. Captain Hamer, Chief Deputy Sheriff Prentice M. Oakley of Bienville Parish, Deputy Sheriffs Alcorn and Hinton of Dallas County, and Patrolman Galt. About 11 o'clock, I took Captain Hamer and Deputy Alcorn in my car to Gibbsland, a little town southwest of Arcadia. For the next 2 hours, we drove back and forth over the sandy graveled road between Gibbsland and Sales. Our plan made it necessary to establish the trap somewhat closer to Sales than Gibbsland. Methvin would be driving north over the highway, and we wanted him to be the first to arrive at the trap. At last, we found what seemed to be a perfect spot. It was about 3 miles north of Sales and situated on a straight north and south stretch of highway. The road swung down a fairly sharp grade over a small rise and then to a steeper hill. The place for our ambush was on the rise. The road cut through the small hill to leave an embankment of about 3 feet in height on both sides. The forest receded at the point, and the sides of the road were lined with low brush. In throwing back the earth from the cut, the highway workers had created a low ridge along the east embankment. Grass and weed along the edge made a perfect cover. From behind the ridge could be obtained a good view of the road to the north. We could see the road for 3/4 of a mile to the north and a full half mile to the south. Would Clyde Barrow and Bonnie Parker keep the appointment with Ivan Methvin? That was all that was vital to us. We'd be ready for them. We returned to Arcadia to pick up the other officers. Shortly before 3 o'clock the morning of May 23rd, our posse of 6 men left Arcadia in 2 motor cars. Less than an hour later, we were squatting in the dew-soaked brush and weeds at the trap. Our cars were hidden deep in the brush. I had arranged the men in a line about 40 yards long, all on the east side of the road. Deputies Alcorn and Hinton were at the north end of the line. They would be better able to identify Barrow and Bonnie Parker than other members of our group. Captain Frank Hamer, because of his accuracy with firearms, was stationed at the south end. I was near the center of the line. Chief Deputy Oakley was at my right, and Patrolman Galt to my left. Deputy Hinton was armed with a Browning automatic rifle. Deputy Alcorn, Captain Frank Hamer, and Patrolman Galt were armed with automatic shotguns loaded with buckshot. Deputy Oakley and I were carrying Remington automatic rifles, and there was a third rifle of that type available for use. All of us, of course, were carrying our regular sidearms. Chilled by the dew, we were glad when the sun rose over the trees. All of us were hungry. The next meal was the principal topic of discussion, and we talked about food to lessen the monotony. Barrow seldom was mentioned. Attacks by swarms of mosquitoes did not make the wait easier. At about daylight, I called to Deputy Hinton. "How are the groceries holding out, Ted?" "What groceries? I was so hungry I've eaten the stock off your rifle and I'm starting on the barrel." Our plan was to stop Methvin as he drove along the road. We would force him to park on the side of the highway awaiting the appearance of Barrow and Bonnie Parker. We wanted to capture them alive if possible. There would be no chance of that if we tried to stop their car as it sped over the road. Barrow was known to be a fast driver. A barricade would have spoiled any chance we might have at avoiding bloodshed. The sound of a motor came from the south. Instantly, all members of the group dropped to reclining positions in the undergrowth. A truck pulled over the hill. It appeared familiar to me. As it drew closer, I recognized the driver. When it was about 50 yards from the trap, I stepped into the road and signaled the driver to stop. He was Ivan Methvin, Henry Methvin's father, Henry being the current third member of Bonnie and Clyde's gang. As the truck pulled to a halt, the other officers stood up. Methvin looked at them. "What's the trouble, officers?" he asked. "We've got a trap set for Barrow and Bonnie Parker, Methvin," I said. "We're going to take them right where you meet them on the road. Right here is where the meeting is going to take place." If Methvin had any objection to the idea, he didn't put it into words. He pulled his truck over to the west side of the road, still headed north. It stood directly across the highway from Deputies Alcorn and Hinton. "Pull off that right front wheel," I instructed him. "I want you to give the effect that you have a flat tire. Barrow will stop when he sees you." I told Methvin to stand beside his truck. I called the officers together. "We're ready," I said. "There's only one thing more. Don't start anything until it's absolutely certain that Barrow and his woman are in any car that may pull up. Maybe we can take them alive, but I don't believe we ought to take any chances. If they reach for their guns, you let them have it." As the hour of 9 o'clock approached, the strain increased. 2 or 3 cars flashing down the highway from the north caused added tenseness as we awaited the word from Deputies Hinton and Alcorn. For each of those cars, they shouted, "No!" At 9:15, a car nosed over the north hill and started down the grade. At the distance, we could tell it was a Ford V8. It was the type of car that Barrow was driving, according to my informant. As it drew closer, we could distinguish its color as light tan. That also checked out with my informant. Traveling at a pace of about 45 miles an hour, it rapidly was cutting down the distance. The driver apparently saw Methvin. The car began to slow down. Deputy Alcorn, crouching, peered through the weeds. His rifle was in his right hand. His left hand was stretched out behind him, ready to emphasize a signal. "It's Barrow!" he called. "The Parker woman's with him!" The car was about 100 yards away, traveling at a much slower speed. The occupants, looking at Methvin, apparently felt safe. The first warning had sent a vibration up my spine. As the time neared where life or death hinged on split-second action, the taut feeling passed. I was ready. I could see most of the other men in the posse. None showed the slightest trace of nervousness. "Bob," I called. "Be sure, man," Deputy Alcorn replied. His words barely were audible.
I know. It's Barrow and his woman. Steady now.
A heavy rumble from the south caused me to look in that direction. A wood pulp truck was approaching at a fair rate of speed. 2 black men were in the cab. It seemed as though the truck might present a shield for the Barrow car. Then, the truck slowed down to a crawling speed. Evidently, the driver feared a collision. The Ford sedan came to a halt between my men and Methvin's Chevrolet truck.
Hello, got a flat? Barrow called.
Yes, Methvin replied. Did you find Henry?
No, haven't you seen him?
Clyde Barrow was under the wheel of the car. Bonnie Parker was sitting beside him. I observed thankfully that no one was in the rear seat. Methvin continued the conversation by answering Barrow's question in the negative. He then spoke to Bonnie.
Hey, have you got that drink for me?
There was no answer to that question. Had it been a signal? I jumped to my feet and shouted, "Put him up, Clyde, you're covered!" The big tan V8 leapt forward. Barrow had shifted into low gear as he was talking to Methvin. I was watching Barrow. His left hand was on the steering wheel. He picked up a gun with his right hand. Bonnie Parker was seen to raise a pistol. Then the door on Barrow's side of the car started to swing open. Barrow would not surrender. The sharp report of a rifle sounded. Its echo was drowned by the roar of 6 guns. Lead was poured into Barrow's car. The windshield was shattered. Most of the bullets were taking effect there and in the left front door of the sedan. The car continued to move. Gunfire was raking it from 6 angles. The glass in the rear left door was blown to bits. I saw black holes appear in the side of the car. The noise was deafening. I had no idea of time. It might have been an hour that I stood there on the firing line, but actually, everything was over in seconds. I saw Barrow's head fall against the back of the seat. Blood was gushing out. I saw Bonnie Parker slump forward as if to pick up something off the floor of the car. The motor of the Ford had died. Still in gear, the car coasted jerkily. It rolled into a ditch on the west side of the road, coming to a stop against the side of the embankment. There was no sign of movement inside the car. All of us leapt onto the graveled road and ran to the stalled machine. Our weapons were ready, but even then, we knew that we could discard our guns. Nothing could have lived through that volley of more than 150 shots. Clyde Barrow was dead. Bonnie Parker, her head between her knees, was dead. They'd been unable to fire a shot. I looked down the road at the wood pulp truck. It had stopped at the first shot. The 2 men who'd occupied the cab had fled into the timber. The back of Barrow's head literally had been beaten into a pulp by the hail of lead. He'd been struck at least a dozen times in the body. 6 or 7 bullets had taken effect in Bonnie Parker's face. We later found that she'd been struck by 25 shots. Her right hand virtually was cut off. Both of the outlaws had been cut badly by flying glass. In the lap of Clyde Barrow was a sawed-off 16-gauge automatic shotgun. His right hand was curled around the shortened stock. 7 grim notches had been carved in the wood by the killer. Boy, leaving Sheriff Jordan for a second, Zevon here, as terrible of murderers and criminals as Bonnie and Clyde were, it's hard, right? Somehow to be gunned down in an ambush against such overwhelming odds, it doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel fair. Even though they absolutely deserve justice, somehow stacking the deck like that doesn't feel like justice, right? I mean, that was my initial reaction. I have to say, though, that the report that Clyde had carved 7 notches into the stock of his automatic shotgun, one for each person that shotgun had killed, does do something to alleviate the sense of foul play or unfair play, stacked deck, rigged rules, whatever you want to call it. 7 notches in the shotgun, one for each human life it's taken, does a pretty effective job of reminding us who law enforcement was actually dealing with. Not so much the romantic figures, the killer couple, but really cold-blooded murderers. All right, back to the story. 7 grim notches had been carved in the wood of the shotgun stock by the killer. In Bonnie's lap was a .45 caliber automatic pistol. There were 3 notches on this gun. Between the pair was another automatic shotgun. So they were both keeping a proud tally of their murders. Whew, yikes. On the floor of the car was a bag containing 40 clips for a Browning automatic rifle. 3 rifles of that type were in the rear of the car. All were loaded. Under a robe on the rear seat were 10 automatic pistols and 1 revolver, all fully loaded. 3 bags and a box contained more than 2,000 rounds of ammunition. Make no mistake, Clyde Barrow and the red-headed Bonnie had been ready for us or any other officers that might have accosted them. We gave them a chance to surrender. They refused. 6 Texas and Louisiana officers are alive today because they shot first and shot fast and shot straight. While we were examining the car and the bodies of its occupants, Ivan Methvin replaced the wheel on his truck and drove away. A few minutes later, telegraph and telephone wires were carrying the news of our success. Boy, success, while accurate, is a tough thing to call it when you've literally ripped them to shreds with bullets and glass. Sheriff Jordan remained at the scene while Captain Hamer and Deputy Alcorn drove to Gibbsland to report to Texas officials. Chief Deputy Oakley notified Coroner J.L. Wade of the killing. Coroner Wade ordered the bodies moved to Arcadia. The tan Ford sedan, which we later learned had been stolen from a resident of Topeka, Kansas, was towed to the parish site. It served as a hearse for Clyde Barrow and Bonnie Parker on that 18-mile ride. In Arcadia, a closer examination was made of the contents of the outlaw car. 15 sets of license plates under a rear seat indicated one of Barrow's favorite tricks to elude capture. A pair of sunglasses that had been worn by the bandit were found on the seat. The lenses had been shattered by the bullets. Bonnie's overnight case was in the rear of the car. It contained lipstick, rouge, face powder, and various personal effects. Also in the rear of the car was a saxophone and several sheets of music. In the trunk on the back of the machine was a bag containing Barrow's extra clothing, a hot water bottle, and 2 magazines. At the time of her death, Bonnie was wearing a red dress and red shoes. She was wearing a wedding ring, but that must have been one of the very few concessions to appearances ever made by Bonnie. She was not married to Barrow. On Barrow's person was found more than $500. The young killer was dressed in blue trousers and a white shirt. His tie, hanging on the rearview mirror, had been shredded by bullets. He died with his shoes off. They were on the floor of the car. We were compelled to lock the car in the jail yard. Souvenir hunters threatened to tear the machine to pieces. The streets around the jail and the Conger funeral parlor where the bodies were taken were jammed by the curious. The population of Arcadia was multiplied by 4 times within a few hours. After arriving in Arcadia, I informed state authorities of the successful trap. An hour or so later, I received this telegram from the governor of Louisiana. Sheriff Henderson Jordan, Arcadia, Louisiana. You are to be congratulated upon the capture of 2 of the most notorious outlaws in the Southwest. It is only by such diligence and action as you have shown that crime can be stamped out. O. K. Allen, Governor. A coroner's jury reported that afternoon that the outlaws had been killed by officers in the line of duty. During the night, the bodies were removed to Dallas by relatives. Mr. Darby, the undertaker, once a victim of the Bloody Barrows, assisted in the embalming. County officials from Fort Worth, Texas, requested permission to fire test shots from the 16-gauge shotgun found in Barrow's lap. The discharge cartridge cases were given to George Lacey, Houston, Texas ballistics expert. He compared the firing pin marks of the cartridge cases with those on discharge shells found at the scene of the murder of the 2 Texas highway patrolmen. The markings were identical. The tests substantiated previous evidence that Clyde Barrow and Bonnie Parker had killed Patrolman Wheeler and Murphy the morning of Easter Sunday. At long last, with a heavy price in human life, the trail of the Bloody Barrows had been brought to a conclusion. A few days after Clyde Barrow and Bonnie Parker had been buried, a Texas jury added what might be called an exclamation mark. Raymond Hamilton was sentenced to death in the electric chair for the murder of the prison farm guard. So, since Bonnie and Clyde died without a trial, they took Raymond Hamilton, who was facing a 360-something year sentence, and decided to put him to death instead. I'm not sure execution by proxy is necessarily the right thing to do, or actually I am sure that it's not the right thing to do, but moving on. The Doggerel Elegy, again, Doggerel is an amateurish poem. The Doggerel Elegy which follows was written by Bonnie Parker. It had been given to a Dallas newspaper with the understanding that it would not be published before her death. And so there you go. On a grave, no pun intended, sober, and very serious note, Bonnie and Clyde knew full well that there was only one way that their spree could end. And here is the elegy of Bonnie and Clyde, written by Bonnie Parker herself. You've read the story of Jesse James, of how he lived and died. If you still are in need of something to read, well, here's the story of Bonnie and Clyde. Now, Bonnie and Clyde are the Barrow Gang, and I'm sure you all have read how they rob and steal and how those who squeal are usually found dying or dead. There are lots of untruths to their write-ups. They are not so merciless as that. They hate all the law, the stool pigeons, spotters, and rats. They class them as cold-blooded killers. They say they are heartless and mean. But I say this with pride that I once knew Clyde when he was honest and upright and clean. But the law fooled around, kept tracking him down and locking him up in a cell, till he said to me, "I will never be free, so I will meet a few of them in hell." This road was so dimly lighted, there were no highway signs to guide, but they made up their minds if the roads were all blind, they wouldn't give up till they died. The road gets dimmer and dimmer, sometimes you hardly can see, still it's fight man to man and do all you can, for they know they can never be free. If they try to act like citizens and rent them a nice little flat, about the third night they're invited to fight by a machine gun rat-a-tat-tat. If a policeman is killed in Dallas and they have no clues for a guide, if they can't find a friend, they just wipe the slate clean and hang it on Bonnie and Clyde. 2 crimes have been done in America, not accredited to the Barrow mob, for they had no hand in the kidnapping demand of the Kansas City depot job. A newsboy once said to his buddy, "I wish old Clyde would get jumped. In this awful hard times, we might make a few extra dimes if 5 or 6 laws got bumped." The police haven't gotten a report yet. Clyde sent a wireless today, saying, "We have a peace flag of white. We stretch out at night. We've joined the NRA." They don't think they're too tough or desperate. They know the law always wins. They've been shot at before, but they do not ignore that death was the wages of sin. From heartbreak, some people have suffered. From weariness, some people have died. But take it all in all, our troubles are small, till we get like Bonnie and Clyde. Someday they will go down together, and they will bury them side by side. To a few it means grief, to the law it's relief, but it's death to Bonnie and Clyde. You know, I don't know if it's fair to call this poem doggerel in its entirety. Sure, some of the stanzas could perhaps be a little bit more elegant, but man, there are a few in here that just rocked me. This one in particular. The road was so dimly lighted, there were no highway signs to guide, but they made up their minds if the roads were all blind that they wouldn't give up till they died. The road gets dimmer and dimmer. Sometimes you can hardly see. Still it's fight man to man and do all you can, for they know they can never be free. I mean, I don't think that's doggerel, man. I think that's just poetry. And in a last twisting of the knife for the notorious Outlaws, Bonnie Parker's apparent desire to be buried beside Clyde Barrow, because the final line of the poem, someday they will go down together, and they'll bury them side by side. To a few it means grief, to the law it's relief, but it's death to Bonnie and Clyde. Bonnie's desire to be buried beside Clyde Barrow was denied. Their graves, in different cemeteries, are miles apart. Whew. Wow, what a story. Thank you so much for going on that journey with me. As I've said before, friendships are built when you spend quality time doing something you care about together. I hope this story was quality time for you. I hope it made you care. It certainly was quality time for me. Whew, and boy, it sure did make me care. Wow, what a killer couple. You know, I'd like to do now, as I do every week, tease you with what the episode coming on Thursday is, but I'm going to be honest, you guys, I have been so deep into the story of Bonnie and Clyde that I honestly have no idea what story I'm going to tell you on Thursday, September 15th. But hey, most of us love surprises, right? So if it's a surprise for me now, it'll be a surprise for you on Thursday the 15th. And all I can say is hopefully I've given you reason enough to trust me that it's going to be a story you enjoy and worth tuning in for. Thank you so much for spending the time with me, for going on this epic American journey of love and death and crime and violence and hatred and mystery and compulsion and familial duty and all of the things. Like, wow, absolutely epic as anything you could make up. And it's all true. I'm Zevon Odelberg, and this has been Kinda Murdery. If you've enjoyed today's Kinda Murdery, please tell your friends and family, tell strangers, leave a review. It's the best way to ensure that I can keep telling that special brand of bizarre and terrible tales that you'll only find here on Kinda Murdery.